Thornbound to the Orc by Luna Draven. Content note: this is an orc fantasy romance. This is the closed-door edition. The love scenes fade discreetly to black, and the strong language has been softened. It still features a careful giant of a man, tusks, and the kind of swoony size difference both leads have feelings about. It also contains a border siege and on-page battle, ambush and killing, some of it hard-won, a war camp with a traitor inside it, and the long cost of positions sold to the enemy in the dark, wrongful imprisonment and the 2 years of silence and self-erasure that follow it, grief, survivor's guilt, and a heroine slowly talked back from the edge of giving up, old scars, some of them from her own hardest years, and a father who once turned a blade on his own son for the crime of a soft opinion said out loud. She survives on numbers, he buries his own dead, neither of them expected the other to be the safe place. You've been warned. For everyone who survived the worst stretch by counting something, steps, breaths, days, the cracks in a ceiling, because the counting was the one thing they couldn't take. You were never only the measuring, but it kept you here, and here is where the good finally found you. The shackles come off at the gate, and my wrists are 3 pounds lighter. I roll them once. Left, right, the raw skin underneath, 2 crescents of abraded flesh where the iron sat for 6 days of transport, not infected, just raw, nothing I can't ignore. The guard who removes them doesn't look at me. He handles the iron like it's the valuable thing, and I'm the container it's shipped in. Fair enough. I weigh maybe 120 pounds after 2 years of prison rations, and the Crown spent good steel on those restraints. Name, the clerk at the processing table says. He's got a ledger open and a pen that's already low on ink. Vale. The pen stops just for a beat. Half a second, maybe less, but I catch it. He knows the name. Crime of conviction. Treason. Another stop. Longer this time. He writes it like he's carving it into the page. Behind me, the escort shifts his weight. Ahead, through the open gate, the camp sprawls in shades of mud and gray canvas. Pardon number 47/9. Conditional service attachment, Grace Pair Assault Force. He writes, stamps, doesn't wish me luck. Through the gate, the sound hits first. 2 years of stone walls, and the loudest thing was the dinner bell and the occasional scream 3 cells over. Now it's 400 soldiers, and the hammering of a forge and someone shouting orders across a training yard, and the wet slap of boots in mud, and a dozen conversations I can't separate. My ears ache with it. A pressure behind them, like surfacing too fast from deep water. I keep walking. The escort is 2 steps behind me, close enough to grab. The sky is the worst part. Not the noise, not the smell of unwashed soldiers and cook fires and something animal I can't place. The sky, I'd forgotten how much of it there is. In the cell, the window was 11 inches wide and 14 inches tall. I measured it, measured everything. The sky fit inside a rectangle, and that was manageable. This is not manageable. This is horizon to horizon, gray and heavy with the promise of rain, and my chest pulls tight in a way I refuse to call panic. Look at the ground. Right, that's better. That's the old habit taking over. The camp is laid out on a gentle north-facing slope. Command tents at the highest point. Good for watching, bad for drainage. Soldier billets in rough rows down the middle ground. Supply depot to the east, partially covered. Forge and armory to the west. Training ground south, where the slope flattens. Mixed force. An orc soldier steps out of a supply tent, and I nearly walk into a chest that starts at my eye level. He sidesteps without looking down, used to navigating a camp built for people half his width. The tent flaps are too short, paths too narrow at the choke points. Someone designed this camp for a human garrison and then crammed a mixed force into it. Undermanned, too, the gaps between billets, the empty stakes where tents should be. This position was built to hold 600. They have 400, maybe fewer. And there, on the northern horizon where the slope drops toward the Blightlands, the Thornwall. I stop walking. It's a living fortification. 30 feet high in places, a dense weave of thorn-bearing growth that looks like someone crossbred a briar patch with a siege wall. The thorns are the length of my forearm. In the sections closest to camp, the growth is dense, dark green, impenetrable. But further east, the wall thins, daylight through it. Gaps where the growth has gone brown and brittle, sections that sag inward like a fortress wall losing its mortar. Eastern sector, failing badly, near half the wall gone brittle there. If something comes through the Blightlands, it's coming through there. Move, the escort says. I move. The command tent sits at the crest of the slope, and the entrance flap is 8 feet tall. Orc scale, whatever's inside, I'll be looking up at it. A mineral scent hits me when I duck through the flap. Warm stone and iron filings and wood smoke, layered over something earthier I've never smelled before. One more thing I can't name. The list keeps growing. The interior is dim after the gray daylight. Map table, ground level, not raised. Orc-scale furniture pushed to the walls. A weapons rack with a warhammer that has to weigh 80 pounds. Campaign chests. A lantern burning low. He's standing at the map table with his back to the entrance, and the tent gets smaller. The tent hasn't shrunk. It's generous, 20 by 20, maybe larger. But the man standing in it fills more of it than any one body should. 7 feet and then some. Shoulders that would have to turn sideways through a standard doorway. Dark green-gray skin over a frame my eye can't help sizing up like it sizes up everything. Where the weight sits, how he'd move, how hard he'd hit. 340 pounds, near enough. The chair beside him wouldn't hold him a heartbeat. He turns. Brown eyes so dark they look black. A face that's all flat planes and heavy bone. Wide jaw, heavy brow, blunt features. 2 lower tusks, the left one notched deep, like someone hit it with a mace and left a permanent groove. Where's the door? 12 feet to the tent flap. He's between me and it. Vale, gravel-horned. His voice is a physical thing. Low enough that I feel it in my sternum before I process the words. Gravel-horned. A mark on a map he's already drawn. He knows who I am, what I did, how many of his people died because of plans I put on paper. And he's standing 4 feet away with that notched tusk and those black-brown eyes, and he isn't angry. That's worse. Anger I can work with. Anger runs in grooves I know. This is something colder and more patient, and I've never met its like. Sir, I don't salute. I'm not an officer. I'm a pardoned convict on a leash, and we both know it. He studies me for a long moment. I hold still and let him, because that's what I do when someone's deciding whether I'm a threat or a tool. You're smaller than your file suggests. My file was written before 2 years of prison rations. A flex of muscle along his heavy jaw. Amusement or irritation. I can't tell. I've spent my life reading human faces, and his don't answer the same, and not knowing is going to be a problem. Your file says you planned the gravel-horn offensive. He moves to the map table, not toward me. Around me, giving me a wide berth that might be courtesy or might be the same instinct that makes you step around an unexploded charge. Your file says you're the best tactical mind the Crown's produced in 30 years. My file says a lot of things. It also says you killed 3 men with a bread knife. That's not in my official file. No, he looks at me. That one I got from the prison warden, directly. He lets that sit for a beat. The tactical assessment, that's Crown intelligence. The bread knife, that tells you what someone's actually made of. He points at the map. It's spread across the ground-level table, and I have to step forward to see it, closer to him. The mineral and iron scent gets stronger. His body radiates heat like a forge that's been banked for the night, 2 feet away and still reaching me. What do you see? The map is the Thornwall sector. Camp position, terrain features, the Thornwall perimeter marked in green with notations I can't read. Orc script, angular and dense. Blightlands to the north, shaded in gray. Supply lines marked in blue. Scout routes in red. I don't want to answer. Answering means showing him what I can do, and what I can do got 40 people killed last time. I mark the exits without meaning to. Door, tent flap, the gap where the canvas doesn't quite meet the support post on the left. But my mind's already moving. It has no off switch for this. It never did. That's the whole problem. Your eastern perimeter is failing. I saw it walking in. Near half the wall's gone, maybe more. You've tried to cover it by doubling foot patrols in that sector. I point. These markers. But foot patrols only buy time, they don't fix it. If anything comes through the Blightlands with force, that section fails in under an hour. Silence, his breathing is steady. Slow, like a siege engine at rest. What else? Your supply depot is exposed. Eastern approach to the camp comes straight past it. If the thorn wall fails there, the first thing they hit is your food and materiel. You'd lose the ability to sustain a defensive position before you lose a single soldier. More silence. He's watching me with those near black eyes, and I've just done the thing I told myself I wouldn't do. I've been useful. Your officers didn't flag this. I don't know what your officers flagged. I'm telling you what I saw in a 10-minute walk from the gate. His weight shifts, a slow settling, deliberate. This time I'm almost sure it's not amusement. The Eastern rot. He taps the map with one massive finger. The gesture precise despite hands the size of dinner plates. How would you reinforce it? Test, an obvious one. I should refuse. I'm an observer, not an advisor, and every recommendation I make is another plan that could kill people. But the habit doesn't care what I should do. Relocate the supply depot first. Move it southwest, behind the secondary ridge. That buys you time if the perimeter fails. The enemy hits empty ground instead of your food stores. Then double the thorn growth cultivation in the eastern gaps if you have anyone who can work the thorn wall. If not, physical fortification. Earthworks, stakes, anything to slow an approach. We have 2 thornweavers, both exhausted. Then earthworks, cheaper, faster, less elegant, but the thorn wall's been failing for how long? 3 months, accelerating. Then elegance isn't the priority, survival is. He watches me for a long moment. The lantern throws shadows across those heavy features, and I can see the notch in his left tusk more clearly now. Deep, deliberate. Someone tried to take his face off and mostly failed. You think like a siege engineer. I think like someone who's watched fortifications fail. You start tomorrow, dawn, War Council meets in this tent. He straightens, all 7+ feet of him. The tent feels like a box. You observe, you do not speak unless I ask you to speak. You do not leave camp, you eat with enlisted, you report to me. Understood. Your tent is on the eastern edge. Soldier Breck will show you. He's already turning back to the map table. Dismissal. Then, over his shoulder, your record says you killed 3 men with a bread knife. I don't keep bread knives in my camp. Every read I try to take on him slides off like water off oiled leather. Understood, sir. I duck back through the oversized flap, and the gray sky slams into me again, wide and relentless. The escort has been replaced by a stocky human soldier with a jaw like a brick and arms that suggest he's been lifting supply crates since he could walk. Breck, he says, an identification. He starts walking without waiting to see if I follow. I follow, I always follow, that's the leash. Eastern edge of camp, he says over his shoulder, near the thorn wall. How close to the thorn wall? Close enough to hear it grow at night, if it's still growing. He glances back at me, quick, assessing, a soldier sizing up a stranger he's been told to babysit. You're the strategist. A fact with weight behind it, same way Drock said Gravelhorn. I'm the convict, I say, the strategy comes second. He grunts could mean anything. We walk the rest in silence, which is fine. Silence I know how to occupy. The tent is 8 paces by 10. I pace it out before I sit down because I pace out everything. The cell was 8 paces by 6, 4 extra strides of freedom. I should feel something about that. I go looking for the feeling like you'd check a supply cache and come up mostly empty, some leftover jangle from the meeting. My heart still running quick, slowing now. A faint shake in my hands that could be hunger or nerves. No way to tell them apart. I sit on the cot. It's harder than my prison bunk but wider. The footlocker is empty. I'm empty. No belongings, no weapons, no rank, no letters, no past that isn't a criminal record and a tactical file. The meeting plays over on its own. His voice, how the tent seemed to close in around him, the notched tusk and the near black eyes and the patience that was colder than anger. The word Gravelhorn said like a line on a map and not an accusation. And the map, the eastern wall failing, the supply depot wide open. Things his trained officers should have caught and somehow didn't, and I spotted them in a 10-minute walk because I can't stop doing the thing that killed 40 people. I can't read him. Every human officer I ever worked with, 3 conversations, and I knew which way they'd jump. Their tells, their weaknesses, where to push. I could name their orders before they gave them. That's why the Crown wanted me. That's why Gravelhorn happened. because I was very, very good at understanding people who thought like I did, and I never once asked whether the thinking was right. Drock doesn't think like I do. He's something I've never met, and that empty space where a reed should be is something. It's something. I haven't felt something in 2 years that wasn't hunger or cold, or the dull weight of waiting for a sentence to fall. Doesn't matter, set it down. I lie back on the cot. The canvas ceiling is close, 6 feet maybe. In the cell, the ceiling was 8 feet, and I knew every crack in the stone. I close my eyes and my mind runs. It always runs. The eastern approach. 3 ways in from the Blightlands to the camp. 2 of them funnel through the failing thorn wall and straight into the supply depot. Heavy losses, the whole camp starving inside a day. The third swings wider, comes at the camp from the southeast, where the ground is broken and the going is slow, but the thorn wall still holds, which means anyone attacking there would need siege engines or magic to break through. The first route is the one they'll use, fastest way in, weakest defense. Camp falls in 4 hours. The second, only if someone's feeding them the patrol routes. Camp falls in 6. The third, slow, obvious, easy to hold. They won't bother. And the version where I don't come back. It's there. It's always there. The one where the strategist puts herself at the most exposed point because someone has to hold it and her life is worth the least of anyone's on the field. I don't linger on it, it's just the plain truth. A debt that never comes clear. Tomorrow, dawn, War Council. I'll be looking up at him again. That's the part my brain keeps returning to, and I don't know why. I've looked up at a lot of people. Prison guards, tribunal judges, the warden, the transport escorts. Looking up is what convicted traitors do. But I've never looked up at someone and had no idea what I'd find looking back. That's the one thing I can't place. That's the piece that won't sit still. I keep my eyes closed and pace off the tent again in my head. 8 by 10, 8 by 10. Outside, someone hammers iron, and the sound carries through the canvas like a heartbeat that doesn't belong to me.
The tent smells different after she leaves. Lighter, something human underneath the lamp oil and canvas, a faint trace of prison soap and skin that hasn't seen sunlight in 2 years. Noticing is the job. The scent lingers and my body holds on to it without asking me first, like a bruise holding an ache. Her file is on the map table where I left it. Crown Intelligence Assessment, 3 pages. Prison Record, 2 pages. Gravelhorn Operational Summary, classified, stamped with enough seals to wallpaper a latrine. 11 pages. I've read it 4 times. The words don't change. 40 casualties, Thornwall Clan. Regrettable intelligence failure. Regrettable, the Crown's word for 40 dead orcs, a word for spilled wine, for a missed appointment. Not for Garn, who was 19 and building his first house when the conscription order came. Not for Brekka, who laughed so loud during meals the whole mess tent shook. The file doesn't know their names, the file calls them casualties. I pick up the assessment page. Subject demonstrates exceptional spatial reasoning and strategic aptitude. Psychological profile indicates high-functioning analytical cognition with diminished effective response. Crown Intelligence writes about people like butchers write about cattle. Diminished effective response. They mean she planned the deaths of 40 Thornwall orcs and slept afterward. They mean she drew arrows on a map and each arrow was a life and her hand didn't shake. Mine shook after the report came in, the casualty list, the names I recognized, the names I'd trained beside. My hands shook for an hour. I drove them into the edge of the map table until the wood bit back. The scar's still there, a pale ridge across both palms. I don't hide it. That's the part the file will never carry. That grief has a texture and it lives in the hands before it reaches the head. A man can hold a casualty list steady and still feel his knuckles want to break something. Diminished effective response. I've buried enough of my clan to know there's no such thing. There's grief you show and grief you drive into a table's edge until the wood takes some of it off you. She has the second kind. I'd stake the wall on it. But the file doesn't measure what a person swallows, only what they let past their teeth, and hers is a face that lets nothing past. The bread knife report is separate. 3 sentences from the prison warden handwritten. The warden's report. 3 inmates cornered her in the kitchen block. A serrated bread knife. Under 90 seconds. The warden underlined 90 seconds. So did I. She's 5'7", maybe 135 after a good meal, which she hasn't had in 2 years. The burn scar on her left forearm caught my eye when she pointed at the map. Old, healed badly, and nobody treated it. She held the arm steady while she traced supply routes. A woman with hands that don't shake after 2 years in a cage and 3 kills with a kitchen implement. She spotted the weak point in the eastern perimeter in 10 minutes, the exposed supply depot, the patrol gap at the secondary ridge. My officers have been staring at that map for 3 months and missed every one. The taste in my mouth is iron and something worse. She's what I need, and that's the thing I can't spit out. I fold her file closed and set it under a map weight. The iron presses flat against the table. Tomorrow there's earthworks to dig on the eastern approach. My hands need the work. The briefing starts at dawn and I'm already at the map table when Vosk ducks through the flap. He's the only other person in camp who doesn't have to turn sideways to enter my tent. 6'8", 280, shoulders like a yoke beam. My second since Gravelhorn, doesn't talk unless talking matters. He sets a mug of something hot near the map edge and glances at me. 2 hours. 3, a lie, he knows it. His jaw shifts, but he lets it go. Officers come in over the next few minutes. Captain Roan, human career soldier, follows orders because orders are simpler than thinking. Lieutenant Kesh Thornwall, young, promoted too fast because we're out of veterans. Sergeant Bevan, coalition liaison, smells like river water and parchment. Eastern perimeter status, I say, no preamble. The camp runs on the same fuel I do, not enough sleep, not enough time. Kesh steps to the map, it's dying faster. The Thornweavers report another 8 feet of die-off overnight. Barely half the eastern wall still holds. How fast is it going? Twice as fast every fortnight. Kesh's voice is steady, but her hand on the map isn't. She's young, and she's never watched a perimeter fail. Thornweaver Yetta says the roots are dying from below, something in the soil. Something in the soil, Roan repeats. The skepticism is thick enough to spread on bread. She's been growing Thornwall longer than you've been holding a sword, Captain. That's Vosk, quiet, final. Roan shuts his mouth. Scout reports. Vosk answers that one. Movement in the northern Blightlands. Large-scale, organized. Patrols tracked 3 separate columns over the past week. They advance to the tree line, hold position, withdraw. Same pattern each time. Probing, Roan says, his voice flat. He doesn't like saying it. Or mapping, Vosk says. How far from the perimeter? Bevan asks. His pen is moving, recording everything, because the coalition will want the details, and the coalition gets what it wants. Half a league at closest approach. They're staying outside Thornweaver detection range. Vosk taps the map. Disciplined. Whoever's running those columns knows our capabilities. Silence, the kind that means everyone's thinking the same thing and nobody wants to be first to say it. I let it sit. There's a new observer joining the War Council. I keep my voice level, the same tone I use for supply requisitions and patrol schedules. Veil, conditional pardon, tactical advisory role. The silence changes texture. Bevan looks up from his notes. Kesh's hand stops over the map. Roan's shoulders go stiff. The Gravelhorn strategist. Roan doesn't phrase it as a question. The Gravelhorn strategist. You're putting the woman who killed 40 Thornwall orcs in our War Council. Roan's face is carefully blank, a soldier's face. The anger is in his posture, locked knees, weight forward, hands flat on his thighs. I'm putting the best tactical mind available in a room where we need tactical thinking. I meet his eyes and hold them. The tent gets quieter. You have objections, log them formally. In the meantime, she observes. Roan's mouth opens, closes. His weight shifts forward, not quite a challenge, not quite backing down. The angle of his shoulders sits wrong with me, and it'll keep sitting wrong until I know what it means. The tent flap shifts. She's there, small, pale, standing in the entrance with the gray morning light behind her. Her face gives me nothing, that steady, watchful stillness I saw yesterday, like a snare waiting. She steps inside and takes a position along the back wall without being told, away from the table, away from the officers, visible but not intrusive. Roan doesn't look at her. Kesh steals a glance and looks away. Bevan nods once, professional and neutral. Vosk watches her the same way I do, reading the room, reading her. Her eyes move across the officers, slow and deliberate, pausing on Roan's locked posture, on Kesh's averted gaze on the map. She's taking the measure of this room like she took the measure of the camp, feeling out where the weight falls wrong. It's a strange thing to watch. Most people look at a room and see faces. She looks at a room and reads it like I read a wall by touch, where the tension gathers, who won't meet whose eyes, which officer's stillness is discipline and which is something waiting. I've spent 5 years learning to hold a room by force of size. She holds it by seeing what's already in it and letting everyone know she's seen it. I don't think she's decided yet whether that's a gift or a habit she can't put down. I return to the briefing. Supply status, patrol rotations, Thornweaver recovery timeline. The routine that holds a camp together when the walls are failing. The officers leave, and she doesn't. The tent empties, Vosk last, ducking through the flap with a glance back at me that says your problem, and the lieutenant stays. She doesn't ask permission, she just doesn't leave. She moves to the map table, on the ground. My table sits too low for human chairs, so she kneels beside it. The top of her head barely reaches the surface, and my map weights are the size of her fist. The briefing is over, she's an observer, she should leave. She traces the scout routes with one finger. The burn scar catches the lamplight, a ridge of old tissue, white against her pale skin. Her eyes move like a tracker's over broken ground, not looking at the whole picture but pulling apart the layers. Your scouts are good, she says, first word since she entered. Her voice is low, precise, stripped of everything unnecessary. These patrol logs are thorough. Daily coverage, rotation schedules, terrain markers. But someone's reading them. She taps a cluster of red marks in the northeastern sector. These 3 probe points correspond to gaps in your overnight patrols. The shift change at third bell, the coverage thin spot where the ridgeline blocks sightlines. She traces a line. They're not testing the thorn wall, they're testing your schedule. My chest goes cold, recognition. It lands in my body before my brain catches up. If they're mapping your patrol gaps, they have intelligence. Someone's feeding them rotation schedules, or they've had scouts watching long enough to build the pattern themselves. How long to build that pattern from watching alone? She works it through. Whatever moves behind her eyes moves fast, the only part of her that does. 3 to 4 weeks of steady watching, faster with someone on the inside. Inside information, the words sit in the tent like smoke. I'm telling you what the roots show me, she says. I'm not telling you what to do about it. That wasn't the question. She meets my eyes, doesn't flinch. Most humans look away, the tusks, the brow, the fact that my head sits 3 feet above theirs even when they're standing. She's on her knees at my map table and she looks at me like I'm a problem to be solved, not a predator to be survived. No fear scent, prison soap, the lantern smoke in her hair, and underneath something I can't place, hers. Your officers didn't flag this pattern. If they had, I wouldn't have needed 10 minutes with a convict to find it. Her jaw tightens not much, a millimeter. The door closes behind her eyes. She nods once, sharp and military, then stands and brushes off her knees. The third probe point, she turns back to the map and points. It's the closest to your supply depot approach. If I were running those columns, that's the one I'd reinforce. That's my entry point. Why? Because the patrol gap at shift change gives a 30-minute window, and the ridgeline blocks visual confirmation from the watchtower. An organized force could move 200 soldiers through that gap before anyone raised an alarm. She says it flat, no inflection, no drama, just the plain shape of how 400 people die. I'll be in my tent if you need the convict's opinion on anything else. She leaves, the tent smells like lamp oil and canvas again. The map is still there, her analysis hanging in the air like the trace of prison soap she left behind. Healthy thornwall has a sharp green scent, sap and thorn resin and the mineral bite of the root network that runs deeper than any fortification the crown ever built. My clan grew this wall, 3 generations of thornweavers, each one building on the last until the perimeter was 30 feet high and dense enough to stop a cavalry charge. The eastern section smells sweet, rot sweet like fruit left in the sun. The thorns crumble when I press my hand against them, flaking away in dry fragments instead of biting back like living thornwall would. I stop at the worst of it and stand there longer than a patrol pass needs. My mother taught me to read a wall by touch before I could read a map by eye. Living thornwall answers a hand. It stings, it grips, it pushes back against the palm like it knows you're testing it. This section doesn't answer anything. Gives way, powder and husk, the wood gone light as old bone. I close my fist around a branch and it comes off in my hand without a sound. 3 generations grew this, and it's dying like a person who stopped eating, from the inside out, the loss hidden until the shell caves in. The patrol moves along the perimeter in standard formation. I walk the wall alone, a few paces ahead, my hand on the dying growth. Under healthy thornwall, the vibrations travel, a low hum through the root network deep enough to feel in my bones. My mother described it as the wall breathing. Here there is nothing. The growth under my palm is dry and still as a corpse. A gap opens in the wall where a 10-foot section has gone brittle. Through it, the blightlands stretch north, gray scrub and dead earth and a horizon that looks like the end of something. Wind pushes through the gap carrying a scent like old metal and char. Whatever's killing the soil on the other side is working its way south, into the roots, into my clan's legacy. The silence here is the wrong kind. No rustling, no creak of new shoots pushing through, just the wind through gaps that shouldn't exist. I press harder and there is nothing, not even the faint sting of a living thorn. My clan's 3 generations of work, and I'm watching it turn to dust under my palm. Garn would have been 24 this year, building a house with green wood because he was too impatient to wait for seasoned timber. Brecca would have been shaking the mess tent with that laugh. I carry 40 names, 40 faces, and the file on my table calls them a line item. The woman who planned the operation that killed them spotted a weak point my trained officers missed, caught a breach in the patrol pattern they'd been staring at for weeks, saw it in minutes because her mind never stops doing the very thing that got my people killed. I hate her for what she did, that's easy, simple as stone. I need her for what she can do, and that's the part where the cracks run deep enough I can't see the bottom. Footsteps behind me, Vosk's gait, heavy and measured, ground shaking only if he wants it to be. Council's not going to hold, he says, no greeting, we don't bother. Roan's already talking to his people. Having a convicted murderer in the war room, his words, is going to cost you officers. Officers who missed a 3-week-old breach sitting in their own patrol logs. That won't matter to them. It matters to the people defending this wall. Vosk stands beside me, 2 big orcs looking at a dying fortification in the fading light. He doesn't argue. Vosk doesn't argue. He presents facts and lets me break myself on them. She's dangerous, he says. Everyone useful is. She's got a body count and a conditional pardon. That's not an advisor, Drock. That's a lit fuse in a room full of powder. And she spotted a pattern breach your scouts missed. I pull my hand from the crumbling thorn wall and dead fragments dust my palm. The wall is failing, Vosk. The enemy is mapping our weaknesses. My officers are more concerned about politics than perimeter defense. I don't have the luxury of comfortable decisions. He's quiet for a long moment. The wind carries sounds from camp, hammering voices, the grind of the forge. Then keep her on a short leash, he says, and don't forget she's already bitten once. I'm not forgetting anything. He grunts could mean anything. Vosk's grunts are a language I've been learning for 5 years and still can't always translate. Good night, War Chief. Vosk. He turns. The officers have been too comfortable. I brush the dead thorn fragments from my hand. Maybe a convicted murderer in their war room is exactly what they need. His mouth does something that might be a smile if you've known him long enough. Then he walks back toward camp, and I stand at the dying wall with dust on my hands and the scent of rot where there should be green.
The maps are easier in the dark. Not dark. Pre-dawn, the single lamp throwing a circle of light across the table that cuts out everything else. The tent walls disappear. The canvas ceiling disappears. There's just the map and the lamp and the grid of terrain markers I've been memorizing since Drock left me alone in here 20 minutes ago. He didn't say I could study them. He didn't say I couldn't. The command tent was unlocked and the maps were on the table and nobody stopped me at the entrance when I ducked through at 4th bell. Implicit permission or oversight. I'll take either. The Thornwall sector. I've mapped the grid already. 14 squares east-west, 19 north-south. The terrain elevations are marked in orc script I can't read, but the contour lines are universal. 3 ridgelines running northeast. 2 seasonal stream beds, dry now. The Thornwall perimeter traced in green ink that's been overwritten twice, each revision pulling the line further south. Shrinking, the wall is shrinking, and someone's been tracking it on paper long before I arrived. The sortie routes are what stop me. Red ink, 3 proposed lines of advance from camp toward the Blightland treeline. Standard patrol and force configuration. 2 flanking elements, 1 central column, reserve held at the camp perimeter. I trace the eastern flanking route with my finger and my left hand closes. The burn scar tightens across my forearm. I know this formation. I drew a version of it 2 years ago, different terrain, different enemy, same structural assumption, that the flanking element will maintain cohesion through broken ground. It didn't. 40 people died because the eastern flank collapsed into a ravine the scouts hadn't mapped and the reserve committed too late to close the gap. Gravelhorn, the same basic mistake, drawn in different ink. The whole thing plays out in my head on its own. The flanking element stringing out through the Thornwall gap, the broken ground squeezing them into single file, the reserve moving up too late because the ridgeline hides the fight. I can see the dead stacking up, line by line, just as they stacked up on the dispatch I read in my cell 3 days after the tribunal sentenced me. 40 dead. My plan, my careful hand. I pull my hand back. The lamp gutters. Outside, boots cross the muddy ground and I track them. 3 sets, then a 4th, then more. Officers arriving for the morning briefing. Back wall, arms at my sides. Mouth shut. Observer. The tent still carries that mineral and iron scent from yesterday. Warm stone, wood smoke, something underneath that I've started noticing without meaning to. The council fills the tent in layers. Vosk first, setting Drock's mug at the table edge without a word. Kesh next, her maps tucked under one arm. Bevan with his ledger. 2 officers I don't know yet. 1 human, 1 orc, both wearing patrol insignia. Roan last, his jaw set like someone bracing for a fight he's already decided to start. Nobody greets me. Kesh's eyes slide past mine. Bevan nods, the same flat, careful nod from yesterday. The 2 patrol officers don't look at me at all. Drock enters and the tent reorganizes around him. He doesn't greet anyone either, just moves to the table, studies something on the map, and says, "Status." Kesh, Thornweaver reports how much died back overnight. The eastern section lost another 3 feet of living growth. Thornweaver Yetta is asking for a rest rotation, which means she's close to collapse. Vosk patrol contacts. 2 sightings of Blightland movement, both at distance. No engagement. Sortie proposal, Roan says. He steps to the table. We've been reactive for 3 months. I'm proposing a patrol in force. 2 companies, flanking advance through the eastern approach, probe the enemy positions we've been tracking. He lays out the formation with military precision. Points marked on the map in positions I've already studied. Eastern flanking element, central column, reserve at the perimeter. Textbook. Clean, professional. Wrong. My jaw tightens. I breathe slow and hold my tongue. The eastern flank roots through the failing Thornwall gap, which means the flanking element crosses the same ground where enemy probe columns have been working. The reserve sits still, held at camp, which means if the flanking element hits resistance, help is 20 minutes away over broken ground. And the whole plan leans on the enemy not knowing the approach. The breach I found yesterday says they do. I keep my mouth shut through a long, slow breath, then another. My hands stay at my sides. I can already see how Roan's plan comes apart and how many it takes down with it, and none of it is good. Engagement rules, Drock asks. Observe and report. Engage only if engaged. Roan's chin lifts half an inch. No offensive action unless we confirm hostile intent at close range. The orc patrol officer shifts. A small motion, weight easing from one foot to the other. He's run these eastern routes. He knows the ground. His mouth stays shut, but his eyes go to the failing Thornwall section on the map and stay there. Timeline. Dawn departure tomorrow, return by midday. Roan is confident. He's been planning this for a while. I can see it in how smooth the briefing is, how rehearsed. This is his bid to solve the camp's problems with standard military doctrine. It would work against a predictable enemy in open terrain. The enemy probing their patrol schedules is not predictable. The terrain is not open. Sir, Bevan's pen stops. The eastern approach puts the flanking element through the Thornwall gap. That's our most degraded sector. Which is why we need eyes on it, Roan says. We can't defend what we haven't scouted. You've been scouting it for 3 months. The words are out before I decide to say them. Every head turns. The silence presses against my chest. A compression, like the room contracted by half a foot. Roan's face goes flat, controlled, a professional soldier's fury confined to regulation expression. The observer has something to contribute. The observer has a concern. I keep my voice level, the military briefing register. Flat, precise, stripped of opinion. Your eastern flanking element roots through the same sector where organized enemy columns have been tracking patrol movements. If the enemy has intelligence on your patrol patterns, and the evidence suggests they do, your flanking element walks into a prepared observation zone. The enemy sees you coming, withdraws to the treeline, waits for the central column to commit, and then hits the eastern flank from the broken ground south of the 3rd ridgeline. That's speculation. That's what happened at Gravelhorn. The name lands like a blade dropped on stone. The tent goes very quiet. Different terrain, I continue. My voice is steady, my pulse is not. Different enemy, same structural vulnerability. Your flanking element can't maintain formation through the Thornwall gap. The ground is too broken, the gap too narrow for company strength advance. They string out into a column of march, which means your two-company pincer becomes a single-file approach that any prepared defender can bottle up and cut to pieces. You're comparing my plan to an operation that resulted in 40 dead Thornwall orcs. Roan's voice is very controlled. Your operation. Yes, my operation, the one I planned that failed exactly this way. My voice is rougher than I mean it to be. The briefing register is gone. I drew that flanking route. I watched it collapse. 40 people, because I trusted the same assumption you're trusting right now. Silence. Kesh has gone pale. Bevan's pen is frozen. The two patrol officers are looking at Drock, waiting. Drock is looking at the map. I should stop. The plain truth is clear enough. I've made an enemy of the camp's senior captain, broken a direct order to observe and not speak, and brought up the worst thing I've ever done in a room full of people who lost friends to it. Every instinct I have for staying alive says sit down and shut up. If you commit the reserve to the eastern wing, I say, you lose them. The third ridgeline blocks line of sight from camp. The reserve advances into the same terrain that channelizes your flanking element. 30 minutes into the engagement, you have 3 dispersed units in broken ground with no mutual support, and an enemy that knows exactly where each one is. How many? Drock says. The room goes still. He's not looking at Roan, he's looking at me. If the enemy has intelligence and a prepared position, 60 to 80 casualties in the first hour. Higher if the reserve is committed. Lower if you pull back at first contact, but then you've shown the enemy your disposition and gained nothing. Roan's hands are flat on the table, white-knuckled. You're a convicted traitor with no authority in this council. She's a convicted strategist who just showed you how your plan kills 80 soldiers. That's Vosk. His voice is low, final, the same tone he used on Roan yesterday. Drock straightens, we reconvene at dusk. His eyes move across the officers. Dismissed. He doesn't address me, doesn't reprimand me, doesn't back me. The silence where any of those things should be is louder than shouting. The gray light hits me like a wall. Officers push past. Roan first, moving fast, not looking at me. The 2 patrol officers follow. Kesh lingers, starts to say something, thinks better of it, leaves. Bevan passes me and says, very quietly, 60 to 80, like he's checking a number in his ledger. Conservative estimate. He nods, writes something, walks away. Breck is waiting outside the tent. His silence has shifted. Yesterday, it was the flat patience of a soldier babysitting a convict. Today, there's something else in the set of his jaw. Wariness, maybe. Watching me like you'd watch a dog that just bit someone. We walk. The camp looks different at mid-morning. Soldiers drilling on the training ground, a supply cart grinding through mud toward the depot, 2 orc engineers reinforcing a tent anchor with stakes the length of my arm. None of them look at me. All of them know. A soldier on the path spits. Not at me, near me. The angle says deliberate. His face, his regiment patch, his distance from the nearest officer. 3rd Patrol, Southern Wing, a Roan man. Follows him because Roan makes the world simple. The prison echo hits halfway to my tent. Hostile bodies in a tight space. Men who decide whether I eat, sleep, live. What it takes to survive in a place full of people who want me dead. My chest locks and I fix on my own footsteps instead because the rhythm is quiet and quiet is safe. 14 paces to the turn, 22 to my tent. 8 paces by 10. The cot, the empty footlocker. The canvas walls that are thinner than stone but serve the same purpose. I sit, I wait, for guards, for the escort back to the processing table, the shackles, the 6-day transport, for the sentence Drock hasn't pronounced yet. Hours pass. The lamp oil burns low. I run my thumb along the cot frame's grain, working every ridge. Rough-hewn, milled fast for campaign furniture. My hands need a surface to work like my mind needs something to chew on, something to feel out with skin instead of numbers. Nobody comes, no guards, no escort, no sentence. The lack of any punishment tells me something, and I don't know what to do with it. The footsteps come at dusk, heavy, too heavy for human. My breathing catches for one missed beat, then forces even, and I'm on my feet before the tent flap moves. The space in here is barely a stride wider than my prison cell, and he's about to take up most of it. He ducks through. The canvas brushes his shoulders on both sides. The lamp I lit an hour ago catches the notch in his left tusk, the flat planes of his jaw, the expression that gives me nothing. He doesn't lecture, doesn't recite the order I broke. You do not speak unless I ask you to speak. The absence of those words takes up more space than the words would have. He pulls a rolled map from under his arm and drops it on my cot. Show me the formation you'd use instead. 5 words, no anger, no praise, just solve this. I unroll the map. He moves to look at it and the tent shrinks. His mass displaces the air, the lamp throws his shadow across the whole back wall. He leans over the cot where the map is spread, and his forearm is 6 inches from mine, and the heat coming off him is a physical thing. Closer than the forge warmth from the command tent. More direct, radiating through the sleeve of my shirt like standing next to a banked fire. I try to file it away as just the warmth of the tent. The habit stutters and won't take. Here, I point, my hand is steady. You don't need a 2-company sortie, you need a reinforced patrol. 1 platoon, light and fast, approaching from the southwest where the thorn wall is still intact. They move at night, use the stream bed for cover, and set up an observation post on the second ridgeline. No flanking element. No reserve commitment. No exposure of force disposition. Slower. Safer, you don't need speed. You need information the enemy doesn't know you're gathering. A platoon moving at night through intact thornwall cover doesn't look like a sortie. It looks like a routine patrol that got lost. I trace the stream bed approach. This route keeps the ridgeline between your patrol and the enemy's known observation points. They can't see your approach, which means they can't prepare for it. You gather the same intelligence with a quarter of the risk. And if they spot the platoon? A single platoon pulls back through intact thornwall in under 20 minutes. 2 companies in broken ground? That's an hour-long retreat through a kill zone. It doesn't come close to being worth it, and it never did. He studies the map. His breathing is slow and even. I can hear it in the quiet tent, feel the air shift with each exhale. His hand rests on the cot's edge, next to the map. My map weights are the size of his thumbnail. This is what they taught you in prison. This is what I learned watching people die. He looks at me, the lamp between us, the map between us, the 7 paces of canvas tent that feel like a closet with him in it. There's a weight in his face I can't put a name to. He takes the map, rolls it, stands, and the air comes back. I didn't realize I'd been breathing shallow until I wasn't. Same time, he says, tomorrow. He leaves, the tent flap settles, the air cools. I sit on the cot. My hand is steady. My pulse is racing and still climbing, which makes no sense because the threat just walked out. Not a threat, that's the problem, and it's not one I can think my way out of. Every reed slides off him, like I trained on the wrong kind of creature entirely. My hand locks around my wrist. My pulse thuds hard against my fingers, then slower still, my breath dragging it down by force. Outside, the camp settles into the sounds of evening. The forge winding down, voices fading, the creak of canvas in the wind. And underneath, if I hold my breath and listen, the faint silence where the thornwall used to grow.
The patrol comes back in the gray hour before sunrise, and I hear it before I see it. Boots on packed earth, a rhythm I recognize, not the dragging cadence that means casualties, not the hard, fast tempo that means contact and retreat. Steady and measured, the sound of soldiers who walked out, did the job, and walked back. I've been listening for that sound since third bell. The air carries frost and wet earth and the mineral tang of the thornwall, sharp where the growth is healthy, sweeter and wrong where it's dying. I've been standing outside the command tent since the sky started graying, my hands wrapped around a mug of something Vosk left on the table. Cold now, I haven't touched it. Vosk's already at the command tent entrance when I duck through. His face gives me nothing, which means he heard the same thing I did, and he's waiting to see if the report confirms it. It does. Sergeant Olin delivers the patrol brief standing. Compact, professional. He's been running night patrols since before he had his second tusks. Reinforced platoon, 23 strength, departed at second bell, followed the stream bed approach through intact Thornwall sector, reached the observation post on the second ridgeline at fourth bell, held position for 2 hours, withdrew through the same route, no enemy contact. Casualties. 1 sprained ankle, Corporal Din slipped on wet rock in the stream bed. Olin's jaw shifts, the slightest motion, embarrassment on someone else's soldier. I'll have a word with him about footwork. A sprained ankle, 23 soldiers walked into the ground the enemy has been mapping for weeks, held position for 2 hours in hostile territory, gathered intelligence, and walked back with a sprained ankle. Roan's two-company formation would have sent 80 soldiers through a kill zone in daylight. I let the comparison sit where it is because it doesn't need stating. What did you see from the ridgeline? Olin's posture changes, straightening, and the professional reporting voice drops half a register into something more careful. Enemy positions further north than our scouts estimated. Organized defensive works, earth and timber construction, not temporary camps. Supply lines running northeast. We counted at least 3 separate staging areas. The tent is quiet. Vosk's breathing hasn't changed, but his weight has shifted onto his front foot. They're not raiding, I say. No, sir, they're building. The weight of that lands in my gut and stays. The enemy isn't probing the Thornwall to find weak points for a raid. They're establishing a forward operating base for a sustained campaign, and the timeline just changed. A raid you weather, a raid is a storm that passes over a wall and leaves it standing. This is different. This is someone digging in to stay, laying foundations of their own on ground that used to be a buffer, building the thing that comes before an army. My mother had a word for it. You don't fear the man who throws one stone, you fear the man who starts stacking them. Somewhere north of here a stranger is stacking stones, and every day I don't answer it is a day the pile gets taller. Full written report, map references on my table by mid-morning. I dismiss Olin with a nod and he ducks out. Vosk waits until the footsteps fade. Her plan. My plan, I meet his eyes, modified. His mouth does the thing that means he's not going to argue, but he's not going to forget, either. Your plan that a convicted strategist drew on a map in your tent 2 nights ago. A plan that brought 23 soldiers home with a sprained ankle. He grunts and walks to the map table, studying the positions like he can read the terrain through the paper. The officers won't care about the ankle. The officers will care about whatever I tell them to care about. He doesn't answer that, he doesn't need to. We both know it's not true anymore. The briefing fills the tent the same way it always does. Vosk, Kesh, Bevan, Roan, the 2 patrol officers. Same positions, same order of entry. The routine that keeps a camp standing when its walls won't. The routine feels different today. I deliver the patrol report, facts, numbers, outcome. The reinforced platoon reached its objective, gathered actionable intelligence, and returned with 0 combat casualties. The enemy is building permanent defensive positions further north, and the timeline for engagement has shifted. Kesh lets out a breath, quiet and controlled, relief. Her hand on the map table unclenches. She's been awake since the patrol left, and that's good officer instinct worth remembering. Bevan writes, his pen moves at its usual pace, steady and thorough, the sound of someone recording facts for people who will read them a week from now. Roan is silent. Not the hot silence of last time, the controlled fury after the lieutenant dismantled his plan in front of everyone. This is colder and more settled. He stands at his usual position, hands clasped behind his back, face showing nothing. A soldier who's absorbed a hit and is working out where to land the next one. The approach route, he says, level, professional. The stream bed through the intact sector. That's a single-file choke point for a platoon. It is. If the enemy identifies that route, they can bottle it. They can, which is why the patrol moved at night through intact Thornwall where the enemy has no observation points. I let that sit, not as a challenge but as a fact. The formation accounted for the risk, his didn't. Roan nods once, the nod of a man who's storing ammunition rather than conceding ground. I'm requesting a formal after-action review, he says, standard procedure for any new tactical formation. Granted, submit the request through Bevan. His eyes meet mine, scheming in them not anger. He's not fighting the patrol results. He's building a case, a paper trail, the kind of opposition that works inside the rules because the rules were built for it. His locked shoulders, the tension running through his jaw, all of it tells me everything the words don't. He's decided to fight with procedure instead of protest, and the discipline of it makes him more dangerous than the anger did. Vosk's watching Roan the same way, good. Dismissed, the officers leave and Kesh catches my eye on the way out. Quick, uncertain, she wants to say something and doesn't have the rank to say it. I hold her gaze for a beat. She nods and goes. The tent empties, the morning light through the canvas throws long shadows across the map table, and the reports are waiting where I left them, stacked and ordered. She's in her tent when I find her, sitting on the cot with her back against the canvas wall, a piece of charcoal and a scrap of paper in her lap, drawing something, terrain features from the look of it, ridgelines and stream beds reproduced from memory. The lamp is burning low. The canvas barely clears my shoulders when I duck through, and inside there's room for a cot and a footlocker and me if I don't breathe too deep. Her head comes to my chest when she stands. She doesn't stand. Your formation worked, I say. Your modified formation worked. She doesn't look up from her drawing. The charcoal moves in precise strokes, a cartographer's hand, trained and automatic. What did you change? Doubled the scout screen, added a fallback route through the western gully, adjusted the approach angle to keep the second ridgeline between the platoon and the enemy's probable observation posts. Now she looks up. The lamp throws light across the angles of her face, sharper than they should be, the bones too close to the surface. 2 years of prison rations carved her down to what holds and what works. The western gully, she sets the charcoal down. That's smart. I didn't know the ground in that sector. You had the concept, I had the ground truth. Her expression doesn't change, but her posture does, shoulders dropping a fraction, jaw unclenching by a degree. Something loosens in her. I can feel the shift like a rope going slack when whoever's on the other end stops pulling. The patrol gathered intelligence, I say. Enemy positions further north than estimated, permanent defensive works, supply lines running northeast. They're not raiding. They're building a forward base. She says it flat, no surprise. She's already seen where it goes. How long have they been dug in? Weeks based on the construction, maybe longer. Her left hand flexes. The scar on her forearm pulls with the motion. I can see the skin tighten from across the tent, damaged tissue resisting as the muscle moves underneath. She traces the ridgeline on her drawing with the scarred hand, and the charcoal line is steady despite the flex. If they have permanent positions and supply lines, they're planning a sustained offensive. The thorn wall isn't degrading fast enough for them, so they're going to force it. Siege capability or magical acceleration of the root decay. That's what I'm thinking. Then the patrol isn't enough. You need eyes on it always. Rotating posts on the second ridgeline, 3-day cycles at least, with fast runners to report any massing of forces. She's drawing again, sketching a rotation schedule on the scrap paper faster than her hand should be able to keep up. And you need to move the supply depot, yesterday. I know. She stops drawing, looks at me. The lamp between us on the dirt floor, the map sketches between us, the canvas walls pressing close. What do you see, I say, not the same question I asked on the first day, different weight, when you look at a battlefield. Losses, no hesitation, weak points, people turned into marks on a grid. And you're one of the marks. She doesn't answer, her hand is still on the charcoal, the burned scar visible and unhidden. The silence in the tent is the kind I can hear through, her breathing, shallow and even, and the scratch of her thumbnail against the charcoal edge. A habitual motion, something she does when she's deciding how much truth to spend. The patrol that came back today, she says, 23 soldiers, 1 sprained ankle, that's the number I see. Her arm reaches across the drawing for a terrain marker I set on the cot edge. Her forearm crosses mine, the burn-scarred skin against my sleeve, her wrist narrow enough that my hand could close around it twice. The contact lasts a second, maybe 2. She doesn't flinch, doesn't pull back, doesn't acknowledge it happened. I hold still like a man near something wild that hasn't decided he's a threat, not because she's fragile, because I know what it costs a person who spent 2 years learning that every hand near them is a hand that might close, and she reached across mine like it cost her nothing. Either it truly didn't, or she's better at hiding the price than anyone I've served with. I think it's the second. I think everything she does costs her something, and she's spent so long paying quietly that the paying doesn't show anymore. The place where her arm touched mine holds warmth like stone that's been sitting in sun. It spreads up through my forearm and settles in my shoulder, and I carry it like I carry the weight of the 40 names. She finishes the drawing and slides it across to me. Rotation schedule for the observation posts, 3-day cycles, 4 teams. You'll need to pull soldiers from Roan's patrol company. He'll love that. He'll survive it, the driest thing I've heard her say, almost humor, almost. She stands, Dawn. Dawn. She leaves, the tent smells like charcoal dust and the soap she uses and something underneath both that I've stopped trying to name. Her drawing is still warm from her hand. I pick it up and the charcoal smudges under my thumb, her lines precise where mine would be blunt, 2 different kinds of thinking on the same piece of paper. I sit with her rotation schedule for a while. Good work, clean and efficient, accounting for the terrain I showed her and integrating it with the intelligence from the patrol. the kind of planning that saves lives when it's right and costs them when it's wrong. Then I reach into my campaign chest and pull out the supply reports. The warmth in my shoulder is still there when the numbers start turning cold. Supply manifests and patrol logs and Thornweaver status updates. I read every line, and the gap in the supply count catches on the third pass. A shipment bound for the Eastern Depot, 10 crates of iron rations, standard field supply, logged as received by the depot quartermaster. But the dispatch record from the Southern Supply Post lists 12 crates sent, 2 crates gone. Miscounts happen, theft happens, crates fall off wagons in mud. I set it aside and pull the patrol logs. The shifts that the enemy probed, the 3 points the lieutenant identified in the northeastern sector. I lay the logs out in sequence. The probes happened on the 14th, the 19th, and the 23rd. On each date, the overnight patrol schedule had been adjusted within the previous 48 hours. Shift changes, routine adjustments for weather, illness, training, rotation. The enemy probed the new schedules within 2 days of each change. My hands flatten against the table and press. Watching from a distance takes 3 to 4 weeks to build a pattern. She said that, she's right. 3 to 4 weeks of watching, marking, remembering, to learn the patrol timing well enough to slip through the gaps. 2 days isn't watching, 2 days is someone telling them. I pull the dispatch logs, who received the schedule changes, standard distribution, the patrol leaders, their sergeants, Vosk, the watch commanders. 12 to 15 people per rotation, and any one of them could pass the information outside the camp. Or someone who has access to the written schedules before distribution could do the same from Bevan's office, where the copies are made and stored. I set the supply gap beside it. The missing crates were logged by a quartermaster named Colvin Human, Southern Supply Chain, a man who's held this posting since before I took command. 2 crates short and his seal on the manifest. The patrol timing leaks sharpened in the same weeks. Coincidence sits badly in my gut, but coincidence isn't proof, and I've seen good soldiers ruined by suspicion that turned out to be nothing but a wrong guess. My jaw tightens, the muscle over the bone locks down hard enough to send a dull ache into my left tusk. I breathe and count, 4 counts in, 4 counts out, the way my mother taught me when the rage was too big for a 12-year-old body. She'd put her hand flat on my chest and count with me until the shaking passed. Don't lay the walls in anger or they'll come down crooked, she'd say. A crooked course sets and every stone above it lines. I breathe the 4 counts and I don't name the house yet. I don't say the word betrayal, don't put a face to it, don't let my mind race ahead to the man I want this to be so I can hate him cleanly. 4 in, 4 out, get the ground level first. A crooked accusation kills a camp faster than a straight enemy. The rage would come later. Right now my body is ahead of my brain, jaw locked, breathing shallow, hands flat and pressed hard enough against the table that the wood grain prints into my palms. Someone in this camp, someone I feed and house and command and protect, is feeding information to the force that wants to destroy what's left of my clan. The warmth from her arm is gone now, burned away by what the numbers are telling me. The betrayal doesn't live in the documents. It lives in the distance between the heat of that accidental touch and the cold fact that someone with access to my war council is selling us to the enemy. I fold the reports and put them in my campaign chest and turn the iron latch. When Vosk comes in at midday, I ask about the earthworks on the eastern approach. He reports progress. I listen. I do not mention the missing crates or how neatly the patrol leaks line up with them. Not yet, the wrong accusation in an undermanned camp splits the garrison faster than any enemy assault. I need more before I act. I need to think like she does, weak points, patterns, who stands to gain when people die. The thought catches. I press my palms against the table until the wood grain bites back.
The soldier outweighs me by 80 pounds, and I put him on the ground in 14 seconds. Not clean, nothing I do is clean. I duck under his first swing, drive my elbow into his floating ribs, hook my ankle behind his knee when the pain bends him sideways. He hits the packed dirt, and I step back before he can grab my leg. Prison taught me one thing: end it fast, because you don't have the wind for a long fight. The training yard goes quiet. 12 soldiers watching from the fence rail. I marked where each one stood before the spar started. 3 on the left, 6 along the back, 2 near the equipment rack, 1 leaning on the post by the gate. Breck somewhere behind me, keeping his usual 10-pace distance. The soldier, rank I think, one of Kesh's platoon, rolls to his knees and stays there, breathing hard. He's got dirt on his face and his pride in the same place. He's not angry. He's confused, which is worse, because angry soldiers are predictable and confused ones store information for later. Again, I ask. He looks up, studies me like he's trying to figure out where the 80-pound advantage went. How did you do that? You telegraph your right cross. Your shoulder drops before your fist moves. I don't. Every time, your right shoulder dips before every swing. I watched it happen a dozen times. Someone along the fence laughs. Short, surprised, cut off when the soldier next to him elbows his ribs. Rank gets to his feet, dusts off, nods once. Chin down, eyes level, the acknowledgement of a combatant who's just recalibrated his threat assessment. I'm breathing too hard for 14 seconds of work. 2 years in a cell gave me quick hands and no wind at all. Half a minute of hard effort and my lungs would fold. I can drop a man twice my size in close quarters, but I can't run a quarter mile without seeing spots. Prison fit, not war fit. That gap will kill me one day. Fine. I stopped worrying over that a long time ago. The morning air is cold enough to sting the sweat on my neck. My knuckles ache. The right ones, where they connected with Rank's ribs. In prison, the fights ended with blood or guards. Here the fights end with nods and dust and an audience I haven't earned yet. Across the training yard, past the equipment rack and the row of practice posts, Drock is standing by the forge with Vosk. He's watching me. His arms are crossed, his face giving nothing at this distance. Keeping an eye on the convict, or weighing what I can do, or the third thing, the one that fits in neither and keeps opening a new space in me every time I try to shut it away. My gaze goes back to him twice before I catch myself doing it. Next, I say to the yard. Nobody volunteers. The 14 seconds hang in the air like a verdict, and for the first time in 4 days, the soldiers aren't looking at me like a convict. They're looking at me like a problem they don't want to solve the hard way. Good enough. The War Council is routine, which means it's more dangerous than a crisis. Crisis has protocols. Routine has habits, and habits are where people stop watching the angles. Thornwall degradation. Another 4 feet of die-off on the eastern sector overnight. The sweet rot smell is worse now. I caught it walking past the eastern perimeter this morning, a sickly undercurrent beneath the mineral tang of healthy growth. Thornweaver Yetta is back on rotation, but Kesh reports her hands were shaking during the morning weave. Observation post-rotation, Drock says. 4 teams, 3-day cycles. Implementation begins tomorrow. My rotation schedule, the one I drew on scrap paper in my tent 2 nights ago, charcoal lines on rough fiber. He's implementing it without attribution, which is smart. If it comes from the war chief, Roan has to follow it. If it comes from the convict, Roan gets to challenge it. The Eastern Overlook needs a fallback position, I say. I don't wait to be asked. 3 councils ago I would have. The ridgeline drops 30 feet on the northern face. If the observation team is spotted, they need an exit that doesn't route them back through the approach. Drock looks at me, holds for a beat. Draw it up, have it on my table by evening. Roan is silent. His pen moves across his notepad. Recording, not objecting. He's shifted from arguing out loud to writing it all down. More dangerous, because paper outlasts temper and Roan is building a record I can't tear apart by telling him how many it kills. I check Drock's face after I speak. Looking for what? Approval, a nod, something I don't have a word for. It doesn't fit anywhere. I'll deal with it when I understand it better. The Thornwall is dying, and up close it sounds like nothing at all. That's the wrong part. Healthy Thornwall hums. The soldiers told me, Kesh mentioned it in her first briefing, the root network vibrates at a frequency you feel in your teeth before you hear it. Standing at the eastern perimeter with my hand on a section that should be 30 feet of impenetrable thorn growth, I feel silence. The kind that has weight to it. Breck is 30 yards back, far enough for the illusion of privacy, close enough to intervene if I run. I'm not going to run. Where would I go? The Blightlands stretch north like a wound in the landscape. Gray scrub, dead earth, a horizon that doesn't promise anything. South is the camp that's becoming more familiar than it should be. I press my palm against the thorn wall. The bark crumbles under my fingers, dry, fragile, flaking away in pieces that turn to powder before they hit the ground. 2 years ago, the last thing I touched that wasn't stone was the tribunal railing when they led me out. Wood, polished smooth by other hands. Now this. A living wall going dead under my hand, and I can feel the ruin of it through my skin like a builder feels a rotten beam. The gap to my left is 8 feet wide. Through it, open ground. The wind pushes through carrying the charren metal scent of the blightlands and something underneath, organic, rotting. The smell of soil that's been poisoned from below. The same direction the enemy's supply lines run, according to the patrol intelligence. I pull my hand back, thorn dust on my fingers. I rub it between my thumb and forefinger, and it dissolves like nothing. The camp is behind me. Cook fires, forge smoke, voices carrying in the afternoon air. 4 days ago, I walked through that gate in shackles, and the sounds meant nothing. Now they mean patrol schedules, faces in the mess line, the rhythm of hammers on the earthworks that someone is building, because I told them the eastern approach needed reinforcing. I catch myself caring. It doesn't hit all at once. It seeps in, cold water through cracked stone, filling spaces I thought I'd sealed shut in the cell. You don't care about walls in prison. You pace them off. You measure the distance from cot to door, and you do it until the numbers crowd out whatever used to be there. This wall is dying, and I want it to live. That's not a measurement. I don't know what it is. The mess hall at second bell. I take my tray to a bench near the south wall. 5 feet of packed earth between my bench and the edge of Drock's platform, close enough that the distance is a statement. The stew has salt and something green, an herb I can't identify. The bread is dense enough to use as a building material. I eat slowly because there's nowhere I need to be, and that fact is more disorienting than any threat assessment. From Roan's corner, a voice, still can't believe he's letting her sit inside the wire. Convict at the war chief's table, next thing you know. The voice drops when the speaker catches the angle of my head. I didn't turn. 15 feet, northeast, second table, the soldier with the southern accent who spat near my path 2 days ago. The stew is good, I finish it. That's the most dangerous thing that's happened to me since I got here. Not the sparring, not the war council, not the dying wall. The stew is good, and I'm sitting 5 feet from a table that belongs to someone who breaks every model I build, and I'm eating slowly because there's nowhere I need to be. Sleep doesn't come. It rarely does, but tonight the usual reasons have given way to something else. My mind keeps turning over the dying thorn wall and won't let it go. Near 1/6 of the eastern wall lost in the last month. If it goes twice as fast again, the wall breaks in 6 weeks. If the enemy hurries the rot along with magic, half that. I pull on boots. The laces are stiff with dried mud from the training yard, the grit under my fingertips as I tie them. Step outside. The camp at night is a different geography. The fires are banked to coals, the forge is silent, and the perimeter torches throw circles of orange light that make the spaces between them darker. 32 torches on the southern wall. I clock them my second night. The thorn wall creaks on the eastern side, not the humkesh described. A settling sound, like timber under too much load. I stop and listen, and it comes again, a low groan through the root network that travels underfoot before it reaches my ears. Beyond it, the distant percussion of patrol boots on the northern ridge. 2 soldiers, evenly spaced, their rhythm steady enough that they've been walking together for months. Somewhere behind the medical tent, someone is laughing. Low, private, a shared joke told for the 100th time. A cook fire that should be out is still smoking near the 3rd barracks, the smell of it birch and rendered fat, and the smoke threads sideways in the wind and mixes with the mineral edge of healthy thornwall from the western section. The camp breathes, not like a prison, mechanical and forced through stone. This breathes like a settlement, lungs made of people who chose to be here and routines they built together, and the warmth of a place that someone decided to defend. The perimeter path is packed earth, wide enough for 2 abreast. I walk it because the rhythm of my own steps is quiet, and quiet is the closest I get to sleep without actually closing my eyes. 14 laps, that's my usual. I'm on the 6th when I hear him. Not footsteps, presence, the ground registering weight differently, the slight displacement of air that means something larger than me is moving in the same direction. I don't turn around. I keep walking. He falls into step beside me. Drock walks like he commands, deliberate, unhurried, covering ground without seeming to rush. His stride is twice mine. He shortens it without comment, matching my pace without making a show of it. That small kindness lands with everything else about him I can't sort into any neat place. We walk half a lap without speaking. His body heat reaches me from arm's length, a low, steady warmth that the night air can't account for. I'm aware of his mass like you're aware of a retaining wall when you walk beside it. Solid and immovable, a presence that bends the space around it. The torchlight catches his profile. The notched tusk, the jaw that could be carved from the same stone as the camp walls. His breathing is steady and slow, the rhythm of someone whose lungs hold 3 times what mine do. Can't sleep, he says, not a question. A plain observation, offered like he'd name a feature of the ground. Thinking about the wall. Half true. The thorn wall's on my mind, but it's running underneath something else I can't yet name. You always do this, walk the perimeter. I walk, the perimeter is what's available. In prison. The question is direct. No softening, no apology, no careful framing. Like he'd ask about enemy positions. Where were they, how many, what was the ground? I answer the same way. 8 paces by 6. I walked it 2,137 times in 2 years. I know because I kept track of everyone. He's quiet for 4 steps, I feel each one. The silence, I say, and the word comes out before I decide to let it. That's the thing they don't put in the reports. 2 years of stone walls and the loudest sound is your own breathing, and after a while you stop hearing that too. You just exist. In the numbers. The numbers are all you have and they're all you are, and then someone hands you a map, and the numbers mean something again and you don't. I stop. My jaw locks. That was 6 sentences more than I've said about prison to anyone, and my pulse is climbing because I just handed the war chief of the Thornwall clan something with no use to him at all. Nothing tactical, nothing he can spend, and I can't take it back. He's looking at me, the torchlight on the left side of his face, the rest in shadow. His expression isn't pity. I know pity. The tribunal officials wore it like a uniform. Catalogued, dismissed. His jaw is set the same way it sets when he looks at the dying Thornwall. Recognition. He knows what it is to watch something go silent that used to hum. The understanding in his face is worse than pity. Pity I can deflect. Pity is someone weighing your suffering from the outside and feeling bad about the whole of it. Understanding means he's lived it himself. Means he has his own version of it, his own silence where something used to grow. Dawn, he says, the same word, the same weight. But his voice sits lower than usual, and I catch that too. Dawn. He walks away. His footsteps make the ground vibrate differently through my boot soles for 20 feet, then 30, then they fade into the ambient sounds of the sleeping camp. I stand on the perimeter path with the torchlight pooling around my feet and the dying thornwall at my back, and I press my thumb into the burn scar until the sting cuts through whatever just happened. He looked at me like you look at a wall you've decided to rebuild. Nobody's set themselves to mending me in a long time. I don't know what to do with it. And worse, I don't know that I want it to stop. Lap 7, 8, 9. I walk until the quiet settles back over me, but it settles different now, threaded through with the low tremor of his footsteps fading into the dark.
The reports smell like 3 different hands. I've been at the campaign chest since before dawn, the lamp burning low enough that the shadows are more use than the light. Patrol logs, supply manifests, schedule amendments. The same papers I've read 4 times in 3 days, and each time the pattern gets clearer instead of murkier. 3 times our patrol schedules changed and the enemy probed the new routes within 2 days. I lay the papers out across the map table in order. First, Eastern Patrol, shift, day 7. Then the Southern Observation, post-rotation, day 14. Then the Northern Perimeter Extension I ordered after Vale found the stream bed approach, day 21. 12 people knew about all 3 changes. I write their names on a separate sheet, and the charcoal leaves a taste of ash on my fingers. The supply runner, Breton, had access to Schedules 1 and 3, but was transporting grain to the Southern Depot during the second change. The timing doesn't work. His route is documented, countersigned by the depot commander. I cross his name off. The signals clerk, Havas, was on compassionate leave during the second leak, his mother dying in the lowlands. The paperwork is clean, the leave approved by Roan's office. Cross. That leaves 10, and then I start sorting by chance, not just who knew, but who could have passed word outside without being seen. The camp has 1 signal post held by Havas's people. Dispatches leave by Ryder on the southern road, but the enemy is north and the word is traveling a different path. Colvin, the quartermaster, 6-week transfer. Supply manifests pass through his hands twice a day, arrival and distribution. A man whose whole job is keeping count and whose count came up too short on a shipment nobody else bothered to check. I pull his transfer papers from the stack. The assignment came through the usual rotation, nothing strange in the order itself, but the timing puts him in camp 3 days before the first patrol schedule change. The ink on his transfer seal sits heavier than the rest of the page, pressed on after the original was drawn. Could mean nothing. Could mean a seal was added to paperwork that never carried one to begin with. I set Colvain's papers to the left. The signals officer, Greaves, goes beside them. His rotation puts him on the signal post during all 3 windows, another coincidence that I'm running out of patience for. And then the name I don't want to write. Vale. She arrived after the first leak, which should clear her, except the second and third changes both came up in briefings she sat through. She has the mind for it. She has a criminal record. She has every reason to trade word for a lighter sentence if the right buyer made the right offer. My hand closes on the table edge. The grain of the wood presses into my palm hard enough to leave ridges, and I hold it there until the pressure drowns out the part of me that's already arguing her case. I don't know her, I know her file. Treason, court-martial, 2 years in a cell. I know what she sounds like at midnight on the perimeter path, walking laps she walked 2,000 times in a space where the walls never moved. That's not the same as knowing someone. That's the beginning of it, maybe, and beginnings are where the worst damage gets done. She stays on the list. It costs me to write it, not the ink, the thing underneath. A war chief who lets a name stay off a suspect list because he can't stand to see it there isn't protecting anyone but himself. My mother built walls for 40 years, and the first rule she gave me was that the mason who trusts his own eye over his own plumb line builds a leaning wall. So I hold the plumb line against my own wanting, and I let the name sit crooked in my chest and straight on the page. If she's clean, the evidence clears her. If she isn't, no feeling I have will make her so. The list doesn't care what I want, that's why I keep one. Vosk finds me at midday, and I can smell the dispatch before he hands it over. Fresh seal wax and the damp of a writer who's covered ground in fog. Command, he says, one word, his tone tells me the rest. I crack the seal. The orders are written in the careful hand of someone who hasn't stood on this ground in months. Extend patrol range 2 leagues north. Establish forward observation beyond the current Thornwall line. Report on enemy construction at the forward base. Maintain current perimeter commitments simultaneously. I read it twice. The second time I set the men it would take against the men I have and come up short. They want us stretched thin, I say. They want eyes on the enemy. Vosk leans against the tent pole, his arms folded, which means he's already worked it out and landed where I did. Forward observation at that range means 3 more patrols per rotation, 2-day cycles at least. Which pulls from perimeter coverage. Or extends shifts. Either way, someone's walking double. The logic isn't wrong. Command wants eyes on the forward base, and the patrol that brought back the intelligence didn't push far enough to map the construction. But the logic lives in a headquarters that has walls thicker than my Thornwall and troops that aren't rotating on 6-hour sleep cycles. I fold the orders and tuck them into my belt. The seal wax cracks and a flake of red drops to the dirt floor like dried blood. Third patrol gets the extended range, I say. Vosk's eyebrow moves a fraction. Roan's people. Roan's people are the most experienced in rough terrain, and Roan wants to prove his value. This gives him the chance. I hold Vosk's gaze. The unspoken part sits between us. Putting Roan's patrol in the most exposed position either proves his capability or reveals his limits. Either outcome is information. I'll draft the rotation, Vosk says. You'll want Vale's input on the deployment pattern. I nod. The acknowledgement that her mind is now part of our operational planning isn't worth discussing. It's a fact that settled into place somewhere around the time she proposed the Eastern Overlook fallback without being asked. She arrives at the map tent after the evening meal, and I can tell she's been working all day because her charcoal smudges have migrated from her fingers to her jaw, and there's a streak across her forehead where she pushed her hair back. Extended patrol range, I say, and spread the redeployment problem across the table. Command wants eyes 2 leagues north. We don't have the bodies. She studies the map like she studies everything, wholly given over to it, her eyes moving across the terrain like she's reading each feature. Her fingers move above the surface without touching, tracing routes I haven't drawn yet. Pull from the eastern perimeter reserve, she says. The Thornwall covers the eastern approach for another 3 weeks at current degradation rates. The reserve is insurance you're paying for but not using. The Thornwall is failing if it goes faster. Then you have less than 3 weeks and the reserve doesn't matter anyway, because you're defending a gap, not a wall. The reasoning is clean. I hate that it's clean, because it means she's right and I'm holding on to men out of instinct instead of good sense. I stare at the eastern sector. The green that marks living Thornwall has shrunk with every map update, and she's drawn the latest die-off lines herself. I can tell her charcoal strokes from Bevans. Not the full reserve, I say, half, rotating. If the Thornwall falls under 2/5 of the wall, they pull back. That gives you 6 additional bodies per rotation, not enough for 3 patrols. 2 patrols, staggered, overlapping coverage on alternating days. She pauses, her fingers stop moving above the map, and she traces the patrol routes I'm describing, north by northwest, then the return loop. I watch her walk the coverage through in her head, her lips moving without sound, marking off the hours. The gap on day 2 of each cycle, she says, between the first patrol's return and the second's departure, 4 hours with no forward observation. Dawn hours, the enemy doesn't move at dawn. Their supply lines run at night. You know that from one patrol's intelligence. I know that from 20 years of fighting in these borderlands. She looks at me, the charcoal streak on her jaw stands out dark against her skin, a smudge she doesn't know is there. Her eyes are steady and flat, deciding whether to press the point or let it pass. Staggered patrols, she says, your timing, my layout for the observation posts. How I set the eastern overlook, 3 points covering each other, holds at the longer range too. Do it. She pulls the map closer and her charcoal moves fast, observation posts set by sightlines and cover, each one placed where a 3-person team can watch 2 approaches and slip out through a third. It takes her the space of a few breaths. The same work would have kept Bevan bent over a protractor and a ruler for an hour. Here, she says, tapping the junction where 2 ridgelines meet, forward rally point. If either patrol makes contact, they fall back to this position. It's defensible for 12 hours with 4 soldiers and a good line of sight to the signal post. I study the position, she's right, the terrain does what she says it does. I've walked that junction twice in the last year and never thought to use it as a rally point because I was thinking about patrol routes, not about what happens when patrols go wrong. Her gut goes to the worst outcome first and builds backward from there, not pessimism, the instinct of someone who's already survived the collapse. Good, I say, the word is insufficient, but I don't have a better one. We work for 3 hours, the lamp burns down twice and I refill it from the oil can by the tent flap without breaking the conversation. She draws route options, I overlay terrain knowledge, and between us the deployment map becomes something neither of us could have built alone. Her handwriting is precise at the start, small and angular, the strokes of someone who learned penmanship in military academy. By the second hour the letters loosen. By the third they're barely legible, the charcoal pressing harder to compensate for the hand that's losing grip. Her breathing changes, the shift from working rhythm to something deeper and slower. Sharp and measured at first, sink to her pen strokes, then gradually unwinding. Her head dips, catches, dips again. Then she's asleep. Her chin rests on her folded arms, face turned toward the map. One hand still holds the charcoal. Her breathing is even and deep, the first time I've heard her breathe without the staccato edge of someone who's always listening for the door. The tent is drafty. The canvas on the north side lifts with each gust and the temperature has dropped since the lamp burned low the second time. She's wearing the same regulation shirt she's worn every day since she got here, and the tension in her shoulders is visible even in sleep. A body that hasn't learned to let go of walls, even the ones that aren't there anymore. My cloak is on the back of my chair, orquate wool, twice the size of anything she'd wear. I pick it up and the fabric is heavy in my hands, familiar, a thing I've owned longer than most of the soldiers here have been alive. I drape it over her shoulders, slow, careful, slow, the care I'd give anything that mattered and might break in my hands. Her shoulders are narrow under the wool, the bones close to the surface in a way orcs aren't, and I can feel how little there is of her through the fabric, what held together through 2 years of stone walls and silence. She weighs almost nothing, that's the thing that catches under my ribs, a body worn down to what survives, and even asleep it holds a tension in the shoulders, braced against a cold that isn't in this tent. I've been around enough hard-used people to know the difference between someone resting and someone who has only stopped fighting for a moment. She's the second, even her sleep keeps its guard up. And here I am with a war on my hands and a mole in my camp, standing over a woman I've written on a suspect list, wanting nothing in this moment but for her to stay warm. She doesn't wake, the cloak settles, I adjust the collar so it covers her arms and my knuckle brushes the back of her neck. Accidental half a second of contact. Her skin is warm. The warmth goes through me like heat through a forged nail, fast at the point of contact, then spreading outward until the whole shaft glows and you can't hold it anymore. I pull my hand back, step away. At the tent flap I stop, look back once. She's a shape under dark wool, breathing steadily at a map table covered in plans we built together. Small and tired and carrying more weight than the cloak or any fortification I could raise around her. I leave before I do something I can't explain with duty. Outside, the camp is quiet. A sentry passes on the eastern wall, boots scraping on timber. The forge has been cold for hours. Somewhere in the officers' row, someone is playing a pipe low and tuneless, a soldier trying to remember a melody from home and not quite finding it. My hands are still warm where they held the cloak. I press them against the cold timber of the tent frame until the sensation fades. The night air hits like well water. I stand outside the command tent and breathe until the tightness in my jaw unclenches enough to think. The suspect list is in my chest pocket. I unfold it under torchlight. Breton crossed off, Havas crossed off. The supply runner Fenwick, whose access doesn't cover the third leak, the northern perimeter extension. The word got out before the formal briefing, which means Fenwick's evening shift access came too late, cross. That leaves Colvin, one signals officer named Greaves, whose rotation puts him too close to every one of the three, and Vale. I fold the paper, the edges are wearing thin from handling. If the evidence pointed at her, what would I do? The honest answer stands in the dark with me. My hands want to crumple the list, my jaw wants to lock around the word impossible and bite down until it stops moving. The duty is still there, solid and old, the oath I took when I was old enough to understand what it was for. If she's the leak, I'll hand her over myself, and it will sit in me alongside every other loss this war has cost me. The wanting is the fracture, the wanting that has nothing to do with patrol routes and everything to do with the sound of her breathing when she finally goes still, with the weight of her shoulders under a cloak she didn't ask for. This is more than tactical respect. Whatever it is, it's already settled into place without my permission, stones in the dark that I didn't lay and can't pull up without cracking what's built on top. I close the campaign chest, the lock clicks, iron on iron, solid, unambiguous. 2 names crossed off, Vale's name still there. I leave it, that's the test. If I can leave her name on a suspect list and still think clearly in the morning, then whatever is growing hasn't taken root deep enough to compromise the ground I'm standing on. If I can't, the problem isn't the mole. It's the fault line running through the foundation of every decision I've made since she walked through my tent flap and looked at me like I was a problem worth solving.
The horn hits my blood before my brain. I'm on my feet, boots, shirt, the wool underneath that I stopped questioning 3 days ago. The second blast comes while I'm lacing and my hands are already moving through the sequence. Left, right, cross, pull, tie. 4 seconds, start to finish. The body remembers what the mind hasn't caught up to. Outside, the camp is a machine that's just been kicked into gear. Soldiers pouring from tents, half-dressed, weapons catching torchlight. Voices layered. Sergeants calling formations, boots hitting packed earth, the metallic clatter of armor being buckled on the move. Third horn, eastern perimeter. I mark the direction, judge the distance, know how long we have before it matters. The thorn wall. The section I mapped 3 days ago, the one that was thinning and losing ground. The gap. I run, my lungs protest at 40 yards. Prison fit, the gift that keeps giving. But my legs know the route to the command tent because I've walked it so many times since arriving that it's second nature, which leaves my head free to work the problem while my feet do the rest. Breck is behind me. I hear his breathing, labored, trying to keep pace. The escort who can't keep up with his prisoner. I'd laugh if I had the air for it. The command tent is lit when I arrive. Bevan is already at the map table, and Vosk stands at the tent flap with a runner who's bleeding from a gash above his eye. The blood runs down into his eyebrow, and he keeps blinking it away. Eastern breach, Vosk says, 20-foot gap, they're pushing through. I'm at the table before he finishes. The map is the same one I marked 2 nights ago. My charcoal lines, my observation post positions, my patrol routes. I know this terrain like I know the dimensions of my cell. 32 feet of thornwall section, now 20 feet of open ground. How many, I ask. Scouts say 40, maybe more in the tree line. Formation. Wedge, heavy infantry forward, archers flanking. My hand moves, charcoal on linen. I mark the breach point, the enemy formation, the positions of our units as Vosk relays them. Third platoon is closest. Roan's people, already on extended patrol, now pulled back by the alarm. Second platoon is mustering at the southern gate, reserve at the barracks. Third platoon to the breach. Frontal hold, shield wall, they don't push, they contain. I draw the line. Second platoon flanking from the south, through the equipment yard, around the forge. Hit the enemy's left wing once third is engaged. Vosk nods. The runner takes the order and sprints. His blood drips on the tent floor. 3 drops that I track without meaning to, the part of me that never stops noticing. Reserve. Hold, if they've got strength in the tree line, we need depth. A second runner arrives, breathless. Kesh's platoon requesting orders, Eastern Earthworks. Kesh holds the earthworks, no advance. She anchors the line if third is pushed back. I mark it. Where's Drak? Front, Vosk says. He went out with the first response. Of course he did. He bleeds with his people instead of moving pieces from a tent. My job is the tent. My weapon is this map and the minute or so between each runner's report. I can hear him. Through the canvas, his voice carrying over the noise of steel and shouting. A bass register that cuts through chaos like a foundation holding under strain. He's calling positions, redirecting the shield wall, and I can track his movements by the direction of his voice. Third platoon is being flanked, a runner reports. Young, hands shaking. Archers from the northeast, behind the dead Thornwall section. I close my eyes for half a second. The map builds behind my eyelids. Thornwall, breach, dead section to the northeast. The archers are using the collapsed growth as cover. I open my eyes and mark it. Pull third's right wing back 15 feet. Pivot. Give the archers an angle on empty ground and let second come up behind them. The move is clean. The same read I used for the observation posts. Make the enemy shoot at where you were, not where you are. Vosk sends the runner. The next 20 minutes come in pieces. Runners, reports, charcoal on linen. A casualty list that starts short and gets longer with each update. I track every name, every position, every shift in the line. My hand aches from gripping the charcoal, and I don't switch hands because the right one knows this map, and the left one would cost me 3 seconds of translation. Rank, the soldier I put on the ground in 14 seconds 4 days ago, takes a blade across the collarbone. The runner reports it as combat effective, walking wounded. He's still fighting with a broken bone because that's what soldiers do when the wall is breached and the fight isn't finished yet. One of Kesh's runners doesn't come back. The report says, failed to return from Eastern Relay, and I write the position. 40 yards east of the earthworks, the route I would have sent him. The route I did send him. The charcoal feels heavier after that. Drak's voice shifts. Closer, louder, the roar of someone who's pushing the line forward instead of holding it. I track the shift on the map. He's at the breach. The breach I told 3rd platoon to contain while 2nd flanked. He's in the gap between shield wall and the collapsing enemy formation. My hand stops. The charcoal hovers over his position. I run the chain of command. Vosk, then Roan. I stop because the thought past him leads somewhere I won't follow. 2nd platoon is engaging the enemy left, a runner says. Archers breaking. I mark it. The flanking maneuver worked. The read held. 2nd platoon hit the archer line from the south and the formation is collapsing inward. 3rd platoon pushes. Drak pushes. The last runner comes 12 minutes later. Blood on his hands. Not his, he says. Someone else's. He was helping carry a body and the blood transfers. Enemy withdrawing. Northern tree line. Drak orders pursuit to the ridge and hold. Pursuit to the ridge. Not beyond. He's not chasing, he's establishing. Securing the ground, not the victory, I mark the new line. Casualties, I ask. The runner's face tells me before his mouth does. 7 confirmed, more wounded, still coming in. 7, I write the number at the bottom of the map. The charcoal presses deep enough to scratch the linen underneath. Dawn comes gray and cold and smells like blood. I step out of the command tent and the field is in front of me. Churned earth, broken equipment, the 20-foot gap in the Thornwall that's now 30 feet because the fighting widened it. Thornwall fragments are scattered across the ground like bones. The sap is still leaking from the torn edges. Dark, viscous, the same sweet rot smell but sharper, fresher. A living thing that was torn open. Soldiers move through the debris. Stretcher teams. Soldiers looking for gear, for friends, for the pieces of formation that scattered when the fighting stopped. The organized chaos of aftermath. Everyone with a task, nobody making eye contact. Drock is at the edge of the breach. I see him before I take in what I'm seeing. The scale of him against the broken wall, blood on his armor that the gray light makes black, and a fresh chip in his left tusk that catches the dawn like a scar. He's standing like a wall stands after a quake. Upright, holding, the cracks invisible from a distance. I walk toward him. The ground under my boots is soft. Blood and water and torn root matter. Each step sinks half an inch. I mark them out of habit, and the habit doesn't help because it keeps leading to things I don't want to look at. 14 steps to reach him. The flanking maneuver held, he says, flat. Commander's voice, stripped of everything except information. The archers used the dead Thornwall section as cover. I had to pivot third's right wing. I heard Vosk relayed. He pauses, looks at me with an expression I have no category for. Good calls. 2 words. They land somewhere behind my sternum, and I have no protocol for that. We walk the field together. He points out positions. Where the enemy wedge hit, where 3rd platoon held, where 2nd came around the flank. I match each point to the charcoal marks on the map in my head. The map was right. The dead are in the positions I predicted they'd be, which means I drew the lines correctly and the lines cost 7 lives. 3 I know. Halleck, one of Kesha's runners, the one who didn't come back from the Eastern relay. I sent him there. The route was efficient and the efficiency killed him. His body is face down at 42 yards east, which is 2 yards short of the position I marked. A soldier whose laugh I heard in the mess hall yesterday. Loud, unself-conscious, a laugh that filled a room from the wrong corner. He's under a section of collapsed thornwall. They haven't moved him yet. The thorn branches are still tangled in his armor. The 3rd is a woman I didn't know well enough to remember wrong. Supply section. She transferred the same week I arrived. Her name is on my charcoal-stained fingers somewhere in the last hour's casualty updates. I stop at the edge of the breach. Through it, the Blightlands stretch gray and flat, the tree line where the enemy retreated a dark smudge against the horizon. Drock stands beside me. His arm is a foot from my shoulder. The mass of him radiates warmth that the morning air should cancel, but doesn't. My legs give, not dramatically. No collapse, no buckling. My weight just shifts half an inch to the left and my shoulder presses against his arm. Muscle over bone. Warm, solid, alive. The contact lasts 1 second. Maybe 2. The part of me that never stops noticing goes quiet for those seconds, and the silence is louder than the horn that woke me. I straighten, step right. The inch of air between us fills back in with cold. He doesn't reach for me, doesn't comment, doesn't shift his weight to close the gap I just opened. The not reaching is the thing I'll think about later when I'm alone and the noise in my head starts again. 7 dead, I say. Because the numbers are the only language I have left, and I need to say something or the silence will keep expanding. 7, he confirms. The word sounds different when he says it. Heavier, I don't examine why. My tent, the flap falls shut and the sounds of the camp reduce to muffled syllables. My hands are black, charcoal and something darker, charcoal and dried blood from the map table. I sit on the cot. The wool is there, his cloak, folded at the foot where I left it this morning when I pulled it on underneath my shirt. I wore it into the command tent. I directed formations wearing the war chief's cloak against my skin, and I didn't think about it because there wasn't room to think about anything except the map. I'm thinking about it now. My hands won't stop shaking. The tremor is fine, barely visible, but it's in the tendons, the small muscles between my knuckles that haven't unclenched since the first horn. I press my thumb into the burn scar on my left forearm. The sting is familiar, an anchor. The scar tissue doesn't shake. 7 dead, 3 I knew, 1 I sent to the position where he died. I reach for the numbers, the habit that keeps the walls from closing. Footsteps, dimensions, intervals, 8 paces by 6, the cell, the measuring that held me together for 2 years. The numbers won't hold this time. Everyone leads back. 7 dead. 42 yards to Halleck's body. 14 seconds, the time it took me to drop Rank in the training yard, and Rank is walking around with a broken collarbone because he survived and Halleck didn't, and the difference between them is the route I drew on a map. I was willing to die. The reasoning was simple. Cheapest life on the wall, expendable, a loss nobody would feel. I walked into this camp 3 weeks ago certain I was the piece worth spending first. I was wrong about that. Or I lied to myself, which comes to the same thing when you're the one deciding your own worth. In the command tent, I was the one they couldn't spare. Not Drock with his strength and his people's loyalty. Not Vosk with his steady hands and 20 years of service. Me, the convict with the fast head and the prison-wrecked lungs. I held the map. I called the formations. I pivoted 3rd platoon and flanked the archers, and it worked because my read always works, and 7 people are dead but 35 are alive because of the lines I drew. The certainty that made dying feel like a fair trade just flipped on me, and I don't know what to do with a life I've been telling myself was worth so little. I lie back on the cot. The wool bunches under my shoulders, his cloak warm from my body heat, smelling like forge smoke and something underneath that I refuse to name. The tent canvas above me is stained with a water ring from last week's rain. My eyes trace the rings. 3, 4, 7. The number catches and won't let go. 7. The casualty roster arrives at my tent an hour later. Standard post-engagement protocol. Names, ranks, units, disposition. I take it from the runner and sit cross-legged on the cot with the list on my knee. The dead first. 7 names. Halleck, Kesh's runner. Marin, supply section. Das, whose laugh I can still hear if I'm not careful. 4 others I knew by sight but not by conversation. I read each name once and move on. The wounded. 12 names. Rank, broken collarbone. 3 blade injuries. 2 crush injuries from the Thornwall collapse. Then the duty roster adjustments. Reassignments to cover the gaps. Signal schedules amended. A name. Greaves, signals officer. Killed in action, Eastern Breach. I read it twice. The letters are the same both times. Greaves, I know this name. Not from the mess hall, not from passing in the camp. I know it from a list I wasn't supposed to see. 2 nights ago in the command tent during the strategy session. Drock's desk, a sheet of paper with names written in his handwriting. He'd moved it when I sat down, tucked it under a supply manifest. But I read everything in every room I enter. The names were upside down and partially covered, and I still caught 3 of them. Greaves, Colvin, a 3rd name I couldn't make out. The angle was wrong and the charcoal was smudged. 3 names on a list that Drock keeps in his campaign chest. A list he didn't show me. A list that means he's looking for something, or someone, and the signals officer whose rotation put him in proximity to information leaks is now dead on the eastern perimeter. If Greaves was the answer to whatever question Drock is asking, the question just went unanswered. If he wasn't, the person who is remains alive and unidentified. I fold the casualty report. Add it to the stack on the overturned crate I use as a desk. The paper joins supply manifests, patrol schedules, and the charcoal-stained deployment map that I'll redraw tomorrow because the Thornwall section it was based on no longer exists. Greaves, signals officer, killed in action. Whatever questions Drock had for him will have to find different answers now. I file this with the things I don't have a name for yet, alongside the cloak and the fact that the man who gave it to me is running an investigation he hasn't mentioned. I'll ask when asking gives me something I can use, and until then it sits where everything unsorted sits, in the space between what I know and what I'm willing to say out loud.
The dispatch rider arrives with the morning fog, and his satchel smells like wet leather and sealed wax. I'm at the command table working through breach repair estimates when Vosk brings the packet. Standard intelligence update, background verifications on camp personnel, rotation assessments, field reports from Southern Command. Paper that accumulates during wartime, useful mostly for the officers who compile it and the clerks who sort it. Vale's name is on the 3rd page. I almost miss it. The verification is buried between a supply officer's transfer confirmation and a signals roster update, but her name catches like a thorn on cloth, snagging before I can move past it. Updated file, Vale, former captain, convicted of murder, 3 counts, sentence commuted to wartime service. New evidence appended by Southern Command Intelligence Division. The 3 men she killed at Gravelhorn, I know their names from her tribunal record, Aldrin, Morwick, Thrace. Infantry officers attached to the northern supply chain. The court-martial said she murdered them in a dispute over tactical authority. Insubordination turned lethal. 3 soldiers dead, 1 court-martial, 2 years in stone. The new evidence says something different. Aldrin, Morwick, and Thrace, all 3 connected to Aldous Creech's network. financial transfers traced through shell companies in the Southern Territories, communication intercepts linking them to enemy intelligence coordination, not soldiers who disagreed with their captain, agents embedded in her command structure, funneling information outward while wearing the same uniform she did. She killed them, that part of the record stands, but the why shifts like ground after a quake. The surface looks the same and everything underneath has moved. My hands go flat on the table before I've finished the paragraph. The wood is smooth here, worn by years of other hands pressing the same way I'm pressing now. The pressure climbs through my wrists and into my forearms, and my jaw is locked tight enough that my teeth ache. I read the passage again. The words haven't changed. My breathing has. Something thick and wrong sits behind my sternum. The body knows before the mind can shape it. The woman sleeping at my map table 4 nights ago, the one whose shoulders fit under my cloak like something that belonged there, went to prison for killing the right people. 2 years, stone walls, she told me herself, counted every lap. 2,137 circuits of a cell she was put in because someone with political connections wanted her silenced, and the machinery of military justice was cheaper than an assassination. The anger comes like heat through iron, slow at first, then all at once, the temperature climbing past the point where you can hold the metal barehanded. I stand at the campaign chest with her file in one hand and the suspect list in the other. Her name is still there, third from the bottom, written in my own hand, the charcoal faded from handling. I put her there. I weighed her prison record and her criminal history and her motive for clemency, and I wrote her name on a list of people who might be betraying us. She was innocent. The word sits wrong in my mouth, too clean for what happened to her, too simple for the machinery that did it. She wasn't innocent like a civilian is innocent. She saw the rot inside her own command, she cut it out, and the body politic punished the surgeon instead of the disease. The 4-count breathing, in through the nose, hold out through the mouth, hold. My mother's voice in the back of my skull. When the rage feels like drowning, breathe until you can see the surface. I breathe 1 count, 2, 3. The surface doesn't come. Instead the image comes, her in a stone cell, walking laps because the rhythm was the only thing between her and the silence was the sentence they handed her for doing her job, for protecting her people, for seeing 3 men in her own command who were selling positions to the enemy and cutting them down with the only tool available, and then standing in a tribunal room while officers who knew, who had to have known, stamped paperwork that said murderer and watched her disappear into a hole. 4. That's where it breaks in me. My fist hits the campaign chest. The iron latch splits from the wood and clatters across the tent floor, and the sound of it rings against the canvas walls, and my knuckles are bleeding, and the rage isn't drowning anymore. The rage is standing. The chest sits at an angle now, the latch plate hanging by 1 bolt. I hit it hard enough to dent the iron facing. My hand throbs, blood on my knuckles, a deep ache across the metacarpals, and the pain is good because pain occupies the space where control just evacuated. I press my bloody fist against the map table and lean forward until the wood holds my weight and the tent stops moving. My mother's breathing exercise has held through 20 years of command, through casualty reports, through burying soldiers I trained, through reading the name Garn on a list and knowing a 19-year-old boy who was building a house would never finish it. The breathing held. It doesn't hold for this because this isn't grief. This is the knowledge that the system I serve, the alliance I built between my people and the crown, the structure I trust to be imperfect but functional, took a woman who did the right thing and ground her into dust, deliberately, with paperwork, with a tribunal that knew the truth and chose the lie because the truth was inconvenient for men with more rank than honor. Human politics, the same pattern carved into 100 years of borderland history. They eat their own. They find the ones who see clearly and they break them because clarity threatens the ones holding the levers. And then they send the broken pieces to my wall and call it service. I pick up the latch plate from the floor. The bolt is sheared clean. I set it on the table beside the suspect list and look at both, the broken hardware and the paper with her name. 2 years, she walked that cell 2,137 times. I know because she told me, and she told me like she tells me everything, flat and precise, stripped of everything that would make someone else flinch. She didn't flinch. She measured. She turned the worst thing that ever happened to her into numbers and survived on them because the numbers were all they left her. I fold the suspect list. Her name stays on the paper because the investigation isn't about my feelings. The trap I'm setting for Calvin will run its course regardless, but in my mind the list has 2 names now, Calvin, and whoever authorized a political court-martial to silence a captain who killed enemy agents. The death wish, her cold verdict on herself, cheapest life on the wall, expendable, a loss no one would feel. She believed it because the tribunal told her she was a murderer and she took the guilt as fact, but the whole thing was rigged. She's been carrying a weight that men who needed her crushed set on her shoulders, and she carried it so long she stopped questioning why it was hers to carry. The shift happens in my chest, not a decision. A settling like a foundation settling when the last stone goes in and the weight spreads out and the structure knows what it is. I needed her skills. That was true 3 weeks ago and it's true now, but the word need has moved. It used to sit alongside supply requisitions and patrol rosters, a commander's need. Now it sits somewhere lower, somewhere duty can't reach, and the thing it's attached to isn't her mind. I closed the campaign chest. The latch won't catch. I broke it. I'll fix it in the morning, or I won't, and the broken latch will sit there as evidence that the war chief of the Thornwall clan put his fist through his own furniture because a woman he's known for 3 weeks was wronged by people he can't reach yet. Vosk finds me at midday, and the sourness on his breath tells me he skipped the morning meal. His face confirms what the report will say before he opens his mouth. The incursion response, he says, they knew the breach point. Specifically, they hit the weakest section of the wall within an hour of the gap widening past defensible coverage. That's not observation from the tree line, that's current intelligence. Greaves is dead. Which means Greaves wasn't the source. Vosk folds his arms, the same posture he uses when he's about to tell me something I already know but haven't said aloud. The leak is active, someone alive in this camp with access to our defensive assessments. I pull Colvin's file from the chest. The supply discrepancy, 12 crates dispatched, 10 received. The transfer seal with ink weight that doesn't match the original document. Years in this posting, trusted enough that no one looks twice at his stamp, which is exactly what makes the mismatch worth a second look. I want a false schedule distributed, I say. Tomorrow's patrol rotation modified. The northern extension goes east instead. Limited distribution, Colvin's supply chain, the signals office, and the officer briefing. 3 channels. 3 channels. If the enemy responds to the false rotation, I'll know which one leaked. Vosk studies me. His eyes are careful. The look of someone who's been my second in command long enough to read what I'm not saying. You've narrowed it. I've narrowed it. He doesn't ask for the name. That's Vosk. He gives me the room to work the problem until I'm certain, and he trusts the certainty when it comes. Another man would push. Vosk waits. Draft the false rotation, I say. Have it on the signals desk by evening. I'll brief the officers at dusk. The real rotation separately through runners after the briefing. And Vale. The question is careful. Vosk has watched me work with her for 3 weeks. He's noted the late nights at the map table, the orders I give based on her deployments, the fact that I say her name differently than I say anyone else's. If he asked me to explain the difference, I couldn't. What about her? She directed that battle. The soldiers know it. Roan's people know it. If you're going to formalize her role. One problem at a time. The edge in my own voice lands in my chest before my ears register it. My jaw tightens around the words and I let it. He nods and leaves. The tent flap settles behind him and I'm alone with 2 files, Vales and Colvins, and the weight of what each one means settling into my ribs like a bruise that hasn't surfaced yet. She arrives at the map tent after the evening meal, and the battle is still living in how she moves. 4 days since the incursion and the stiffness hasn't left her shoulders. She's not injured. I checked the casualty list twice. Her name wasn't on it. But the tension in her frame is different from the prison coil I've been watching since she arrived. Deeper, settled into bone, lodged in the joints where the body absorbs what the mind won't process. The map table is spread with breach repair projections. 30 feet of open ground where the Thornwall used to stand, and no Thornweaver capable of regrowing it at that scale. Yetta is back on the surviving sections, moving slower but steady, the root treatments holding according to Kesh's morning report, but maintaining what's left is all she can manage. The defense has to be built, not grown. Stakes, earthworks, a timber palisade at minimum. Timber palisade, she says, tracing the breach outline with her finger. 12-foot minimum. Angled stakes in the approach, staggered to break formation charges. Earthwork behind, berm and ditch, 3 feet deep, enough to slow infantry and channel them into kill zones. The timber crews started this afternoon, Kesh's platoon on rotation. Good, the angled stakes need to be offset, not a straight line. Checkerboard pattern 4 feet apart. A straight line can be breached with a single ram. Offset forces them to navigate, which slows the formation and gives archers clear lines between the stakes. I mark it, she's right. The offset pattern is standard siege defense, but most field commanders default to straight lines because they're faster to build. She's trading construction time for defensive value, and it holds up. Her voice is flat, tactical, the same register she used in the command tent 4 days ago, calling formations while men died, but the pauses are different. longer, the spaces where she used to count now filled with something heavier than numbers. Halleck's route, she says, her finger stops on the map east of the earthworks, the position where Kesh's runner died. The relay path needs to angle south, 15 degrees, there's a depression in the ground, I saw it during the field walk, enough cover to. She stops, her jaw tightens, the muscle along her temple flexes once and releases. Enough cover to keep the next runner alive, she finishes. I watch her work, the charcoal moves in her hand, precise, angular, the strokes of military academy penmanship that loosens over hours. I know this about her now. I know her handwriting degrades with exhaustion. I know she presses harder when the call matters. I know that the woman drawing defensive positions on my map table was imprisoned for killing men who deserved killing, and the knowledge presses into the space between every word I don't say to her. You're staring, she says, without looking up. You redirected an engagement with zero combat experience from a map tent. I'm still working through how. I read it, her charcoal doesn't pause, same as everything else. It's not the same. She does look up then, her eyes, dark, flat, the measuring gaze that I've been watching for 3 weeks as it takes apart every room she enters. She reads me like she reads terrain, total absorption, every feature tracked. What changed, she asks. The question is precise. She hasn't asked what I'm feeling or what I'm thinking. She's caught that something in me moved and she wants to know what. I can't answer. The answer is locked in the campaign chest alongside the intelligence file and the suspect list and every piece of evidence I'm holding that she doesn't know about. If I tell her now, in this tent, with the map between us and the dead still fresh, the conversation goes somewhere I'm not ready for. Nothing, I say, the lie tastes like iron. She holds my gaze for 3 seconds. 3. Not a number I'd track on my own, but she's trained my attention toward precision and I'm only now catching myself doing it. Then she turns back to the map. Her charcoal moves. The defensive positions take shape under her hand, precise, efficient, lethal. She's building a wall on paper and I'm watching her do it, and the distance between the map table and the truth in my campaign chest feels like the distance between the Thornwall and the Blightlands, close enough to see. Too far to cross without exposure. She finishes the breach defense plan, sets the charcoal down, flexes her drawing hand, the knuckles white, the tendons visible under her skin. I'll leave this for Bevan too. My hand catches her shoulder. The contact is deliberate, not a grab, a placement like setting a capstone on a column. My palm against the ridge of her shoulder, her shirt between my skin and hers, the bone narrow under my hand. She's smaller than I keep expecting. Every time I touch her, I have to correct for it again. She stops, mid-step, mid-sentence, mid-breath, every muscle in her locks in place. Total cessation of movement, the same freeze I've seen when she's processing a tactical problem. But this isn't tactics. I know what her fear looks like, the coiled readiness of someone who's mapped every exit. This isn't fear. Her shoulder is warm under my hand. The warmth travels through my palm and into my wrist like it did when my knuckle brushed her neck 4 nights ago. The same path, the same heat, but my hand stays this time, stays long enough for the warmth to settle. You did well, I say. The words aren't enough. They aren't close to enough, but my hand is on her shoulder and the pressure carries what the words can't. She doesn't pull away. For 4 seconds she stands under my hand like someone testing whether the ground will hold. Then she steps forward, out from under my hand. The air fills the space where her shoulder was and the cold is sharper than it should be. Tomorrow, she says, her voice is steady. Her hands are not, the tremor in her left, the one she hides by pressing her thumbnail into the burn scar. She walks out of the tent and the canvas swings shut behind her and I stand there with my hand still shaped around the memory of her shoulder. The decision comes at midnight and it comes through the body first, like all my decisions do. Then the mind agrees. I'll tell her about the file, about Creech's network, about the men she killed who deserved killing and the tribunal that buried her for it. She's earned the truth and I'm tired of carrying it as a weight she can't see pressing down between us. Walk to her tent. The camp is quiet, sentries on the walls, the forge cold, the mess hall dark. The air carries timber and charcoal and the mineral tang of fresh-cut earth from the breach repair crews who worked until the light failed. Underneath it, faint, the copper and resin trace of thornweaver sap where the old wall bled out, 2 days old at least, but the scent holds in damp air. I track it without thinking, the orc in me reading the camp like a second language the humans around me can't hear. Her tent flap is open, the interior is empty. Her cot is made, tight, regulation corners, the discipline of someone who counts her environment into order every morning. My cloak is folded at the foot, dark wool on rough canvas. She's been keeping it. The recognition hits between my ribs, not a blow, a settling. She kept the cloak, she wears it. The fabric holds the shape of being folded by her hands. Breck is outside, the escort, leaning on his post with the glazed patience of a man who watches someone who doesn't run. Where, I ask. Perimeter, past it, he straightens. She went through the eastern breach 20 minutes ago, alone. I tried to follow and she told me, he pauses. She was direct about it. Past the perimeter, into the Blightlands, at night, alone. I stand at the edge of the breach. The timber stakes cast shadows in the torchlight. Sharp, angled, the defensive works she designed 4 hours ago, already half-built by crews who don't know the woman who drew the plans. Beyond the stakes, open ground. Beyond the ground, darkness. The tree line where the enemy retreated is a black smudge against a blacker sky. She's out there, the file is in my campaign chest, the truth is in the file. And the woman who deserves to hear it is walking in the dark past walls that can't protect her, and I'm standing at the edge of one with my hand on a timber post, and the grain pressing into my palm and the night pressing into everything else.
The ground at 42 yards east is colder than it should be. I've been sitting here long enough to know. The temperature dropped past the point where rational people go inside, and I stayed because rational is a word I've been mispronouncing for 2 years, and the cold is honest in a way that rooms with walls are not. Halleck died here, 2 yards short of the position I marked. The body's gone. Stretcher teams took him when the light came, cleaned and wrapped and stored quickly and without enough ceremony. But the ground remembers. The earth is churned where they knelt to lift him. Boot prints pressed into soft soil that's hardening in the night air. If I sit here until morning, those prints will be permanent. The numbers have me again. 42 yards from the earthworks. 7 dead. 2,137 laps of a cell that was 8 paces by 6. They connect and I can't make them stop, each one handing me to the next, a loop with no way out. The Blightlands smell different at ground level. No thornwall sweetness, just mineral cold and something underneath like iron filings and wet chalk. The tree line is a dark smudge I can see if I turn my head, which I don't because the tree line is where they came from, and I'm not ready to look at the place the dead walked out of. I read the ground instead. It's what I have. The churned soil where the stretcher teams knelt, the drag marks smoothed by careful hands, the one deep heel print where someone braced to take the weight. A body tells you how it was lifted if you know how to look, and I always know how to look, and tonight I wish I didn't. There's a discipline in noticing that keeps the rest of me quiet. As long as I'm reading the marks, I'm not feeling the man who made them. That's the trade. It's always been the trade. See everything, feel it later, feel it never if you're careful enough. I was careful for 2 years. I'm not sure it's working anymore. The cloak is around my shoulders. His. Well, that's too heavy for my frame and too warm for what I deserve, and I stopped questioning why I wear it 3 days ago, because the questioning led nowhere useful. I hear him before I see him. Footsteps. Heavy, deliberate, the spacing I've memorized without deciding to. 28 inches per stride. That's his walk, not his run, not his command cadence. He's coming to me, not to a crisis. I don't turn around. He'll arrive whether I look or not, and looking means acknowledging that I want him here, which is a thing I haven't let myself settle. He sits down beside me. The ground compresses under his weight. I feel it through the earth, a heavy beam settling into a joint. He doesn't ask why I'm here. Doesn't lecture about the perimeter, the standing orders, the Blightlands at night. He sits on cold ground 42 yards from a dead man's last position and he waits. The silence lasts long enough that I lose track of his breaths. Slow ones, evenly spaced. His breathing is unhurried. The measured rhythm of someone who's decided what to say and is choosing when to say it. I know that rhythm. I use it when I'm about to present a tactical assessment I know will be unpopular. The dispatch from Southern Command, he says, his voice is low, not gentle. Drock doesn't do gentle, direct, like he'd deliver a casualty report. New evidence on your tribunal, appended by their intelligence division. My hands freeze in my lap. The left one was tracing the burn scar. I hadn't noticed until it stopped. Aldrin, Morwick, and Thrace. He says the names like I've said them, like the tribunal records say them. The 3 men I killed at Gravelhorn. Southern Command traced financial transfers through shell companies in the Southern Territories. Communication intercepts linking all 3 to Aldous Creech's intelligence network. The words land one after another, and I take them one after another, and they don't make sense. I run it again. Financial transfers, shell companies, Creech's network, the 3 men I killed. Creech's network, the 3 men. They were agents, I say, not a question. My mind is already running ahead. Embedded in your command structure, funneling information outward. While wearing the same uniform I did. Yes. I ask the questions I can manage. Which intercepts? 3 sets, 2 from field operatives, 1 from a signals post near the southern border. The timeline covers 6 months before Gravelhorn. How far back do the financial transfers go? 18 months, possibly longer. The shell companies were layered. Who authorized the court-martial if they knew? He pauses, the first pause since he started talking. The file doesn't answer that. The file doesn't answer that, which means someone with enough authority to convene a tribunal looked at a captain who killed 3 enemy agents and decided the captain was the problem. Someone weighed it out. The same cold way I weigh things, deciding which life is cheapest to spend. And chose me. I press my hands flat against the ground. The earth is cold and gritty and slightly damp from the construction runoff. I press until the cold travels through my palms, up my wrists, into the bones of my forearms. No sting, no scar tissue. Just cold and dirt and the 42 yards between me and the earthworks where the living still walk. 2 years in a cell I was put in because I identified rot in my own command and cut it out. And the men who ran the rot had better connections than the captain who found them. I'm not thinking clearly. I know this because the numbers aren't holding. They start as numbers and end as pictures. The cell. The stone floor where winter came through the walls. The sound of the lock, twice daily, the guard who never spoke, the light that moved across the ceiling in a 4-hour arc that I timed until the timing was the only thing that worked. All of it built on a lie, not my lie, theirs. The tribunal said murderer and I accepted the word because 3 men were dead and my hands killed them and it seemed plain enough. Guilt was the thing that made the rest of it hold together. Take it away and the whole structure is standing on nothing. Vale. His voice, my name in his mouth, 2 syllables that sound different when he says them than when anyone else does. Lower, slower, like the word has more weight than its letters account for. I'm thinking, I say, which is true and also the biggest lie I've told since arriving at this camp, because what I'm doing isn't thinking. It's trying to find the floor. The silence comes back. He lets it. His heat reaches me through the gap between us. 18 inches of cold air that his body warms from one side like a wall soaking up sun. The man who commands 1,000 soldiers and has the authority to order me back inside the perimeter sits on cold ground in the Blightlands at night and lets me not talk. A bird calls somewhere in the tree line. Sharp, short, the alarm call of something small that doesn't know the difference between predators and soldiers. It calls 3 times and stops. Useful murderer, cheapest life on the wall. Expendable. The reasoning was clean. I killed 3 men, I went to prison, I owed a debt the size of 3 lives, and the only way to pay it was to spend mine where it would cost the least and do the most good. The death wish wasn't despair. It was a ledger. I owed and I would pay, and the debt closed when I did. The debt just dissolved. Not paid. Dissolved. It was never real. The men I killed were wearing my uniform and selling my soldiers' positions to the enemy. I saw something wrong in my command, and I ended it the only way combat training teaches you to end things, and then the system that sent me to war punished me for fighting the wrong enemy. This should feel like freedom. It doesn't. It feels like the floor dropping out of a building I've been living in for 2 years. The walls, the ceiling, the numbers, the 8 paces by 6 that became the dimensions of my entire identity. All still standing. Nothing underneath. There's no place in any of it for someone who was right. My thumb starts toward the old burn on my forearm. Halfway there, I stop. Let my hand fall to my knee instead. The scar will be there tomorrow. Tonight the ground is enough. I am here. The cold is real. The dirt under my fingernails is real. The rest is under revision. I'm aware of Drock beside me, the warmth of him. Even in the cold, even on frozen ground, his body radiates heat like a forge does after the fires are banked. Present and patient, not asking me to be anything, which is the only thing anyone can offer right now because I don't know what I am. Who else knows, I ask. My voice sounds strange to my own ears. Flat but thin, I barely recognize it. Vosk, the file goes through his desk. And you sat on it. I read it this morning. I turn my head. Look at him. His profile against the dark, the heavy brow, the tusks, the jaw I've been learning for 3 weeks without admitting I was doing it. He came out here, past the perimeter, at night, to tell me something that could have waited until morning. Why tonight, I ask. Because the weight isn't yours, shouldn't have been carrying it this long. The words hit somewhere below the tactical part of my brain. Below the walls, the procedures, the countermeasures. They reach the part that walks laps in the dark and wears a cloak that smells like someone else and measures the distance to a man she's not supposed to be measuring. Nobody has said that to me. 2 years and not one voice told me to set anything down. The tribunal handed me weight. The prison handed me weight. Even the pardon came weighted, service traded for freedom, one more debt loaded onto a back that had learned to carry without complaint. I read people for a living. I watch what they want and what they'll spend to get it, and I have never once caught this orc wanting anything from me but the truth, delivered plainly, on cold ground, at an hour when he could have been asleep. I keep looking for the angle. That's the habit. Find the buyer, find the price. I look at him and I can't find one, and the not finding is louder than any lie I've ever caught. I look away, back at the ground. 42 yards, Halleck's position. The route I drew that killed him and the guilt I earned that night. At least that guilt is real. At least the 7 dead are mine in a way I can carry honestly. I need to walk, I say. He stands first. The movement is fluid for someone his size. Controlled, well-balanced in a way that belies the mass. He extends his hand downward. I look at it, his hand. Broad palm, thick fingers, calluses across the knuckles from 20 years of gripping weapons and building walls. The hand that set a capstone cloak on my shoulders while I slept. The hand that stopped me from leaving the map tent last night with a touch that was warm and deliberate and not afraid of me. I take it. His hand swallows mine completely. My fingers disappear inside his grip, 4 of mine spanning the width of his palm. The warmth is immediate, traveling through the skin of my hand into the bones like the cold traveled earlier, only running the other way. He pulls me up and my knees protest, and I'm standing, and the night is different from this height. We walk toward the breach. The timber stakes are silhouettes against the torchlight. The checkerboard pattern I designed, offset 4 feet apart, half-built by crews who worked until dark. My defenses. The word means something different when the thing you built is standing between the living and the dead. We don't talk. The ground near the breach is rough. Churned earth, root matter, timber scraps from the construction. My boot catches on a piece of thornwall debris and his hand is there again. Not grabbing, bracing, steady as a beam, I take it. I hold on for 3 steps past the rough ground, maybe 4. The terrain levels out and my hand is still inside his, and the warmth is still traveling, and I'm marking the steps like I always mark things, but the habit isn't telling me to let go. I let go when the torchlight from the perimeter reaches us. His hand opens and mine slides out, and the cold air fills the space between our palms, and the distance is measurable. 6 inches, then 12, then the full width of walking side by side without contact. He walks me to the edge of the tents. The camp is quiet. Sentries on the wall, the forge cold, the construction site dark. The smell shifts as we cross the perimeter line, from the mineral emptiness of the Blightlands to the dense, layered scent of a camp that's been lived in. Smoke, sweat, timber sap, the faint sweetness of the Thornwall's living sections drifting from the western flank. Morning, I say. He nods, the single downward movement, familiar now after these weeks at his camp. This one is different, and I can't put my finger on what changed. I walk to my tent, the canvas swings shut behind me. The cot, the cloak, I pull it from my shoulders and fold it, set it at the foot. The routine is the same. My hands know the folds. I lie back, the canvas above me. 3 water rings from last week's rain, I marked them before. 7, the same 7 from before, the numbers hold. The numbers always hold. I try to think about the conviction. About Creech and his network and whoever had the authority to convene a tribunal knowing the 3 dead men were traitors. The rage should come. It's underneath the numbness like heat under stone. Present, building, not yet at the surface. It will come. Tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after that, and when it comes, I will need a target and a plan and the cold focus I've always used to turn fury into something precise. But that's not what I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about his hand. how it closed around mine. 4 fingers and a thumb and my entire hand inside the grip, and the warmth that traveled through my skin into the bones that had been cold for hours. He didn't squeeze, didn't lace his fingers through mine, just held, steady, like something built to hold, and I stood inside that hold for 3 steps past the point where I could have let go. I didn't feel trapped. 2 years of stone walls and locked doors, and a body that learned to catalog every exit before entering a room, and a man held my hand in the dark, and I didn't map the way out. I didn't mark the seconds until he let go. I held on because the holding was warm and the night was cold, and the ground under everything I thought I was had just dissolved, and his hand was the only solid thing in 42 yards of empty dark. The water rings on the canvas. 3, 4, 7. I trace them because tracing is what I do, and the numbers hold, and underneath the numbers there's the warmth of his palm, and no number takes it away.
The morning briefing starts with perimeter assessments and ends with me rewriting half the security protocol. Vosk stands at the map table with the duty roster spread between us. The eastern breach repair is on schedule. Timber palisade at 9 feet, stakes better than half set, earthwork berm started, but the breach isn't the weakness that kept me from sleeping. The weakness runs deeper than one wall. Patrol frequencies doubled on the eastern and northern sectors, I say. Supply line checkpoints at the ravine crossing and the wagon ford. Signal authentication codes changed. New rotation every 48 hours instead of weekly. Vosk marks each order. His face doesn't change, but his eyes do. The careful attention of someone connecting pieces I haven't placed on the table. He saw Vale's intelligence file. It crossed his desk. He hasn't asked about it, but the silence has a shape. The authentication change will slow communications, he says. Runners will need updated cipher sheets every 2 days. Then they'll carry updated cipher sheets every 2 days. He nods. The argument he could make, that I'm hardening the camp beyond what the incursion justified, stays behind his teeth. Vosk's gift is knowing which objections serve a purpose and which ones only slow the work. The false schedule, I say, anything. Nothing yet, 3 days distributed, no enemy response to the false rotation. 3 days the trap sits and waits. Either Colvin hasn't passed it along, or the enemy is patient, or the false rotation wasn't distributed through the right channel. I've narrowed the leak to 3 paths, and the silence could mean any of them. In intelligence, you test a channel by feeding it information that costs nothing if it leaks and reveals everything if it moves. I let it sit and move to the next order of business. Midday assembly, I say. I'm formalizing Vale's position. Vosk's pen stops 1 beat, then it moves again. Title: Tactical Advisor, field rank equivalent to Lieutenant. Chain of command placement under me, parallel to Bevan. Roan will object. Roan can object through proper channels. The decision is made. He writes it down. The pen moves in steady strokes. No hesitation, no editorial comment through handwriting pressure. Vosk supports the decision or he doesn't, and either way the order gets recorded with the same clean script. She earned it, he says, flat, not a compliment, an assessment, the same tone he'd use confirming a supply count. I don't answer because the answer is more complicated than the assessment, and the complication lives in a part of my chest that I'm not prepared to brief. The assembly is brief, military. 30 soldiers in formation, the morning shift, off-duty personnel, officers along the back row. Roan is present, arms folded, jaw set, the posture of a man who's already decided how he feels about what he's about to hear. Bevan stands to his left with a ledger, ready to record the formal order. Vale stands at the front, not at attention. She hasn't been military long enough to default to it, but straight. The prison coil is there, it's always there, but underneath it, her spine has straightened since last night. Something under repair, not finished, but holding. I keep the words short. Vale, former captain, convicted under military tribunal, sentence commuted to wartime service. Effective today, promoted to tactical advisor with field rank equivalent to lieutenant. She reports to me. Her authority in the command tent and on the battle map is operational. The camp absorbs it. Some faces are neutral. The soldiers who have watched her work the map table for 3 weeks, who heard her call formations during the incursion. Some are harder to read. Kesh's platoon shifts but doesn't protest. Rank, his arm still in a field sling from the broken collarbone, gives a nod that's more acknowledgement than approval. Roan doesn't move. His stillness is louder than objection. He holds it through the full announcement, through the formal recording, through the dismissal. Then he turns and walks toward his tent with the measured stride of a man saving his ammunition for a better angle. Vale receives the promotion like she receives everything, by taking it apart. Her eyes track the reactions in the assembly, reading each face, each posture, each degree of acceptance or resistance. When her gaze reaches me, it holds. The fire is there, the same fire I saw in the command tent when she called formations, the same fire that burned in the dark last night when I told her the truth. But it's changed, sharper, directed, the fire of someone who's been handed a weapon she didn't expect and is already deciding where to aim it. My chest tightens, a pressure behind the sternum, like a hand pressing flat from the inside. I dismiss the assembly. Vale stays. The space between us fills with 30 soldiers dispersing, and neither of us moves until the last of them clears the formation ground. "Lieutenant," I say, testing the word. "War Chief," her voice is steady. The corner of her mouth does something I haven't seen before. Not a smile, not close to a smile, but the muscle movement that happens before the expression arrives. She turns and walks toward the command tent. Her stride is different, longer, the pace of someone who has a destination that belongs to her. The cloak I gave her is visible under her collar, dark wool against regulation canvas. She's not hiding it anymore. The recognition lands between my ribs, precise and clean. It won't undo. I know what it means to give someone a place to stand. I've done it for people who never knew my name and never would, and there's a plain satisfaction in it that has nothing to do with thanks. This is that and more than that. I didn't hand her a title so much as solid ground under a woman who's been standing on nothing since before I met her, and she took the step onto it like she wasn't sure it would hold. It held. She's walking on it now. And I'm standing in an empty formation ground with something in my chest I don't have a clean name for, watching her trust the thing I made for her. The reports spread across the campaign chest tell a story I don't want to read. 3 patrol changes probed within 48 hours, the incursion hitting the exact breach point. Colvin's missing crates, his seal that doesn't match, his arrival timing, 3 days before the first intelligence quality probe. The pieces fit like timber into a joint when the carpenter knows what he's building. This isn't casual espionage. Someone is assembling a complete operational picture. Force disposition, patrol patterns, defensive weak points, response times, the kind of picture you assemble before a coordinated assault. The kind an enemy commander would need to plan something that isn't a raid but an offensive. I pull the supply ledgers, cross-reference Colvin's documented transfers against the camp quartermaster's receiving logs. The discrepancy holds: 12 crates dispatched from Southern Command, 10 received. 2 crates vanished between departure and arrival. Weapons, signal equipment, documents, no way to know, and Colvin signed for both ends of the transaction. I order a supply inventory audit through Vosk. Full accounting, original transfer documents required. The order is routine enough. Post-engagement inventory is standard practice. But the tight focus of it will force Colvin's hand. He'll have to produce the originals. If the seal anomaly holds under direct scrutiny, it moves from suspicion to evidence. If the originals don't match the copies on record, I have a conversation that ends with chains and an escort south. I take Vale's name off the suspect list. The intelligence file is conclusive. The men she killed were the enemy. She doesn't belong on this paper, and I should have trusted the instinct that flinched when I wrote her there. 2 names remain, Colvin and a signals clerk named Fenner, whose rotation overlaps with 2 of the 3 leak windows. I couldn't clear him with Fenwick's alibi because they're different posts, different access levels. Fenner is peripheral, Colvin is central, but I don't close doors until the work is finished. The evening finds us in the command tent with the maps cleared and a flask between us. The drink is core, orc brewed, grain-based, sharp enough to strip varnish if you spill it wrong. I pour 2 measures into tin cups that are usually reserved for water rations. The cups look wrong, holding something that isn't tactical. Too military, too functional. Objects that don't know how to be casual. Vale sits across from me. The bench is narrow, camp furniture built for efficiency, not comfort. The wood grain is rough under my palms, holding the heat of every hand that's pressed against it. She's changed since the promotion, not dramatically. The same measuring gaze, the same precise economy of movement, but the set of her shoulders is different. Higher, not defensive, occupying. "What is this?" She lifts the cup, sniffs, her nose wrinkles. The first unguarded expression I've seen from her that isn't tactical. "Core clan brew, it's better than it smells." That's a low threshold. She drinks, the wince is brief and honest, and she covers it by taking a second sip immediately, which is either bravery or stubbornness, and with her it's probably both. "It's not better than it smells," she says. "No, I admit, but it's warm." The tent is warm. The forge crews worked late. and the residual heat drifts through the canvas walls in waves that carry hot iron and scorched earth. The lamp on the table casts a circle of light that covers the map's surface and reaches just past the edges of our hands. We talk, the war stays outside. The mole, the promotion, last night, all of it stays outside. She asks about the core and I tell her. Grain harvest in the highlands, the fermentation process that takes 6 weeks and requires orc-specific enzymes that humans can't replicate. She listens with total attention, processing every detail, holding it. The same focus she brings to tactical briefings, turned on something that has nothing to do with survival. My mother brewed it, I say, and the sentence surprises me. I hadn't planned to offer it. The words arrived like all my decisions do, through the body first. Past tense, she asks, careful. She caught the tense shift immediately, precisely, with the awareness that some information has edges. Past tense. She nods, doesn't push, doesn't offer sympathy or platitudes or the reflexive I'm sorry that humans give each other like a handshake for grief. She takes the information and moves on. The moving on is the kindest thing anyone has done with that fact in years. Under the table, my knee touches hers. The contact is small, the angle of the bench, the warmth of the tent, bodies shifting when conversation softens. All of it conspires to put us together at a single point of contact through 2 layers of fabric. Her knee is narrow against mine, warm. The scale difference is there even in this. The ridge of her kneecap against the flat of my leg, bones built for different purposes pressed together in a space designed for neither of them. She doesn't move. I don't move. I'm aware of it like a held breath, all my attention narrowed to one small place while the rest of me pretends nothing's happening. She could shift. The bench is narrow, and a shift would be nothing, an adjustment, the kind of thing a body does 100 times a night without meaning it. She doesn't. And I understand, sitting there with a tin cup of my mother's brew going warm in my hand, that a woman who catalogs every exit before she enters a room is choosing not to move, and choosing is the whole of it. She's decided the point of contact is allowed. I let it be allowed too, and I don't examine that any harder than the wall lets me look at the woman I've stopped being able to not look at. The conversation continues. She says something about the highland grain, a question about growing season or altitude. I'm not certain because her voice has become something I'm feeling more than hearing. A low warmth that sits in my chest and spreads outward, loosening things I didn't know were tight, the same slow heat as core but reaching further. Her nice days. The noticing isn't the job. It stopped being the job weeks ago. The man underneath the rank is sitting in a warm tent drinking his mother's recipe with a woman whose knee is pressed against his, and the warmth of that single point of contact is doing more damage than anything the Blightlands have thrown at these walls. The horn sounds. Not the perimeter alarm, the gate horn, supply caravan. I'd logged the expected arrival 2 days ago and lost it in the press of everything else. We stand, the warmth under the table ends all at once, the cold filling spaces you didn't know were warm until they weren't. The main gate is open when we reach it. Torchlight catches the lead wagon. Heavy timber frame, canvas stretched over supply crates, the brass fittings of a Southern Command escort detail gleaming dull orange. Behind it, 2 more wagons. Soldiers climbing down from the escort positions, stretching road-stiff limbs, scanning the camp with the cautious assessment of men entering an active war zone for the first time. Underneath the road, dust and leather and axle grease, something sharper. A sour note I catch beneath the wind, adrenaline sweat on men who aren't tired enough to explain it. The scent sits wrong in my nose and I hold on to it like you hold a sound you can't place yet. Reinforcements, supplies, the routine machinery of a sustained deployment. Vale stands beside me, her posture shifted the moment the horn sounded, the softness of the tent gone, replaced by the cold attention I've watched for 3 weeks. She's scanning the arrivals like she scans terrain, systematic, thorough, every face assessed. Then she stops. Her body changes, not a flinch, something deeper, her shoulders square, her chin drops 1/2 inch, her hands, which were loose at her sides, close into fists so tight the tendons stand out from where I stand. Her eyes are locked on a figure climbing down from the second wagon. A man, human, medium build, civilian clothes under a travel cloak. He's brushing road dust from his sleeves with the fussy precision of someone who cares about appearances more than efficiency. A bureaucrat, the kind of man who signs paperwork about the people who fight wars. I don't know him, but I know the look on her face. I've seen it on soldiers who just identified an enemy wearing a friendly uniform. Not fear, not surprise, something colder and more precise. The expression of someone who just found a crack in a wall they thought was solid. Vale, I say. She doesn't answer. Her eyes track the man as he steps away from the wagon, exchanges words with an escort officer, adjusts his satchel. He hasn't seen her yet. When he does, everything changes. The shift is already building in the air between the gate and the wagons, a pressure change before a storm, and my body reads it before my mind names it. Not tonight, she says. The word is flat, empty of everything it held 20 minutes ago. She walks toward the tents. I let her go because the alternative is holding her here and demanding answers, and I've learned enough about this woman to know that demands close the doors I need open. The bureaucrat straightens his cloak and follows the escort toward the supply compound. I stand at the gate with the taste of Core still on my tongue and the ghost of her knee still warm against mine, and a certainty bone-deep past proof that whatever just walked through my gate is going to cost us both.
The supply compound smells like lamp oil and fresh ink, and Corwin Rell is sitting at the third desk from the entrance. I know him before I see his face. The posture, shoulders slightly hunched, chin tilted down, the alignment of someone who spends more time with ledgers than with people. There's a way a body sits when it has learned that paper doesn't argue back, a curl inward toward the desk like the desk is the only safe direction, and his body sits that way. He's wearing the same civilian cut he wore at my tribunal, minus the formal collar. Ink stains on his right index and middle fingers, the dark of them ground into the creases of the knuckle where soap won't reach. A quill holder at his elbow, manifests spread in front of him in neat rows, the edges aligned with a precision that says paper is the only thing he controls. He squares a sheet that was already square, then squares it again. A man tending the one small corner of the world he's allowed to keep in order. Corwin Rell, Southern Command Administrative Liaison, Supply Logistics Oversight. I read the title on the assignment ledger hanging from a nail by the tent flap. 3 lines above his name, a quartermaster's signature I don't recognize. 2 lines below, a date stamp. 4 days ago. He was assigned here before the caravan left. He was sent, not attached as an afterthought, sent. The rage is a coal in my sternum. I've been carrying it since the revelation. Since Drock sat on cold ground and told me that the men I killed were the enemy and the system that punished me knew it. The rage hasn't surfaced because I haven't let it. I didn't let it surface in prison, either. You learn to carry fire in your chest without letting it reach your face. The guards watch faces. They read a jaw like I read a room, hunting for the flicker that tells them who's about to break, and the ones who let the fire climb into their eyes are the ones who got dragged out at the next inspection. So the fire stays low. Banked. It sits behind the breastbone and warms the ribs from the inside and shows nothing to the man across the tent who documented the day my life was taken apart. I clock his desk, 3rd from the entrance, 4 feet from the tent wall, 12 feet from where I'm standing. 6 personnel in the supply tent, 2 exits, one of them partially blocked by a crate stack. He hasn't seen me. I remember him at the tribunal. Not a judge, not a prosecutor. Gallery seating, 3rd row, left side. He held a recording tablet and a stylus and he wrote down what happened to me without looking up. The clerk who documents a woman's destruction between lunch and the afternoon post. He didn't speak, didn't vote, didn't matter. But he was there, and his ink recorded the verdict that put me in stone for 2 years. And now he's sitting in a supply tent at a Blightlands war camp, reviewing manifests with the same careful handwriting that sentenced me. Supply logistics oversight doesn't require a court clerk. A man who records tribunals and files verdicts has no business reviewing cargo manifests at a forward operating base in the Blightlands. It doesn't add up, and I want to know why. I walk past the tent without stopping. My stride is steady. The measured pace of an officer doing rounds, not the hesitation of someone who just spotted a piece that doesn't belong on the board. I log his position, his desk, his personnel contacts. I'll watch before I act. Prison taught me that. Watch, read, wait. The ones who moved too fast ended up in isolation or worse. The ones who watched first survived. I spend the afternoon reading Corwin Rell. He eats at the mess hall at the 2nd seating. Alone, a corner seat facing the door. The same seat selection I'd make. Exit awareness, either trained or frightened into him, and on him it reads as habit, not instinct. He's been doing this long enough for it to be automatic. He doesn't scan the room, which is the tell. A frightened man scans, eyes flicking to every entrance, checking and rechecking. Corwin just sits where the scanning would have put him and lets his shoulders settle, the door already covered, nothing left to watch for. That's not fear. That's a man who solved the fear a long time ago and kept the solution. It tells me more about who trained him than a face ever would. He talks to Colvin at the supply depot. 14 minutes. I time it from the equipment yard where I'm reviewing the Eastern Breach repair schedule. My new authority gives me reasons to be anywhere in camp, and I use every one. 14 minutes is long for logistics oversight. A manifest review takes 3, maybe 5. 14 means conversation. 14 means relationship. He talks to an escort officer. Brief, functional, the cadence of someone confirming arrival details. He reviews cargo manifests at his desk for 2 hours. He visits the latrine, the water station, and his tent in the eastern section, 30 yards from the signals post. 30 yards from communications equipment. The proximity is wrong. A supply logistics liaison works at the supply depot, reviews manifests at the supply desk, sleeps near the supply compound. Everything in the job description has the word supply in it. His tent should be in the western section, near the quartermaster's stores, where the other administrative personnel bunk. Instead, he's tucked into the eastern row, the signals row, where the clerks who handle encoded dispatches and relay schedules sleep within stumbling distance of their posts. Nobody assigned him there by accident. Camp housing follows function. I've mapped the logic tent by tent since my first week. Vosk runs billets like Drock runs construction, efficient, deliberate, every placement serving a purpose. Someone requested that placement. Either Corwin asked for it or someone asked for him. I note the number. It sits alongside 42 yards and 8 paces by 6, and every other distance I've measured since the world started making sense through intervals. The War Council runs at dusk. Standard briefing. Breach repair at 80%, Eastern patrol adjustments, supply status from the new caravan. I sit at the map table in my new seat, left of Drock, where Bevan used to sit alone. The wood is worn darker here, the stain of elbows and forearms pressing the same surface through weeks of briefings. Bevan's residue. My elbows fit inside the marks his left, the scale difference visible in the grain, my forearm a pale line inside the darker ghost of his. The chair is too tall for me, camp furniture built for orc frames, and my boots barely reach the floor, which I compensate for by sitting forward and resting my weight on my forearms. The position makes me look engaged. I am engaged. Mostly. Being this close to Drock means the heat of him reaches me before he speaks, a bank of warmth off his shoulder like standing near a wall that held the sun all day, and I have learned to sit inside it without letting it register on my face. One more thing kept low behind the breastbone. Eastern patrol route, I say when the rotation comes up. The current path exposes the relay runners along the same line Halleck used, angle 15 degrees south. There's a depression that provides cover. I mapped it after the incursion. Bevan writes it down. Vosk nods. The recommendation moves through the chain without friction, which is still a sensation I haven't calibrated for. Authority that functions instead of authority that punishes. Roan watches me from across the table. His silence has edges now, not the blunt opposition of the first weeks. Sharper, more targeted. He's measuring me the same way I measure him, and the recognition is mutual and unwelcome. I know what it looks like when someone is building a case. I watched it happen at my tribunal. The supply report comes up and I lose the thread. Colvain's name in the quartermaster's update, a routine inventory reference, and my brain splits. Half on the briefing, half on Corwin Rell sitting 30 yards from the signals post eating alone at a corner table. The Colvain-Corwin conversation. 14 minutes. 14. Lieutenant. Drock's voice, I've missed something. His gaze is steady. Patient. The same patience he showed on cold ground beyond the perimeter. The timber allocation, I say, recovering. For the secondary palisade. Double the stakes on the northeast approach. The terrain channels there, and a staggered formation will force any wedge assault into a bottleneck. The answer is correct. I know it's correct because the tactical part of my brain runs continuously, even when the rest is tracking Corwin Rell's logistics. But the split is showing, and Drock sees it. He files it without comment for later use. After the briefing, we stay. The tent empties. Officers filing out, Bevan collecting his ledger, Vosk exchanging a word with Drock about the morning rotation before following the others. The canvas settles. The lamp throws long shadows across the map table, and the silence settles into the gaps between us. The map, the lamp, the 12 inches of table I've measured without meaning to. We work. The Eastern Sector defensive assessment, rebuilding what the incursion destroyed, fortifying what survived. My charcoal moves across the map's surface, and his hands move the brass weights that mark unit positions, and the rhythm is familiar now. 3 weeks of this. The routine of 2 people working the same problem from the same ground, arriving at the same answers by different roads. He shifts a weight from the northeast corner to the eastern breach line. His forearm crosses the lamplight, and the muscles move under his skin, sliding and settling as the hand chooses its grip. The tendons at his wrist stand up like drawn cord and go slack again. His hands are scarred across the knuckles, old white lines crossed over older ones, the record of 20 years of gripping weapons and building walls and doing the work that keeps other people alive. There's charcoal ground into the whorls of his fingertips, the same as mine, and the matched stain is a small thing that I notice and can't stop noticing. I'm staring. I look away, too fast. The speed of the correction is its own confession. My eyes find the map, the charcoal line I was drawing, the measurement I was working out. But the thought has a gap in it now where his forearm used to be, and the gap is warm. He notices, not the looking away. His attention shifts like air pressure shifts, a small adjustment in where his gaze lands. He registers it. I know he does because I would. Neither of us mentions it. There's something, I start. The sentence is aimed at Corwin. At the tribunal clerk sitting 30 yards from the signal's post. At the 14-minute conversation with Colvin and the corner seat facing the door and everything I've been watching all day instead of watching what I should be. I stop. The word hangs in the air between us, weighted. The weight of telling him, of sharing the load, of admitting that I found something dangerous and I don't have enough data to present it cleanly. I want to tell him. The wanting is physical, a pressure behind my sternum, the same place where the rage sits, but warmer. My jaw loosens. The words line up behind my teeth. He would listen. He would act. He would take this from me and carry it like he carries everything, through the body, through the building, through the steady placement of stone on stone. But telling him means losing control of the investigation, and I'm not ready. Not yet. Not until I know what Corwin Rell is doing at a war camp. The eastern approach needs a secondary trench line, I say instead. 3 feet deep, angled to channel infantry toward the stake field. The redirect is clean, technically clean. The tactical content is sound, the delivery holds, but the sentence that preceded it was not. He heard the gap, the pause, the shift in my voice between something and silence. Morning, I say when I leave. The word is warm again. Warm like the cloak is warm, like his hand was warm on cold ground. His nod, that spare dip of the head, one more I've come to know, and I walk toward my tent with Corwin Rell's position burning in the back of my skull. I wait until the second watch change. The camp settles into the rhythms of night. Sentries rotating, the forge cooling, the last of the construction crews filing toward their tents with sawdust on their boots and splinters under their nails. The sounds layer and thin. By the second watch, the only movement is military. Patrols on the wall, runners between posts, the occasional cough from a tent row. I slip out. The canvas barely moves. Prison-trained, the same way I learned to pass through spaces without disturbing them. My boots are soft-soled, the pair I chose from the supply requisition because they make less noise than regulation issue. I mapped this route 3 hours ago, tent to the equipment yard, shadow line along the eastern storage, clear sightline to Corwin's tent. His tent is dark. I wait, breathing slow. Before I reach a full minute, the flap moves. He emerges. No lamp, no pack. Just his civilian cloak and the careful posture of someone who knows he's doing something that wouldn't survive scrutiny. The cloak is dark, not the orc-woven canvas of camp issue, but something he brought from the south. Finer weave. Fabric that doesn't make noise when you move, which is either vanity or tradecraft, and I'm no longer assuming vanity. He moves east, past the supply depot, closed, dark, the canvas lashed shut. Past the signals post where the night clerk sits with a lamp and a cipher sheet, toward the equipment yard. I follow at 40 feet. The distance is deliberate, close enough to track his path, far enough that a backward glance won't catch me unless he's looking for a tail. He isn't. His movement is confident but not cautious. The walk of someone who's done this before and hasn't been caught. The equipment yard. Timber frames stacked with signal flags, spare drums, the heavy wooden housings of the long-range communications equipment that connects Thornwall to Southern Command. The moonlight is thin here. Cloud cover and the shadow of the storage frames breaking it into fragments. A figure is already waiting. My breathing slows, the same automatic response I used in prison when the guards ran surprise inspections. Everything quiets, the body locks in place, the eyes do the work. I read the distance, 12 feet between them. Hooded, medium build, face hidden by the shadow of a signal frame and the angle of the moonlight. They stand close, closer than strangers, the distance of people who have an arrangement. Words pass between them. Low, fast, the cadence of an exchange that follows a script. I can't hear the content from 40 feet, but I can mark the duration. 90 seconds. Corwin nods, turns, walks back toward his tent with the same unhurried confidence. The hooded figure watches him go, then turns the opposite direction, deeper into the equipment yard, toward the section where the communications housings are stored. The signal equipment, the messages that go out. The hooded shape disappears between the housings. I'm crouched behind a timber stack with my knees in cold mud and my heart beating against my ribs and my mind running. The mud has soaked through to the skin and I don't shift, because shifting makes sound and sound is the thing that gets a watcher watched. 90 seconds of exchange, 40 feet of distance, one hooded figure disappearing into the part of camp where information leaves. The pieces connect like they always connect, one leading to the next, building toward an answer I can't see yet. This is the part of the work that has always felt most like breathing. Not the acting, the reading. Sitting still in the dark while the world arranges itself into a picture only I can see, and knowing, before anyone else knows, exactly where the rot lives. Someone in communications is meeting the bureaucrat from my trial. At night, in secret, 90 seconds of words I couldn't hear, and then a walk toward the equipment that talks to Southern Command. The rage is still there, the coal in my sternum, but it's useful now. Heat I can direct, fire I can aim. I didn't survive prison by being angry, I survived by being precise. I pace my way back to my tent, 40 feet to the timber stack, 60 to the supply depot, 90 to my cot. The distances hold. They always hold. And underneath them, the shape of something I'm going to find and cut out like rot from a command post, like I did at Gravelhorn. This time, I'll make sure the cutting doesn't cost the surgeon her hands.
The eastern palisade smells like fresh-cut timber and linseed oil, and the morning crew has the stakes at roughly 12 feet. I walk the line, the checkerboard pattern holds along the breach section, veils designed from 2 weeks ago, each stake offset to create overlapping fields of obstruction. Good work, the angles force any attacker to turn sideways between the points, which slows momentum and exposes the flank. My hands test the joins as I pass. Solid, the timber crew knows their craft. The ground vibrates under my boots, hammer crews on the northern section, driving supports for the secondary platform. The rhythm is steady, 3 beats and a pause, the cadence of orcs who have been building together long enough to share timing without thinking about it. Damp earth rises through the morning air with the mineral bite of the blightlands underneath it, sulfur threading through the timber smell like a warning someone forgot to remove. Someone is following me. Not a threat, the stride is light, shorter than regulation boots, a rhythm my body has been tracking for 3 weeks without admitting the reason. Veil. She's been wound tight since the caravan arrived, the coiled stillness in her shoulders pulling tighter every hour, and I've been giving her room. She'll come to me when she's ready. She always does. The supply audit results should land today. Colvin will have to produce originals. I turn that over while I walk, running my hand along the grain of it like I test timber. The false schedule trap still hasn't triggered. 3 days of silence. That means one of 3 things. Colvin isn't the channel, the enemy is patient enough to sit on intelligence without acting, or the false schedule was distributed through a path the mole doesn't control. None of the options close a door. All of them leave the work unfinished. I reach the eastern observation post and stop. The blightlands stretch beyond the wall. Flat black basalt, sulfur haze turning the horizon yellow-gray, the emptiness that never stops feeling like it's watching back. Morning quiet, normal quiet, nothing is moving. I turn to check the timber joint where the palisade meets the observation platform. The join needs reinforcement. The stress shows in the wood where the weight sits unevenly, a fault that holds until it doesn't, and I'm reaching for the joint when the sound registers. Crossbow release, the snap of a heavy draw, the tight vibration of a bolt leaving the rail at lethal velocity. Close, inside the camp, behind me. From the equipment storage area. Weight hits me at rib height, a body driving into my side, not enough to knock me down, but enough to shift my mass. 2 feet left, my body moves before my brain catches up to why, and the bolt that would have punched through my chest tears across my upper arm instead. Fire, a line of it scored along my bicep, the pain arriving with the sound of the bolt embedding in the palisade timber behind me, the thud of iron point burying into wood. I'm on the ground, she's on top of me, half on my chest, her weight nothing against mine, her face close enough that the lamp oil from last night's map work is sharp in my nose. Her eyes aren't on me. They're scanning the equipment storage, already reading the shooter's position, the angle, the escape routes. I roll, cover her with my body. The movement is pure instinct, the body doing what the body does before the mind gets a vote. My arm screams. The arm isn't the priority. The priority is the second bolt. It doesn't come. Running footsteps, shouts from the wall sentries. The alarm horn, 2 short blasts, the pattern for internal threat. Movement at the camp's eastern edge. A figure, medium build, dark cloak, disappearing through a gap in the palisade I didn't know existed, where the timber hasn't closed yet. Current intelligence. Whoever fired that bolt knows this camp's weak points as well as I know its strengths. Too fast, too far. By the time my soldiers reach the gap, the Blightlands will have swallowed the runner whole. The poison hits at 30 seconds, not the pain. The pain is still burning. This is different, spreading numbness from the wound site, cold traveling down my arm like water filling a channel. My fingers tingle, then my fingers stop feeling. The sensation crawls toward my shoulder with the patience of something designed to kill, not wound. Don't move, Vale, under me. Her voice is command flat, the register she uses when her mind is running faster than her mouth can keep up. The bolt was poisoned, moving pushes it through faster. I know what poison does. Then stop trying to stand up. I stopped trying to stand up, not because she told me to, because my arm has stopped answering. She pulls herself out from under me with efficient movements, no wasted motion, and her hands are scraped raw from the gravel. She's on her feet before I've decided whether to be angry or grateful, and the answer is both, and neither one is winning. The gap, she says, 12 feet of unfinished palisade, between the storage frames and the eastern latrine block. I know where the gap is. Then you know the shooter's been watching your work schedule. She looks down at me, blood on her wrist, my blood from the tackle. Can you walk? I stand, the camp tilts and steadies. My right arm hangs numb from the shoulder down. I can walk. The command tent smells like poultice and lamp oil when we get there, and Vosk has the medic waiting. Field trained, efficient, an orc who treats wounds like I build walls. No conversation, just materials and method. The graze gets cleaned. The antitoxin poultice goes on, cold and thick and smelling like moss and something bitter underneath. The medic's assessment comes in the same flat register as his treatment. Common nightshade extract, not exotic, available in any apothecary south of the Blightlands. Lethal. On a full puncture with this dosage in a human, yes, the graze delivered maybe a third. You'll have numbness for half a day, reduced grip strength for 2 days. I'll survive reduced grip strength. War Chief, the medic ties off the binding. Someone wanted you dead, that dose wasn't meant to wound. I know the bolt sits on the table, standard issue. Southern Command manufacture, identical to what sits in every supply crate in the camp armory. Someone didn't bother bringing their own ammunition. They used mine. Vosk. Already moving, he says from the tent entrance. Perimeter sealed, no one in or out, personnel accounting underway. The gap in the eastern palisade is being closed now. The shooter knew the gap existed. That's current intelligence. Someone in this camp gave them the layout. Or someone in this camp is them. Run the duty logs, everyone who was unaccounted for between dawn and the alarm horn. I want names on my table by midday. Done, he pauses. Bevan is organizing the interior sweep. Roan's handling the perimeter. Good, send Roan to me when the perimeter is locked. Vale stands against the tent pole, arms folded, scrapes on her palms, raw skin where gravel bit through. She's doing the thing she does when the numbers are running faster than she can speak them. Still, coiled, but different from the defensive stillness of her first weeks in camp. This is focused, this has direction. Roan arrives at the tent entrance. His face is hard, jaw working, the controlled fury of a man who wasn't informed until after the fact. What happened, he says. Someone inside this camp tried to kill me with a poisoned crossbow bolt fired from the equipment storage area. They escaped through the eastern gap in the palisade. Interior patrols doubled. Every soldier accounted for with duty logs verified. No one moves alone until I say otherwise. Roan's objections form behind his teeth, lining up like soldiers. Then his eyes drop to the bolt on the table, the dark residue along the tip where the nightshade dried, and the objections die. You think this is connected to the intelligence likes, he says. I think someone in this camp has been feeding the enemy information for weeks, and today they decided information wasn't enough. The human, his gaze cuts to Vale, the new arrival, the one your lieutenant recognized at the gate. My lieutenant tackled me out of the path of a crossbow bolt this morning, Roan. Whatever questions you're building, build them on better ground. His jaw locks, holds, then he turns and goes. They file out, Vosk first, then the medic with his supplies. The lamp burns steady on the table, and the silence that follows isn't peaceful. It's the silence of a camp holding its breath. Vale hasn't moved. The antitoxin is working. Feeling returns to my fingers in slow waves, each one carrying a dull ache behind it like the numbness isn't ready to leave. I flex my hand. The grip is weak, weakness that lives in the nerve, not the muscle. There's something I should have told you 2 days ago. The words are the same shape as the sentence she started and killed in the map tent after the evening briefing, the one that became a trench recommendation instead. She's been carrying this since then. The stress sweat on her skin is sharp enough for me to read from 4 feet away. Tell me. She tells me Corwin Rell, Southern Command Administrative Liaison. She gives me the name first because that's how she processes. Name, title, function, then the layers underneath. He was at my tribunal, gallery seating, 3rd row left side. He recorded the verdict, clerk's tablet and stylus. Her voice is flat, the precision of a tactical briefing delivered through clenched teeth. He wrote down what happened to me without looking up. And now he's here. His assignment is supply logistics oversight. The job doesn't require a court clerk. His tent is in the eastern section, 30 yards from the signals post, not the western section where supply personnel bunk. She pauses. The pause has weight. Someone placed him near communications, not supply. I listen, my hand rests on the table, palm flat, fingers still tingling from the antitoxin. She delivers each piece like she's placing map weights, deliberate, measured. The control costs her. The spaces between her sentences are tight with the effort of holding steady. His first day in camp, he talked to Colvin at the supply depot. 14 minutes. 14 minutes is long for a manifest review. 14 minutes is a relationship. She meets my eyes. I timed it from the equipment yard. What else? Night meeting, second watch change. Corwin left his tent without a lamp, without a pack, went to the equipment yard near the communications housings, met a hooded figure. 90 seconds of exchange. Low, fast, the cadence of something rehearsed. I was at 40 feet, couldn't hear the words. She takes a breath. After the exchange, Corwin walked back to his tent. The hooded figure went deeper into the equipment yard, toward the signal equipment, toward the messages that go out. The pieces connect, not all at once. Like weight transferring through timber, one joint to the next, the stress distributing until the whole frame bears it together. Corwin links to Colvin. Colvin links to the supply discrepancy. The hooded figure links to signals. And this morning, someone tried to put a bolt through my chest. You've been watching him for 2 days, I say. Yes, alone. I didn't have enough to bring you. Her jaw tightens. The tendons in her neck shift under the collar of the cloak I gave her. I should have brought you what I had. If I had, maybe you would have been looking at the equipment storage instead of a timber joint. Don't do that. Do what? Make the bolt your fault. You're the reason it hit my arm instead of my chest. She doesn't answer. The sentence lands between us and I watch it move through her and settle somewhere she doesn't want it to go. The supply audit I ordered is targeting Colvin, I say. Original documents required. He's my primary suspect for the mole. A signals clerk named Fenner is peripheral. His rotation overlaps with 2 of the 3 leak windows. I've been running a false schedule trap through the patrol rotation for 3 days. No response. She takes each piece like I took hers, turning it over, fitting the shape of my investigation against the shape of hers. The hooded figure went toward signals equipment, she says. Fenner is signals. Yes. And now someone tried to kill you. Her eyes are steady on mine. The mole isn't just gathering intelligence. They're running an operation, coordinated. The authority to order an assassination means someone higher than a supply clerk is pulling the strings. The timetable's changed, I say. Whatever the enemy is planning, it's close enough that removing me is worth burning the asset. Worth burning multiple assets, the shooter, whoever supplied the bolt, whoever provided the camp intelligence. She counts them on her fingers, 3 taps against her folded arm, 3 minimum, probably more. Probably more. The tent is quiet, outside the sounds of lockdown, patrol boots on packed earth, orders passed low between posts. My arm throbs under the binding and the numbness is retreating in the same slow waves it arrived, each one delivering a fresh line of pain. I stand, walk to her. She's still against the tent pole, arms folded, the scrapes on her palms visible where her fingers curl around her own elbows. A smear of blood on her wrist, my blood, the darkening red of it against her skin. My hands come up before the thought forms, both of them. I cup her face. Checking for injuries, that's what I tell myself while my palms bracket her jaw, and the lie is immediate and insufficient, and I tell it anyway. Her face is small between my hands, the scale of it again. My fingers span from her jaw to her temples. Her cheekbones sit warm under my thumbs, precise and solid. She stops breathing. Her whole body suspends, not the prison coil, not defense, the stillness of someone caught between heartbeats. Her eyes are on mine, and from this close her pupils are wide and dark, and her pulse kicks against my palm through the soft place below her ear. Fast, steady, a rhythm I can read like vibration through stone. My thumbs rest against her cheekbones. The warmth of her skin transfers through my hands, and I hold it 1 second, 2, 3, each one past the point where I should let go. Her breath comes back in a single controlled inhale that I feel against my wrists. I let go, step back. The air between my hands and her face cools instantly, and my palms hold the shape of her like a cast holds the shape of the mold. She breathes. We investigate Corwin together, I say, quietly, outside the regular intelligence chain. Whatever he is, whoever the hooded figure was, we find it before they find us again. That means late nights in your quarters, she says. People will talk. People already talk. She looks at me, the scrapes on her palms, the blood on her wrist, the face I just held between my hands because I told myself I was checking for injuries, and we both know I wasn't. Dawn, she says, warm, steady. The word carries weight it didn't hold yesterday, before a crossbow bolt and a tackle and the ground between us closing to nothing. I nod. She walks out and I stand in the command tent with my arm throbbing and her jaw printed on my palms and the knowledge settling into the space behind my ribs where it will stay. In orc terms, what she did today creates an obligation that transcends rank and command and any debt she might owe. She put her body between mine and a killing bolt. She doesn't know what that means yet. She will. The woman whose battle plans killed 40 of my people just saved my life, and the truth of that should be simple. It isn't. The part of me that builds things is already making room, clearing ground, laying the first stones of something I haven't drawn plans for yet.
Drock's quarters are 12 by 14, and they smell like iron and wood smoke and the mineral earthiness that lives in his skin. I read the space before I'm through the tent flap. The habit is automatic, the same mapping I ran on my cell every morning for 2 years, except this room has objects in it that aren't mine and each one tells me something I didn't ask to know. Campaign chest against the eastern wall, brass-cornered, locked. Map table built low enough for a man who works kneeling because standard furniture isn't made for 7 feet and 340 pounds. Sleeping pallet on the ground, wide enough for 2 of me, piled with a blanket that's been folded and refolded enough times to hold the shape of his body in the creases. I don't look at the pallet, not relevant, I look at the map table. Lieutenant business with the war chief got me past 2 patrols and 1 raised eyebrow from Bevan's night runner. True enough. The camp is locked down, patrols doubled, no one moves alone. Drock's orders. Coming to his quarters after dark, alone, to plan an unsanctioned investigation of a Southern Command liaison is not what the orders had in mind. He's standing by the map table when I enter. His arm is in the binding, the fabric visible where his sleeve pulls back, and I read the compensation in every movement. Left hand doing the work of 2. The right arm held close to his body, the subtle repositioning when the damaged muscles pull against the antitoxin. There's a small drop of the shoulder every time the pull catches him, gone before it fully arrives, a flinch he stops at the source. He hasn't mentioned the pain since the command tent. He won't. A man who builds grave sites for other people's dead learned early that his own aches don't get spoken. You carry them into the ground with the shovel, and you don't set them down where anyone can see. Corwin's tent, I say. Eastern section, 3rd row from the signal's post. 8 by 10, standard camp issue. Leather strap closure, no lock. His satchel is on the desk, left side. Manifests in rows, ledger on a nail by the tent flap. You mapped it from outside. I mapped it from the equipment yard 3 days ago. He nods. I've come to know his nods, and I hold onto this one without deciding to. His schedule, I say. Second seating at mess, alone, corner seat. Returns to his tent between third and fourth watch change. 40 minutes, maybe 45. 40 minutes is tight. I need 10. I've been inside locked rooms with less time and worse odds. Prison taught me to enter and exit a space without disturbing the air in it. Corwin's tent, unlocked with a known layout, is a job I've already worked out in my head. I'll pull the eastern patrols, he says. The gap inspection. Vosk and I will sweep east to north. It gives you a 3-minute window when the nearest sentry is 200 yards out. Start the sweep at the third watch bell. I'll move when I see your torch pass the signal's post. The patrol overlap, he says. Between the signal's sentry and the eastern row guard, how long? 3 minutes, 2 minutes 40 if the eastern guard walks fast. I trace the route on an invisible map with my finger, the lines drawn from 3 days of observation. But the lockdown doubled patrols. There's a secondary rotation I haven't timed yet. I'll account for it. You'll account for it. I'll account for it. His mouth does something that isn't quite a question and isn't quite approval. The expression of a commander who has learned to trust tactical confidence because the alternative is micromanaging someone who doesn't need managing. He looks at me. The lamplight catches the planes of his face, the heavy brow, the jaw that could break stone, the notched tusk on the left side that I've studied more times than I can name without running out of new angles. His eyes are dark. Darker in this light, in this small space where his body takes up more room than it should, and the air holds his scent like a tent holds smoke, soaked into every surface. Vale. War Chief. If you're caught in his tent, I can't protect you. Not from this. An officer breaking into a Southern Command liaison's quarters during a lockdown investigation is a court-martial offense. You're second. I won't be caught. The sentence is flat. True, I've weighed it and it comes out clean. I've burgled cells with guards 10 feet away. An unlocked tent with a 40-minute window and a 200-yard sentry gap is a gift. You weren't caught last time either, he says. The 3 men you killed. The words land and I let them. He's not being cruel. He's being precise like I am when the honest read includes a thing no one wants to say out loud. The last time I operated on my own judgment without authorization, I was right and it cost me 2 years. Those men were armed, I say. Corwin has a quill holder and an ink stain on his right index finger. I'll manage. The corner of his mouth moves, not a smile, the precursor. I've seen this look enough times to know it, and it still lands like something that won't quite settle. Third watch bell, he says. The third watch bell rings, and I'm already moving. The route is the one I mapped in his quarters, adjusted for the lockdown patrol pattern. Shadow line along the eastern storage, the same path I used following Corwin 3 nights ago. My boots are soft-soled. My breathing is prison slow, the automatic regulation that kept me alive when the guards ran surprise inspections, and the difference between being found awake and being found asleep was the difference between a warning and 3 days in isolation. Drock's torch passes the signal's post. The patrol shifts north. I wait it out. The sentry at the eastern row turns the corner toward the latrine block and the gap opens. 3 minutes, more than enough. Corwin's tent, dark, leather strap lifts without sound. I'm inside before the canvas settles. 8 by 10, bigger than my cell was, and the thought arrives unbidden. The air in here is close and still, and it smells like him, ink and cold lamp and the faint sourness of a man who sleeps badly, and knowing that smell puts me closer to him than I want to be. His desk is where I mapped it. Satchel on the left. Manifests in rows, edges aligned as neat as I saw them through the tent flap. Ink bottle capped, quill in its holder. The assignment ledger on its nail. Everything squared, everything ordered, the same tending I watched him do to sheets that were already straight. A tidy man is the hardest kind to burgle. He'll know the shape of his own space the moment it changes, so I move nothing I don't have to, and I hold in my mind the exact angle of every object before my fingers touch it. Moonlight through the canvas gives me enough to work by. I know this light. 2 years of reading patrol schedules scratched into stone walls by whatever moonlight reached my cell. My eyes are better in the dark than they used to be, another gift from prison that I didn't ask for. The satchel's outer pocket holds manifest copies, standard. The inner pocket holds something else. 3 folded sheets, different paper stock, heavier, the kind used for formal correspondence. The handwriting isn't Corwin's. I know his hand from the manifests, the careful, even strokes of a clerk trained for legibility. This writing is different. Sharper. Angled left. The words are wrong. Recognizable letters, sensible syntax, but the meaning doesn't resolve. A substitution code. Systematic, not improvised. The same pattern repeating across all 3 pages, consistent enough that someone with time and multiple samples could break it. I don't have time. I have charcoal and scrap paper, and the 70 seconds it takes to copy 2 of the 3 pages. Working by moonlight, my hand moving at the speed prison taught me when copying guard rotation schedules was the difference between knowing when to move and staying trapped. Bootsteps, distant but approaching from the northeast, the secondary patrol I hadn't fully timed. The lockdown rotation runs tighter than peacetime, and the overlap I planned around has closed by a minute and a half. Still enough. I fold the originals back into the inner pocket, matching the creases, matching the angle. Satchel replaced at the same spot on the desk. If Corwin reads his own space, and his desk says he does, nothing can look moved. Canvas down, leather strap. The tent looks untouched. I give it 3 seconds of assessment because that's what I'd give a cell during inspection. Everything in place. No disturbance. The only evidence I was inside is folded against my ribs under my shirt. Out, shadow line, breathing slow. The bootsteps pass 40 feet to my north, the secondary sentry on a route I now file away. 2 patrols, a minute and a half of overlap, 300 feet apart. I lock it down with the rest of what I know. His quarters smell like lamp oil when I return, and he's sitting on the edge of the map table with his arm resting against his side and the look of a man who's been counting seconds. 7 minutes, I say. I made it 9. You started counting before I left. He doesn't argue. I pull the copied pages from under my shirt and spread them on the map table, 2 sheets of coded correspondence. The handwriting is angled, left-leaning, consistent, not Corwin's. Someone else wrote these and Corwin is carrying them. Substitution code, I say. Systematic, the same key across both pages, with enough text and time I can break it. How much time? A day, maybe 2. I need to map the letter frequencies against standard usage and find the breaks. The more text I have, the faster the pattern resolves. The 3rd page you didn't copy. I had 70 seconds, 2 pages was the margin. We go back. Not tonight. If Corwin checks his satchel tomorrow and the pages are in a different order, or the creases don't match, or anything is a fraction off, he'll know someone was inside. We wait. I'll go back when I have a reason to be in the eastern section during the day. My authority gives me access to the equipment yard for breach repair assessment. He considers this a builder's patience. The foundation has to set before you add weight. The handwriting, he says, not his. No, sharper strokes, left-leaning, someone with different training. Military, not clerical. The letter formations are tight, compressed. The kind of hand that develops when you write on surfaces that aren't desks. Field reports, dispatches. Southern Command. Possibly, the paper stock is formal, not camp issue. Someone with access to correspondence-grade materials. He leans forward to look at the pages. The lamplight is weak at table height, the flame guttering in a draft from the tent flap. The light is better at ground level, near the lamp beside his sleeping pallet. I sit on the pallet. The surface is firm, built for his weight, and my body barely registers against it. The blanket under me holds the faint warmth of a body that lay here not long ago, and it smells like the room smells, iron and wood smoke and that mineral note that lives in his skin, and I sit inside that warmth and hold the pages toward the lamp, and the coded lines sharpen in the warmer light. He sits beside me. The pallet dips, 340 pounds of him on a surface built to hold it, and my slight weight slides toward the low point. I come to rest against his side, my shoulder fitting into the space below his arm, my hip pressing against his thigh through 2 layers of fabric. The contact runs from my shoulder to my knee. I don't move. The touch is a warm line from my shoulder to my knee, and I stop trying to name it. He doesn't move. His arm, the wounded one, rests in its binding against his other side. His good arm is braced behind us on the pallet, the hand flat, taking his weight so his bulk doesn't push us both sideways. He's being careful with his size like he's always careful, a big man who's learned that careful is the only option. We study the coded letters pressed together, and I stop trying to read the words, because the warmth along my whole right side won't be filed away and won't be ignored. The heat where his body meets mine soaks through fabric and settles into skin, and I can't put a name to what it means because I was never taught the name for this. I know the names for danger. I know the names for every kind of threat a body can make against another body, the shift of weight before a strike, the tension in a shoulder that means a hand is about to close on a weapon. This is a body near mine, and none of the danger words fit. It's the opposite of all of them, and I have no vocabulary for the opposite, so I sit in it wordless and let the not knowing be its own strange safety. The handwriting isn't Corwin's, I say. My voice is steady. My body is not, but my voice is, and the gap between the two is the thing I've been managing since the day I walked into this camp. Someone in the South is writing to someone in camp. Corwin is the courier. Not the source. Not the source, the postman. The lamp flickers. His breathing is steady beside me. The same controlled rhythm I've been noticing since the first war council, since the first time I caught his chest rising and falling with a discipline that couldn't be accidental. His way of holding himself together. The one his mother taught him, and the tenderness of that sits alongside every other thing I know about this man, and I couldn't tell you what it comes to, only that it keeps growing. I told him about the ceiling, 7 feet, how I checked it every morning. The sentence arrives without permission, like his hand on my shoulder after the breach defense, like my hand in his past the perimeter. The body does what the body does. I told him about the pipes, the rhythm at night, the counting. He doesn't turn his head, doesn't shift. The line of contact along my side stays constant. The light, I say, moonlight through a slit window, 6 inches wide, that was the whole sky. 6 inches of it, and on clear nights the moon would cross the slit in 43 minutes. I timed it. Every clear night for 2 years, I timed it, and it was always 43 minutes, and that steadiness was the only thing outside my cell I could trust was real. I pause, he hasn't shifted. His breathing hasn't changed. The soap. My thumb finds the burn scar on my left forearm. The pressure grounds me. Prison soap. Lye-based, institutional. After 2 years, it became the smell of the only space that was mine. I still use it because I don't know how to want something different for my skin. He's still warm, present. His breathing hasn't changed, the rhythm holding steady, and the steadiness is the correct response. It's the response of a man who understands that some things are told into the dark precisely because they can't survive being answered. If he'd said I'm sorry, I would have stood up. If he'd touched me, I would have categorized it as pity, and the categorizing would have been wrong, but I would have done it anyway, because the alternative is admitting that I'm telling him these things because I trust him. And trust is a word I haven't used about a person since 3 men in my command turned out to be the enemy wearing the same uniform. The word feels dangerous in my mouth, even unspoken. Trust got people killed. Trust put me in stone. And here it is anyway, sitting warm against my ribs beside the coal of the old rage, refusing to be reasoned out of the room. Dawn, I say when I leave. The word is warm. Warmer than it was this morning, warmer than it was yesterday, the heat in it rising in a way I can feel but can't stop. His nod, I keep this one too. I walk to my tent with coded letters against my ribs and the imprint of his warmth along my right side, and the knowledge that I told him things about my cell I haven't told anyone. The telling didn't destroy anything. And the not destroying is the part I can't explain, the part that sits warm and unexplained in my chest beside the certainties that have always been enough until now.
My hand closes on the grip test and 3 fingers answer. The 4th and 5th sit there like timber that hasn't cured, present but useless. I squeeze. The tendons fire. The muscles in my forearm pull against the binding and the antitoxins work steady. Yesterday I had 2 fingers, today 3. The damage had a limit. A body is a thing you rebuild the same as any other structure. One course laid on the last, and you don't curse the wall for rising slow. You lay the next stone. You wait for it to set. The medic said 2 days for full grip. This is day 2, and I'm better than halfway back. I'll take it. My mother would have wrapped this arm and told me a hand that heals slow heals honest, and then she'd have handed me the trowel anyway, because a war chief who waits for perfect is a war chief who waits forever. Vosk arrives before the morning lamp is trimmed. He has the supply audit under his arm, the original documents I ordered in the lockdown. Colvain's paperwork pulled from the quartermaster's archive and verified against the transfer seals. He sets them on the map table without ceremony and steps back. The seals, I say. Inconsistent, same anomaly you flagged. The wax composition on 3 of the 12 transfer documents doesn't match the quartermaster's standard issue. Different formulation, close enough to pass visual inspection, not close enough to survive comparison. Forgery. Forgery or substitution. The originals could have been replaced after filing. Someone with access to the archive and the quartermaster's seal stamp. Colvain has access. Colvain, the deputy quartermaster and Bevan's records clerk. Vosk pauses. The records clerk is a 17-year-old who's been at Thornwall since his first posting. He doesn't have the operational knowledge to forge a seal composition. Which leaves Colvain and the deputy. The deputy reported to Colvain for the entire period covered by the discrepancy. The picture narrows, not closed. The deputy could be acting on his own, or someone above both of them could have arranged the substitution. But the supply discrepancy, the seal forgery, and the access pattern all point back to Colvain's desk. I set it alongside the coded letters, the assassination attempt, the 14-minute conversation veil clocked between Colvain and Corwin Rell, each piece of stone in a wall I'm building from the ground up. Hold the audit results, I say. Don't confront Colvain. I need him comfortable for another 2 days. Vosk nods. He doesn't ask why. The question he could ask, what are you waiting for, stays where it belongs, behind his teeth with the rest of the objections that serve no purpose. The tent flap opens and I smell charcoal dust and lamp oil before I see her. Veil lamp oil from hours of close work, the charcoal she uses for notation, and underneath it the mineral note of prison soap that I now know she uses because she doesn't know how to want something different. That detail lives in my chest alongside the 7-foot ceiling and the pipe rhythm and the 43 minutes of moonlight through a 6-inch slit. She gave me those last night. I'm still learning where to put them. She has papers in her hand. Her fingers are stained dark at the tips, ink and charcoal both, and her eyes have the narrowed focus of someone who's been at it since the lamp oil was full. I cracked the frequency pattern, she says. Vosk looks at me. I give him the nod that means stay. He's earned the information. Show me. She spreads the copied pages on the map table next to the supply audit documents. Her charcoal notations run along the margins. Letter counts, frequency tables, the systematic dismantling of a substitution code done by hand in lamplight. The work is precise, methodical, analysis that requires patience and pattern recognition in equal measure, and she has both. Standard alphabetic substitution, she says. Single key, no variation across pages. Lazy or confident. Either they didn't think anyone would find the letters, or they didn't think anyone at a frontier camp could break a cipher. They underestimated the camp. They underestimated who's in the camp. She taps the page. Most of the content is still fragmentary. I need the 3rd page to fill the gaps, but one word repeats across both pages. A proper noun, distinctive letter pattern, 7 characters, appears 4 times. She writes it on a scrap of paper and pushes it across the table. Greyspire. The word hits like a hammer blow I should have felt coming. Greyspire, Creech's fortress, the heart of the Shadow King's operation, the staging ground for every displaced clan, every raised settlement, every coordinated assault on the Northern Coalition for the last 3 years. I have buried men who died trying to learn what she just pulled out of a courier's satchel in a single night. Good scouts, careful ones. I dug the ground for 2 of them myself, because a war chief who lets someone else lay his dead is a war chief who's forgotten what the dying was for. Allied intelligence has been circling this name since before I took command. Reports from council scouts, survivor testimony, trade route intercepts that tracked supply lines converging on a single point in the eastern Blightlands. You know this name, Vale says. Everyone in the coalition knows this name. Greyspire is Creech's base of operations. Her expression changes, her shoulders square, her chin lifts, her breathing goes shallow. The investigation she's been running in the margins of encoded letters just connected to the largest military threat on the continent. I watch it move through her body, fast and silent, a wall settling as new weight comes onto the frame. I go to the campaign chest, the lock turns and the hinges groan. The chest hasn't been opened in front of anyone but Vosk in months. Inside, under the supply discrepancy files and the intelligence reports, the Allied dispatches on Gracepair, 12 documents, Council scouts, displaced clan testimony, trade route analysis. I pull them and hand them to her. She reads fast, left to right, page after page, her eyes tracking the lines like a runner reading terrain. Watching her work is a familiar satisfaction now, seeing someone brilliant at what they do, doing the thing they're brilliant at. The supply lines, she says, 3 convergence points, all in the eastern Blightlands. She taps the map. If Gracepair is receiving intelligence from inside Thornwall, they know our patrol ranges, our defensive gaps, our supply schedules. This isn't espionage, this is targeting. It's been targeting since the assassination attempt. Before that, the intelligence in these letters, patrol frequencies, sentry rotations, Thornwall degradation rates. This is months of data. Someone has been feeding Gracepair a complete picture of this camp's vulnerabilities. Calvain, Vosk says, the first word he's spoken since she entered. Calvain is supply, Vale says. He has access to logistics data but not patrol schedules or sentry rotations. Someone else is feeding the operational intelligence. Fenner in signals is peripheral but his rotation covers the right windows, and Corwin is carrying the correspondence. 3 assets minimum, I say. Supply, signals, courier, coordinated. Run by someone who isn't in the camp. She meets my eyes. The handwriting on the coded letters is military, field-trained. Someone at Gracepair is directing the operation, Creech's people. The shape of it is visible now, not complete, gaps where I still need answers, but a pipeline running from inside Thornwall to Creech's fortress, carrying everything the enemy needs to destroy us from the outside, while someone on the inside holds the door open. This changes the scope, I say. We're not looking for a mole anymore, we're looking for a network. Vale nods, the nod is crisp, professional, and underneath it is the quiet of 2 people who reach the same conclusion from different evidence in the same breath. 2 walls meeting at a corner, the join clean. Vosk leaves to check the perimeter. The tent settles. Outside, camp sounds, boots on packed earth, the distant rhythm of hammer crews on the northern platform, the low voices of soldiers moving in pairs because no one moves alone. Vale stays, we work, the Allied intelligence spread on the map table alongside her decoded fragments, the charcoal annotations growing as she fills gaps and I provide context. She says a name, a trade route, a settlement, and I supply the ground truth. I spot a pattern in the troop movement data and she carries it out to the timeline. The rhythm is seamless, her sharp read and my gut landing on the same ground. I've been shaping command decisions around her for weeks. My strategies start with her input. My tactical assessments begin with the question I used to ask only myself, what am I missing? She answers it, every time. The mess horn sounds and we break for first seating. The camp fills the hall. Soldiers in rows, officers at designated tables, the organized chaos of a military meal under lockdown conditions. I sit at my table, arm in the binding, resting against my side, Vosk to my left, Bevan across. Vale is 4 tables away. Sitting near Bevan's senior clerk, not alone, she's talking, her hands moving in the precise gestures I've learned across 3 weeks of map work. The point, the sweep, the tap that means she's marking something out for the man across from her. There's charcoal dust on her jaw. Her hair is pulled back and the burn scar on her forearm shows where her sleeve is pushed up, the puckered line of it pale against skin that stays too long out of the sun, and from here the fine tendons in her wrist stand and settle when she turns a page. She eats like she does everything, quick and economical, her eyes never fully leaving the room. Even at rest, she's reading it. I know that watchfulness. It's the same one I carry into every space I enter. The habit of a body that learns safety is a thing you build yourself or go without, and seeing it in her is like hearing my own tongue spoken by a stranger. What would Vale see? The question has replaced the old reflex. When a tactical problem lands, I don't run human through the filter first anymore. I run it through her, not because she's human, because she's right. She sees what I don't. She reads what I build. 2 minds that should never have fit together and do. I know what this is. I've known since the pallet. Since last night when she pressed against my side and told me about pipe rhythms and moonlight through a 6-inch window and I held still because moving would have broken something I wanted to keep. The word for what I feel is too light for the weight of it. What I'm building with her doesn't have a word. It has a shape and warmth and a roof I haven't finished yet, and she lives in it already. I eat, the meal tastes like nothing. The mess hall moves around me and I watch her from 4 tables away, and the watching is not professional assessment, not command oversight, not any of the words I've been using to justify what my eyes do when she's in the room. It's want, plain, heavy, the kind that settles into the bones of you and stays. The evening session runs late, lamp oil burning low, the flame guttering against a draft from the canvas. The coded letter copies are pinned to the map with brass weights. Vale's charcoal notations have expanded, more fragments decoded, the picture of a coordinated intelligence operation sharpening word by word. Creech's network isn't new, she says. These letters reference existing protocols, code words that assume shared vocabulary. Whoever wrote this has been communicating with someone in the coalition for months, maybe years. Before Thornwall, this camp inherited a pre-existing pipeline. She leans back from the map. Her eyes are tired, the bruised look of someone who's been reading coded text by lamplight since the watch change before last. The ink stain on her cheek has been there for hours. A smudge at the cheekbone where she pushed hair back with stained fingers, dark against her skin. I've been looking at it for 10 minutes. I reach out, my thumb finds her cheekbone. The ink is dry, smears rather than wipes, the dark smudge blurring against her skin. My hand is too large for the gesture, a builder's hand made for hafts and hammer grips, and it comes to her face like it doesn't trust itself with anything so small. The pad of my thumb covers from her cheekbone to the corner of her eye, and the skin underneath is warm and her heartbeat ticks against the bone under my thumb, quicker than the calm on her face is claiming, and I should pull back because this is not wiping ink. I know it and I don't stop. 34 years of being careful with my hands, of measuring every reach so I don't break what I mean to hold. And here I am with my thumb on her jaw, learning the shape of her like a man reads a wall for the true line. She freezes mid-breath. I've learned to read this in her, not the guarded stillness, not the instinct to withdraw, the held quality of someone choosing not to move because moving would end something she doesn't want to end. She turns her face into my hand. Not a lean, a turn, slight, deliberate. Her cheek presses into my palm and her eyes find mine. The lamp throws both our shadows against the tent canvas, and for a count of 3, the distance between us is the width of my hand and the width is shrinking. The tent flap opens. My hand drops, the air cools where her skin was. Vosk, his expression says urgent before his voice does. He has a dispatch. Allied intelligence, sealed, routed through the northern relay. A sealed packet that gets hand-carried because the content can't survive a signal chain. I break the seal, read. The intelligence is direct. Creech's network has identified a pardoned convict serving at Thornwall. A human tactician, female, prior conviction for treason against Crown forces. The identification is recent, within the last 2 weeks. The source is internal to the camp. I read it again. The second reading doesn't change the words. They're not just spying on us, they want her. The intelligence pipeline, the coded correspondence, Corwin Rel's placement. It's not espionage alone, it's preparation. Corwin isn't feeding intelligence outward, he's preparing the ground for an extraction. No one takes her from my camp. The sentence forms before the tactical assessment does. The same instinct that rolled me over her when the bolt flew, the same reflex that put my hands on her face and called it medicine. The protectiveness is not professional. It stopped being professional the night she pressed against my side and told me about soap. What does it say? Vale's voice is steady. The command voice. She saw my face change. Creech knows you're here. He sent someone to retrieve you. The word retrieve sits in the air. She processes it without speaking, the implications branching in real time behind her eyes. Her jaw tightens. The tendons in her neck shift under the collar of the cloak I gave her. Corwin, she says. Corwin. He's not a courier, he's an advanced team. Yes. She stands, the charcoal rolls off the map table and neither of us picks it up. The lamp gutters, the shadows on the canvas stretch and settle. Dawn, she says, the word is weighted tonight, heavy with the knowledge that someone is coming for her and the question of whether the morning is a greeting or a deadline. I nod. She walks out and the command tent closes around me, the dispatch in my hand, the ink from her cheek still on my thumb, and the knowledge that what I'm building around this woman is no longer just strategy. The wanting started before I had a name for it and the walls went up while I was calling it partnership. Someone is trying to tear it all down, and the rage I feel about that is not command authority. It's not the life debt. It's not professional. It's the rage I use for building, aimed at anyone who would take apart the only thing I've made in 5 years that isn't a fortification.
The briefing starts at dawn, and by the time the sun clears the eastern palisade, everyone in the command tent knows that someone wants me alive. Drak keeps it tight. Facts first, context second, response third. The allied dispatch on the table between us, the seal already broken, the words I read last night still sitting in the air with edges. Vosk on his left. Bevan on the far side with a ledger open, recording. Creech's network has identified a pardoned convict serving at Thornwall, Drak says. Human tactician. Female. Prior conviction for treason against Crown forces. The intelligence is recent, within the last 2 weeks. Bevan's pen stops. Vosk's face doesn't change, but his posture does, a subtle shift in weight that I read automatically, without asking to. Corwin Rell, Drak says. The Southern Command liaison. He's not here for logistics oversight. He's advanced preparation for an extraction. The word extraction is precise. Clinical, a word that turns a person into a package. I take it in and keep my face still. The question, I say, is what Creech thinks I know. The tent is quiet. Drak looks at me. Vosk looks at Drak. Bevan writes something, and the scratch of his pen is the loudest sound in the room. I've been running the possibilities since last night, I say. Gravelhorn, the intelligence I was given, the orders I followed, the 3 men I killed. The tribunal. Something in that sequence is valuable to Creech, and I haven't identified what. That's the work, Drak says. You'll identify it. In the meantime, nothing changes. Your duties, your authority, your access, all maintained. He looks at Vosk. Corwin stays under covert surveillance. No confrontation, no indication we know what he is. And the lieutenant's security, Vosk says. No one moves alone under lockdown. That includes the lieutenant. His eyes come back to me, steady, dark. No one takes my people from this camp. My people. The possessive is professional. It should be professional. He uses the same construction for every soldier under his command, the same territorial claim that makes him the war chief the clans follow, and the orcs trust, and the humans respect even when they don't want to. But his voice on the word "my" carries a weight the rest of the sentence doesn't account for, a drop in the register that lands somewhere below command and closer to the ground, and I spend longer on it than I should. I hear things people don't mean to say. It's the same ear that catches the lie under a smooth answer, and right now it's telling me that word wasn't only about the camp, and I don't know what to do with the information, so I hold it like I hold everything I can't yet use. The briefing ends. Vosk and Bevan leave. The tent flap settles, and we're alone with the dispatch and the map and the 12 inches of table between our hands. If they come for you, he says, they come through me. The sentence is simple. No metaphor. No careful construction. A sentence that lands because there's nothing between it and the ground. I could be moved, I say, rotated to another camp, sent south to the council. The extraction threat leaves with me. No. That's not tactical. No, it isn't. The admission sits between us on the map table, heavy as brass weights, and neither of us picks it up. I leave the command tent, and the morning hits me like cold water. Camp sounds. Soldiers, patrol boots on packed earth, the ordinary mechanics of a war camp that has become the only place I want to be, and the wanting is the problem. My tent, 8 by 10, I measure it same as every morning. The numbers are the same, the habit is the same, everything else is different. The measuring used to be a way of holding the walls in place, proof that the space around me hadn't shrunk in the night, that the ceiling was still where I left it. I did it in the cell for 2 years, and I brought it out with me like a scar I couldn't leave behind. This morning, I run the walls out of habit and notice, halfway through, that I'm not checking whether they've closed in. I'm just touching the edges of a place that's mine. The difference is small enough to miss and large enough to change everything. I sit on the cot and weigh it. Going is safer, takes a weakness out of Drak's position. The council can reassign me to a southern post where Creech's network is thinner. I become a name in a file again, a pardoned convict doing quiet work in a quiet place. Every hard reason points away from staying. Except one, the warmth along my right side from his palate, the ink on my cheek where his thumb was, the 7-foot ceiling I told him about and how he held still. The one thing that won't fit the reasoning. And the briefing table this morning, when he said my people and his voice broke the word open. And how Vosk looked at him when he said it, not surprised, not disapproving, just aware. The whole command tent aware of something I've been pretending is invisible. And the fact that when I walk through the camp now, the soldiers nod. Not because I'm pardoned, because the work I do is out in the open, and the work is good, and the nod is a soldier knowing another soldier belongs where she's standing. I haven't belonged anywhere in 2 years. That belonging is not a small thing to give up. I've been trying to reason my way past it. The clean answer is, leave, threat removed, camp secured. Except the whole thing was resting on a wrong assumption at its foundation, that I'm the one worth the least. That the clean answer is the one where I'm not here. 2 years in a cell taught me to reckon carefully. What I've been relearning since the night he said the 7-foot walls were the part that would help is that some things are the reason the problem matters in the first place. The death wish is gone, not dormant. Gone. The belief that I was expendable ran on a debt someone manufactured, and the debt was a lie, and the whole thing came apart in a field beyond the perimeter when he told me the truth. What replaced it was the terrifying, bone-deep experience of wanting to live, and the wanting has a location. It's in a 12x14 tent that smells like iron and wood smoke and the mineral earthiness that lives in his skin. Outside, someone is laughing at the cook station. 2 voices, one of them Corporal Yast, who burned his oatmeal for the 3rd day running and has turned the failure into a ritual the morning shift expects. I can hear the scrape of the pot against the iron grate and the sound of water being hauled from the well, the heavy slosh and settle of a bucket set down on stone. A whetstone somewhere. The low conversation of soldiers who trust the walls enough to talk about nothing. These sounds have been here every morning since I arrived, and I stopped hearing them as anything but background. Ambient noise in a camp that works. They're not background, they're the texture of a place that works, and I'm part of what makes it work, and the making is not a debt. It's a fact. The reasons to go are long and logical, and every one of them is correct. The reasons to stay are few. His name, the sound of Yast's burned oatmeal, the nod from a soldier whose patrol route I redesigned last week, the weight of a purpose that isn't built out of guilt. The 2 sides don't come out even. They don't need to. Staying weighs more because it's true, and going runs longer because fear is detailed and courage is blunt. I know where I'm going before I stand up. Night. The camp settles into lockdown rhythms. Patrols on the wall, lanterns moving in pairs, the sounds of soldiers who have learned to move in 2s because the world got dangerous enough to require it. I walk to his quarters, for him. That's the only entry on the list tonight. The tent flap, canvas. His scent hits me before I'm through, and this time I let it exist without a category. 12x14, I don't measure it tonight. He's at the map table. Working. His arm is out of the binding, testing the grip, the fingers closing around a charcoal stick with a strength that wasn't there 2 days ago. He sees me and his hand stills on the table. He reads my face or my posture, or whatever he pulls from the air between us with those senses that catch a heartbeat and smell a person thinking. I don't know what he reads. I know it's true because his eyes change and his whole body locks like mine locks when a read turns up something I wasn't prepared for. I'm staying, I say. The words arrive in my briefing voice, precise, clipped, the register I use for everything that matters. Not for the pardon, not for the war, not because it's tactically sound, because it isn't. I hold his gaze and the lamp throws shadows across the tent, and I deliver the rest like I'd deliver casualty projections. Flat, true, cracking at the edges. Because you're here, you're the one thing I can't reason my way past. The silence lasts 3 seconds. I know because my body counts them even though my mind has stopped trying to. He stands. The map table shifts under his weight. 2 strides. The tent is 12x14, and he crosses the distance between us in 2 strides because his legs are long enough that 2 is all it takes, and the deliberateness of it. The deliberate economy of a man who has been careful about his size for 34 years, choosing not to be careful. Choosing to close the gap with the same force he uses to build walls, is the thing that breaks the last of my composure loose. His hands find my face. The same hands from the command tent, from the day he told himself he was checking for injuries. The same grip. But he doesn't let go this time. His palms bracket my jaw and his fingers span to my temples, and my face is small between his hands, the scale of it present and real, and his mouth finds mine. The kiss is not gentle. 3 weeks of restraint break in the space between the second stride and the first point of contact. His lips are warm and his tusks scrape my chin, the notched one catching at the corner of my jaw, and the sensation is rough and real and present. Contact that maps itself into skin and stays. I taste iron and wood smoke, and underneath that just him, warm and living and near, and my hands fist in his armor straps because he's too tall to reach his shoulders, and the leather creaks under my grip, and somewhere between our bodies, a set of maps gets crushed and neither of us adjusts. His hand at my jaw is careful even now, even breaking, the pads of his fingers holding and not gripping, and it undoes me more than force would have. Force I know how to meet. This carefulness, this deliberate gentling of a strength that could break me without trying, I have no defense for at all. I let the seconds go. The woman who counts everything stops counting. The part of me that has weighed and sorted every sensation since I walked into this camp goes dark, and what's left is not a reckoning. It's just his mouth on mine, and his hands on my face and my fingers locked in leather, and the plain, unshakable fact of being kissed by someone I chose with every part of me that isn't cold reasoning. When we pull apart, we're both breathing hard. His hands are still on my face. My hands are still in his armor. The maps are ruined on the floor between us. The lamp flickers. His forehead rests against mine, which requires him to bend nearly double, the size difference visible in every line of his posture, and I don't catalog the angle. I just let it be. This can't happen during the campaign, I say, the tactical voice, cracked at the edges but functional. Not with the mole active and creaches people looking for me. Agreed. We're professionals. We are. The dialogue is short. Two people talking their way back behind a line they just crossed, both knowing the pretense won't hold. His thumb traces my cheekbone one more time before his hands drop. The touch is a question mark at the end of a sentence we both know the answer to. I walk back to my tent with the map's creases pressed into my stomach and my fingers on the place where his tusk scraped my chin. The skin is rough there, a line of sensation I can still feel, and I trace it like I'd trace anything I want to remember. Except this one I don't want to break down and file away. This one I want to keep as it is, rough, real, and his. The camp is different on the way back. Not actually different. The patrols are the same, the lantern routes are the same, the wall shadows fall in the same geometry they've fallen every night since the palisade was raised. But the air is cold on my mouth where his warmth was, and I'm aware of the temperature like a missing weight. Something was there, and now it isn't, and the absence has a shape. My boots on the packed earth sound louder than they should, or maybe I'm just listening differently now. Like you listen to familiar sounds when something fundamental has shifted, and the familiar hasn't caught up yet. A patrol passes on the wall above me. Two soldiers, lanterns steady, their boots synchronized on the long shift, the body taking over from the brain. One of them coughs. The sound carries in the night air, ordinary and human, and the ordinariness of it sits differently against my skin than it did an hour ago. The whole camp sits differently, as if someone shifted a lens I've been looking through for weeks, and the picture is the same but the depth has changed. I have spent my whole life reading rooms for what threatens me. Tonight I walk through a camp under lockdown, a camp where someone is coming to take me, and the reading comes back clean. Not safe. Never safe. But held. There are walls around me that soldiers raised on purpose, and one of those soldiers put his hands on my face like I was worth being careful with, and the ear that hunts for danger has nothing to report except that I don't want to leave. His tent is 40 yards behind me. I don't look back. Looking back would be a concession the tactical voice can't afford, and the tactical voice is the only thing keeping my feet moving in the correct direction. We agreed to wait. We agreed to be professional. The scrape is located. The corner of my jaw, left side, just below the hinge. I press my finger to it, and the contact sends a sensation through the skin that has nothing to do with pain and everything to do with the rough texture of being touched by someone who is careful to his bones and still leaves a mark. We agreed to wait. The distance is back in place, and neither of us believes in it, and we both know exactly what we're holding off and how little time we'll manage it. I've spent 2 years learning to maintain untenable positions. I run my tongue over the scrape on my chin, and the taste of the night air is cold where his mouth was warm, and the distance between my tent and his is 40 yards that feel like a structural flaw in the architecture of the camp. A gap I'm going to walk through again, and we both know it.
The maps are still on the floor. They register before the lamp, before the dawn light through the tent seam, before the ache in my arm where the antitoxin is finishing its work. Crumpled paper, charcoal smudges. The patrol grid for the eastern sector folded in half where it was crushed between her chest and mine, and the crease runs through the ravine approach like a wound in the terrain. I pick them up, smooth them on the table. The heel of my palm presses the crease flat, and it lifts again the moment I let go, because paper remembers every fold it's ever taken. The charcoal notation in the margin is hers, the small precise letters that map coordinates and troop estimates in a hand trained to write fast under pressure. My thumb finds the edge of the notation and stops there, not checking the work. Just resting where her hand rested, which is a foolish thing for a war chief to do at dawn with an army massing east of his wall, and I do it anyway. I can still taste her, faint, the nothing taste of human skin warmed by lamp oil and adrenaline, and whatever she was working out in her head when her hands locked into my armor straps and held on. The taste is already fading, and I want it back with a simplicity that doesn't bother with justification. The tusk scrape, the notched one, the left, the one that took the mace blow at Gravelhorn and healed wrong. It caught at the corner of her jaw, and I felt the contact through the root of the tusk into the bone of my face. I've worried about the tusk since the first time the wanting solidified into something physical, that they'd hurt her, that the roughness of my mouth would be a problem she'd have to solve with positioning and patience. A human woman is a small thing under an orc's hands, and I have spent my life learning the exact weight of that, learning where the line sits between holding and harming, because a man my size who forgets the line leaves a mark he can't take back. Instead, the scrape happened and she didn't flinch, and the leather of my armor creaked under her grip, and neither of us adjusted. She held on. That's the part I keep returning to, not that I didn't hurt her. That she pulled me closer to the thing I was braced to apologize for. I put the maps on the table, aligned the edges. I drew a line last night, called it professional distance. The line holds, the cracks are mine to manage. 4 fingers on the grip test, progress. The 5th still lags, but the strength is there, returning in the systematic way that muscle returns when the poison is out and the body remembers what it's supposed to do. I dress armor, the straps she gripped are still stretched where her fists pulled them. The War Council fills the command tent by first light, officers in their positions, Bevan with his ledger, Vosk to my left, solid and watchful, Roan across the table, arms folded, the permanent posture of a man measuring everyone in the room for weakness. Vale enters. She's in her duty uniform, hair pulled back, the old burn on her forearm bare where she's rolled the sleeve back. She carries her briefing notes flat against her chest, like a shield she doesn't know she's holding. War Chief. Lieutenant. My voice drops half a register on the word, and the correction comes a half-second too late. She hears it too. Her eyes don't change, but her jaw tightens a fraction, the micro-adjustment of someone who just processed information she can't use in public. Her heart is going faster than her posture says it should. She's controlling her breathing, the deliberate pace she uses for tactical briefings, and the control is excellent. Anyone else would see a composed officer delivering a report, but the gap between the calm she's showing and the racing underneath it is where last night lives. The decoded fragments have expanded since yesterday, she says. I've mapped the supply line patterns from the coded letters against the Council's trade route data, 3 convergence points east of our perimeter, all within a 12-mile radius. Distance from the eastern breach. Closest convergence is 8 miles. The displaced clan reports from last month align with the positioning. Someone is staging material on the Grace Pair Road. Staging for what? That's the question. The intelligence doesn't specify troop numbers yet, but the supply volume indicates more than a raiding party. She presents it in her tactical voice, the flat precision that turns threat into data, and I listen with everything. Recommendations, I say. Expand patrol range by 2 miles on the eastern and southeastern approach. Overlap with the existing northern arc to close the surveillance gap. Assign dedicated observation posts at the ridgeline, 3-soldier rotation, 12-hour shifts. If the staging area is active, we'll know within 48 hours. I nod. The nod means approved and also means nothing else, and the discipline of the nothing else is what holds. Bevan, schedule the expanded patrols starting second watch. Vosk, coordinate the observation post deployment. Roan's arms haven't moved, his eyes have. They tracked from me to Vale during the briefing and back again, and the tracking has an edge to it that wasn't there yesterday. He's reading something in the exchange. I don't know what he's finding, but I know the look of a man who just added a line to a ledger he's been keeping. Question, Captain, I say. No, War Chief, the recommendations are sound. The sentence is correct. The tone is a door closing, not opening. I let it go and move forward because whatever Roan is assembling, I'll address it when it's visible. The General Council dismisses, Inner Circle stays, Vosk, Bevan, Vale, myself. Vosk pulls the scout report from his dispatch case, fresh, arrived on the overnight courier, routed through the northern relay. Blightland's forces, he says, eastern approach, 3 separate scout teams confirm convergence. He sets the report on the table open, 800 to 1,200 fighters, supply wagons on the Gracepair Road, and camp fires in a 12-mile arc from the eastern perimeter. The numbers settle into the room like a weight on the table, 800 to 1,200. Our garrison is 416 combat effective. I've held worse ground with worse odds, and I've buried the cost of it after, and the part of me that builds is already laying the wall in my head, course by course, before the rest of me has finished being afraid. Fear is honest. You let it into the room, you look at it plain, and then you pick up the trowel. A war chief who won't sit with the fear makes decisions to escape it, and those decisions get people killed. Timeline, I say. Based on convergence speed and supply logistics, the scouts estimate 10 to 14 days before full staging is complete. Could accelerate if they push. How reliable are the estimates? Bevan asks, pen hovering. 3 independent scout teams, different approaches, all within the same range, Vosk says. I'd call it solid. They'll push, Vale says, if they know our patrol schedules, and they do. They know the eastern sector is our weakest approach. The Thornwall degradation gives them a breach point. They'll stage fast and hit before we can request and receive reinforcements. You're sure they know our schedules, Bevan says. The coded letters reference patrol frequencies by the hour, Vale says, sentry rotations by position number, Thornwall degradation rates by sector. Whoever wrote those letters had access to operational data that doesn't leave the command tent. Or the signals office, Vosk says. Or the signals office, she agrees. The thing I've been turning over since Gracespire appeared in the coded letters just came clear. This isn't espionage. It's preparation for an assault. Creech's network in the camp isn't gathering intelligence for its own sake. It's gathering intelligence for an army. Current fortifications, I say to Vale. Assessment. The palisade holds against 600, possibly 700 with the timber reinforcement at the eastern breach. At 1,000, the eastern sector fails in 3 days. The northern platform gives us high ground advantage, but the western approach is exposed if they split forces. At 1,200, we're looking at simultaneous pressure on 3 fronts, and we don't have the personnel to hold all of them. Options. 2. Request full reinforcement from the Council. 20 days minimum for a relief force of adequate size, and every new soldier who walks through the gate is a potential asset for Creech's network, or we fortify, hard, starting now. Eastern palisade doubled, earthwork berm extended to cover the southeastern approach, overlapping fields of fire from the northern platform. It won't hold forever, but it buys time. There's a third, she says, hybrid, fortify hard now, the full defensive hardening. Simultaneously request a smaller tactical unit from the Council, not a relief force, a specialist detachment, 50 soldiers. Fewer people means less infiltration risk, targeted capability rather than mass reinforcement. I've been shaping command decisions around her thinking for weeks, and the shaping is the thing I don't have a word for except that the word I used in the mess hall, want, was too light, and the weight has only increased since last night. The hybrid approach, I say. Vosk, draft the Council request, 50-soldier tactical unit, fortification specialists and combat engineers. Bevan, reallocate supply to begin eastern hardening at first light tomorrow. They nod, they write, the gears of the camp turn. Vale stays after the others leave. The work. There is always work, and the work has become the space where we exist together without having to name what we're doing. Fortification planning, the eastern sector map spread on the table. Show me the palisade line, she says. I trace it with my finger, the existing timber wall, the breach repair, the gap where the timber hasn't closed. She follows my line with charcoal, marking the positions with the steady pressure of someone who thinks it through before she commits. The doubled palisade needs to run from here to here. She taps 2 points. 60 feet of reinforced timber. What's the current material supply? Enough for 40 feet. We'll need to pull timber from the Western Reserve. How fast can your crews build? 10 feet per day with full labor. Faster if I pull the reserve platoon. Then we start with the eastern breach and work south. She draws the line precise, the charcoal moving with the same speed her pen moves on tactical notes. Overlapping fields of fire from the northern platform cover the first 30 feet. After that, we need a secondary position. The ridgeline, I say, natural elevation, clear sight lines to the southeastern approach. Agreed, 3-soldier observation post becomes a fighting position, sandbags and timber bracing. We're good at this, a builder and an analyst, my ground truth and her numbers meeting at coordinates that neither of us could reach alone. The conversation is entirely tactical, the subtext is not. The berm needs to extend 40 feet past the current palisade terminus, she says. Otherwise, the southeastern angle is exposed. 40 feet of earthwork in 7 days. 6 if we pull the reserve platoon from the western rotation and reassign. That leaves the western approach light. The western approach has intact Thornwall coverage. The eastern doesn't. We allocate to the vulnerability. She's right. She leans over the map to trace the berm extension and her hair falls forward, the strand that always escapes the tie at the back, dark and fine, and it brushes my forearm. I catch it between my fingers. The reflex happens before the decision. My hand moves like it moves when it catches on something out of place, the automatic tug of a man who can't leave a thing untended, except this isn't that. This is her hair between my thumb and forefinger, the strand warm and impossibly fine against skin that could bend iron, so fine I can barely feel it, and so I feel everything else instead, the heat coming off her cheek, the small motion of her breath gone still. I hold it a moment, another. The feel of it runs through nerves made for grip strength and weapon handling, and they've got no name for what they're feeling now. My mother used to say a big man has to learn tenderness on purpose because the world won't teach it to him and his own hands won't remind him. I'm learning it here, over a war map, holding a single strand of a woman's hair like it's the most breakable thing I've ever been trusted with. I let go. She turns and looks at me. Her eyes are steady. Her heart is not. The gap between the calm on her face and the racing under it is a space I could walk into, and I don't, because the line we drew last night is still holding even if the ground beneath it is shifting, and every instinct I have is telling me it won't hold much longer. We return to the map. The charcoal moves. The planning continues. The southeastern berm, the overlapping fields of fire, the material estimates, professional. The silence between the tactical exchanges carries the weight of everything we agreed to wait for. The evening comes on quiet. The camp settles into its lockdown rhythm. Lamp oil and boot leather, and the distant sound of the hammer crews who started on the northern platform at first light and haven't stopped. Vosk finds me in the command tent with the council dispatch ready for signature. The request is drafted, 50-soldier tactical unit, fortification specialists, combat engineers. Fastest route puts them here in 8 to 10 days, weather permitting. He sets it in front of me. The timing is tight. The timing is always tight. If they push faster than the scouts estimate, we're looking at 3 days between the assault and our reinforcements. Then we hold for 3 days. He looks at me. The look says more than 3 days is worth discussing. I give him the look that says we hold anyway. He nods. I sign it. The charcoal on the page is dry and definite. One more thing, Vosk says. His voice changes. The shift is subtle, but I've known him for 5 years, and the shift means intelligence, not logistics. Corwin. Third watch, the surveillance team reported movement. Corwin left his tent during the second sentry overlap, walked to the eastern equipment yard, met an unidentified figure. The exchange took less than 30 seconds. Corwin passed a small wrapped package, palm-sized cloth covering. The stranger mounted a horse that was already saddled and waiting in the shadow of the equipment shed. Direction: east toward the Blightlands. Corwin, the extraction advance team. He's not waiting for orders anymore, he's executing. The wrapped package could be anything. What it is matters less than what it means. The pipeline from Thornwall to Gracepear just carried something physical through the camp perimeter, past the lockdown, and the only reason we know is because we were watching. The rider, I say. Lost him at the perimeter. Darkness, and the eastern patrol was on the far rotation. Corwin's current position. Back in his tent, the surveillance team is holding. The command tent is quiet with the dispatch signed and the map spread and the taste of her still somewhere in my body and the knowledge that someone just carried a piece of this camp toward the enemy. I'm building faster than they can tear down, and the scope now includes fortifications, an investigation, a council request, and the careful discipline of not touching a woman I kissed last night because the timing is wrong and the stakes are fatal, and the wanting is a weight I didn't plan for but can't set down without losing everything it holds. Double the surveillance, I say. I want to know every step Corwin takes, every conversation, every tent he enters. Vosk nods. In Vosk, he stops at the tent flap. The rider, someone in camp had a saddled horse waiting in the equipment shadow during lockdown. That's not Corwin's operation. Someone else arranged the logistics. Colvin. Probably, but probably isn't evidence. We hold one more day. He leaves, the lamp gutters. The maps on the table are the same ones I picked up off the floor this morning, smoothed and aligned, the crease through the ravine approach still visible. I run my thumb along it. The paper is warm from the lamp heat and the crease won't smooth out entirely, and I leave my thumb on it longer than the inspection requires because the crease is the record of the moment she was pressed against me, and some marks, once made, become part of the material they were made in.
The storm hits at the second watch bell, and by the third, the eastern thorn wall is coming apart. The sound wakes me before the alarm. Bones breaking under wet earth, the deep structural crack of root systems giving way after months of contamination, finally finding the load the wall can't bear. The canvas above my head shakes. Rain drives horizontal through the tent seam, and I'm moving before the alarm horn finishes its first blast. Outside, darkness and water and the camp lurching into crisis like a body lurches when the ground shifts under it. Lightning splits the eastern sky, and in the flash I see it. 30 feet of thorn wall sagging inward, the root mass exposed where the soil has washed away, thorns the size of my forearm snapping under their own weight. Eastern breach, all hands. Drock's voice. Through the storm it carries, deep enough to vibrate in the chest, the register that soldiers hear even when they can't hear each other. I'm already running. The breach is chaos. Rain so heavy it turns the air to gray curtain. Soldiers hauling timber from the reserve stack, 2 men to a beam, boots sliding in mud that used to be packed earth. The thorn wall section that collapsed is tilting like a drunk, held in place by the root connections on either side, but those connections are straining, and the sound they make is the sound of something that won't hold. I grab a timber brace. The wood is slick under my hands, and my grip is prison strong, and the weight is nothing compared to the stone blocks I moved in the yard when the guards needed labor, and I needed to be too tired to think. Brace it at the base, I shout to the 2 soldiers nearest me. 45-degree angle against the root mass. If the root lets go, the brace takes the load. They listen. 3 weeks ago, they wouldn't have taken orders from the human convict. Tonight, the storm doesn't care about rank or species or conviction records. I work, the rain doesn't stop. My arms burn, my hands are raw. The first hour is survival. Hauling timber alongside soldiers twice my size, bracing the root mass at every point where the soil gives way. The mud sucks at my boots. Twice I go down on one knee, twice I'm up before anyone reaches for me, because prison taught me that falling only counts if you stay on the ground. The second hour is endurance. The thorn wall stabilizes in sections, but the storm keeps finding new weaknesses. A root cluster on the north side of the breach tears loose, and 200 pounds of thornwood swings inward, and the soldier nearest it doesn't move fast enough. I shove him clear. The thornwood catches my shoulder instead, the impact deep enough to reach bone, and I set my feet and push it back and brace it because the alternative is a gap in the wall, and a gap in the wall kills everyone, not just me. The third hour is the one that breaks things, not the wall, the people. Soldiers who have been awake since the second watch bell, muscles shaking, grips failing. A young orc, barely 20, drops a sandbag and stands staring at his hands like they belong to someone else. I pick up the sandbag. I carry it to the brace point. The young orc watches me, this small human woman with mud to her thighs hauling a weight that isn't hers, and he picks up the next one. Drock is everywhere. I track him in lightning flashes, one more thing to keep my eye on among many. Shirtless, the rain sheeting off the scarred green-gray width of his back. He's hauling a beam that would take 4 human soldiers, lifting it alone, the work of it plain in how his shoulders set and hold. He plants it, drives it into the mud with the heel of his hand. The beam holds. He moves to the next failure point and the next, and where he goes the wall holds because it seems to take his conviction the same as his soldiers take it. The temporary barriers hold. The thorn wall section stabilizes, braced by timber and sandbags, and the collective labor of 400 soldiers who didn't sleep tonight because the war doesn't negotiate with weather. The storm passes. The rain thins to drizzle and then to nothing. Gray light on the eastern horizon. Not dawn yet. The color before dawn, the one that makes the world look like it's deciding whether to exist. Soldiers disperse. Mud-covered, exhausted, some of them already asleep on their feet. The breech section holds. The timber braces are ugly and temporary, and they'll need replacement before the Blightlands forces arrive. Another item on a list that's already too long. I'm one of the last at the breach. He is too. 6 feet between us in the rain-washed air, the gap where the thorn wall was dark behind us like a mouth. His breathing, 4 in, 4 out. Clear for the first time without a tent wall between us, without a map table, without anything. Just air and the distance we agreed to keep. "Dawn," he says. The word isn't a greeting. It isn't a farewell. The warmth in it has changed since last night, since the hair catch over the map, since the crease he smoothed that won't smooth out. The word is a question. The question is the same one the storm just asked: how long can you hold? I walk to my tent, 8 by 10, I measure it, the numbers are the same, the habit is the same. I peel off the wet uniform. The fabric sticks to my skin, and the cold air hits me and I dress in dry clothes and stand in my tent looking at the tent flap, and the number that keeps running is not the room dimensions or the thorn wall breach footage or the reinforcement timeline. The number is the distance between my tent and his, 47 steps. I paced it 3 weeks ago during the first perimeter walk, and it lodged in me and stayed. It hasn't changed. What it means has. I stop weighing it. The decision was made before I stood up. Before the storm. Before the kiss. Somewhere between the pallet and the pipes and the moonlight through 6 inches of sky, the reasoning stopped being the thing that chose for me. The choosing moved to a place my careful watching can't reach. I walk to his quarters. The steps go unmarked. The habit reaches for the number, and I let it go, and the letting go is easier than 2 years of holding on ever led me to believe it would be. The tent flap, canvas, his scent, and I let it exist without categorizing it. Iron and wood smoke and the mineral note of his skin, stronger now because he's been working in the rain and the exertion brings it to the surface. 12 by 14, I don't measure it. He's changed out of the wet clothes. Shirtless, trousers. The lamp is low, the flame barely surviving, and in its light the scars on his chest and arms are a topography I've been mapping from a distance for 3 weeks. The mace scar on his left shoulder, the long diagonal across his ribs, the small one above his hip that's older than the others, and the one over his heart, thin and white, that I've noticed but never asked about. He sees me. His hands still on the binding he's been rewrapping around his arm. His eyes find mine, and whatever he reads there roots him where he stands, the binding forgotten in his hands, the alertness of a man whose senses have just confirmed what his instincts already knew. I cross the tent. 4 steps, not the 2 strides he used to reach me the night I told him he was the one thing I couldn't reason my way past. 4 steps because my legs are shorter and the crossing is mine to make. He doesn't move. He lets me come to him. This is important, and he knows it's important because he reads the things I need before I name them. My hands find his chest, furnace warm under my palms, and I make the crossing the rest of the way. What happens on his pallet in the near dark is careful past anything a man his size should be able to manage, and I take all of him because I have decided to. He is more than I am built for, and he gives me the time to be sure. And when it finally takes us both, the sound of him drops into that register, below what human ears can hear his voice, saying my name with no words in it at all. Quiet. His pallet, the lamp barely alive, the flame a blue thread. I'm lying against him, my head on his chest, and his heartbeat is under my ear. I've come to know his nods, this one and all the ones before it. I've learned his breathing and the set of his jaw and the angle of his mouth before the corner moves. I've studied him like I study everything. Watching, sorting, holding on to what means safety and what means danger. His heartbeat under my ear is slow and even, a steady drum I could rest a whole night on. I listen to it without deciding to. But this is different. Warm, not the watchfulness that kept me alive, just knowing someone I chose. My finger traces the scar on his left shoulder. The skin is raised, a ridge of healed tissue. Blightland's skirmish, he says, his voice is a rumble under my ear. Year 2, Axe, didn't see the flanking assault. I trace the long diagonal across his ribs. Training accident, 14, sparring with my uncle. He didn't pull the strike and I learned what a broken rib felt like. The one above his hip, old, faded. Gravel horn, one word, the word carries everything. I reach the one over his heart. Thin, White, older than the others. My finger stops on it. The tissue is almost smooth, the scar so old it's become part of the skin's texture rather than a mark on it. That one's not ready yet, he says. His voice is steady. The steadiness tells me the scar isn't just old. It's deep enough that the steadiness is the coping mechanism, not the casual dismissal. I don't push, I set it aside. Not like I set aside tactical facts or things I've clocked. Like I hold the things he tells me about himself, carefully, knowing each one is a gift and not all gifts arrive at once. I press my ear back against his chest, that same slow, even drum. The heartbeat is the same, everything else is different. Outside, the gray light through the tent canvas is turning gold. The Thornwall breach needs repair, and the Blightlands forces are still massing, and Corwin's package is somewhere east of the perimeter, and Colvain's confrontation is tomorrow, and none of it has stopped, because I let myself be held. But I am held, and the held is the thing I didn't know I was missing, and the missing is what all that watching was trying to replace all along, and the replacement was never enough. Now I know why, and the knowing settles into my chest beside his heartbeat, warm and steady and mine.
The palette smells like her. Not the prison soap, something underneath it, the warmth that her skin leaves on fabric when she sleeps, and she slept here for 4 hours before the gray light came and she slipped out without waking me. Except I was already awake. I heard her dress in the dark, her fingers on the tent flap, the vibration of her footsteps thinning through the ground toward her tent. I tracked them until the tremor disappeared because the tracking felt like keeping her with me. I don't touch the blanket, the impression of her body is still in the fabric, the slight compression where her weight pressed the filler flat, and if I smooth it, the impression goes, and the impression is the only physical evidence that last night happened, and some mornings a man needs evidence. What? The coded letters, the 3rd page. Vale made a second run to Corwin's tent 2 days ago during a supply inspection, her authority covering the approach, and the page is on my table now with the other 2. Her charcoal annotations run along the margins, the full cipher broken, every substitution mapped, the quiet thoroughness of a mind that takes apart codes like it takes apart fortification plans, by finding the weak point and pulling until the whole thing opens. I read the decoded content, and the morning changes. The references are exact, patrol rotation timings that match our actual schedule from 3 weeks ago, Thornwall degradation percentages that correspond to Yetta's report, Eastern Sector breach dimensions that someone measured from inside the camp, because the dimensions in the letter are off by 2 feet from what the Allied scouts would see from outside. Someone inside measured the breach and sent the number east. But the detail that stops me is the timing. The letters reference a supply rotation change scheduled for 9 days from now, a window when the Eastern Sector's logistics train will be redirected to the northern platform for the reinforcement staging. During that window, the eastern approach will have reduced supply access for 48 hours. The Blightlands forces are timed to hit during that window. The assault isn't random, it isn't even opportunistic. It's coordinated with operational details that only someone inside the camp's logistics chain could provide. The mole isn't feeding intelligence for general advantage. The mole is calling the shot. I stand in the command tent and the 2 realities settle into the same space. 4 hours ago she slept against my chest and her tears dried against my skin, and I held her while she listened to my heartbeat with her ear over it, and the listening was warm. Now I'm looking at evidence that someone in my camp is directing an army to kill everyone in it, and the warmth in my chest doesn't stop the blade from swinging, and the blade doesn't cool the warmth, and the 2 sit in the same body because there's nowhere else for them to go. The tent flap opens and I smell charcoal dust and lamp oil, and underneath it the warmth I slept next to last night. Vale briefing notes against her chest, the professional posture. She enters the command tent like she did yesterday and the day before, except the burn scar on her forearm is the one I touched last night, and the knowledge of how she sounds when everything else falls away is inside me now, permanent, woven into the rest of me. The 3rd page, I say. She crosses to the map table, reads, her eyes move left to right, the speed that still impresses me after weeks, and I watch the moment the information hits. The slight pause, the shift behind her eyes as she takes it in. The supply rotation, she says, the 48-hour window. Yes, they're timing the assault to the logistics gap. Yes, which means the intelligence isn't general, it's operational, real-time scheduling data. Colvain has the supply rotation details, Fenner has signals access, Corwin carries the correspondence. 3 assets, 1 pipeline, she looks at the 3rd page, but this letter was written before Corwin arrived at camp. The supply rotation wasn't finalized until last week. Someone updated the intelligence after this letter was composed. A second communication. Something we haven't intercepted or something that doesn't travel by letter. She taps the table. The package Corwin passed to the writer. If it contained updated timing data, the coordination is live, not a plan from weeks ago, an active operation being adjusted in real time. The picture sharpens, 3 assets in camp, a handler at Gracepair, and a communication pipeline that's operating faster than coded letters and horseback couriers. Someone is sending updates, and the updates are precise enough to time an assault to a 48-hour logistics window. We need to identify the channel, I say. We bait it. I look at her, she's already ahead of me. 3 channels, she says, 3 unique details, each one specific enough to be actionable, false enough to be harmless, unique enough that if it shows up in intercepted enemy communications, we know which path it took. What details? Through Colvain's supply chain, a false artillery position. Eastern ridgeline, 30 men, reinforced emplacements. Believable because the ridgeline is defensible and we're hardening the eastern sector. The second. Through the signals office, Fenner's rotation. A false patrol gap. Third watch, southeastern approach, 90 minutes where the coverage drops to a single sentry. Exploitable if real, verifiable if acted on. Third. Officer briefing, a false supply vulnerability. The northern platform's water supply is dependent on a single well that's contaminated and won't be replaced for 6 days. Makes the northern platform look like a secondary target. 3 hooks in the water, each one carrying a detail that only travels through one channel. If the Blightland's forces adjust to any of them, we trace the path. Timeline. Plant today. If the channel is active, the intelligence should reach Gracepair within 48 hours. We need the Allied relay watching for any of the 3 details in intercepted communications. I'll brief Vosk on the intercept watch. The northern relay can prioritize Gracepair traffic for the next 3 days. She nods. The nod is professional, clean, and underneath it the same woman who traced the scars on my chest last night and stopped at the one over my heart and didn't push when I said not yet. I handle Colvain personally. The meeting is in the supply tent, his territory, which is deliberate. A man on his own ground gives more tells than a man on yours. Colvain's tent is organized to the inch. Manifests filed by date. Seal stamps in their rack. The desk clean except for the current day's transfer documents. The supply audit, I say, 2 discrepancies. His face doesn't change, his heartbeat does. The pickup is slight, a hair faster than his resting rhythm. He smells the same as always, ink, canvas, and the mineral note of the camp's water supply. But underneath it, faint, the acidic edge of stress sweat that wasn't there when I walked in. The seal composition, he says, smooth, professional. I noticed the variation myself. The wax shipment from the southern depot arrived in 2 batches, different composition. I reported it to Bevan's office 3 weeks ago. Bevan has no record of that report. Then the report was lost. It happens. The filing system isn't what it was before the lockdown. I let the silence sit. Silence is a tool I learned before I learned to speak in councils. You lay it down like the first course of a wall and you wait to see what leans against it. His heartbeat holds fast and quick. His hands are steady on the desk, but his left thumb is pressing into the wood, holding himself down. People press into something solid when the ground shifts under them. I've watched men do it at gravesides, the fingers finding the edge of the pit, needing to feel something that won't move while the rest of the world does. I breathe 4 counts in through the nose, slow, the ink and canvas and the acid edge of him filling my chest. 4 counts out. It steadies me like it steadies a hand about to lift a heavy stone. You don't rush the lift, you set your feet. I've instructed the eastern hardening crews to pull from the western timber reserve, I say, conversational. The supply rotation will shift the logistics train to the northern platform next week. 48 hours of reduced eastern access. I'm watching for the reaction to the real detail. If he's the mole, the supply rotation is information he already has. If he's being used, the mention of the logistics gap should register as routine. I'll adjust the allocation schedules, he says, professional, no hesitation, no microtells on the supply rotation mention. Either he's very good or he already knew. One more thing, I say, I feed the false detail. The artillery position on the eastern ridgeline, 30 men. I need supply staged there by end of week. The ridgeline, a pause, his pen touches the manifest. That's outside the current fortification perimeter. The hardening includes the ridgeline. I'll add it to the allocation. He writes it down. The pen moves steadily. The detail is planted. If it travels, I'll know. I leave Colvain's tent, and the camp is loud with hammers and voices and the organized urgency of people building against a deadline. The eastern palisade crews are at work, timber going up in 10-foot sections. The storm damage repair continues alongside the new construction. Soldiers move in pairs. Between the command tent and the equipment yard, there's a corridor of canvas, the narrow gap where the supply tents back up against the signal's housing. Vale is walking toward me from the opposite direction, briefing notes under her arm. Her stride is the same measured pace she uses in the command tent, efficient, no wasted movement, the walk of a woman who learned to move through spaces without disturbing the air in them. I pull her behind the supply stack. The canvas shields us from the corridor, her back against the timber frame, her eyes on mine. She doesn't speak. Her breathing shifts, the quick adjustment that I now know means she's deciding whether this is tactical or personal. I put my forehead against hers. The bend is significant. The top of her head reaches my sternum, and to bring my brow to hers I fold at the neck and the spine and the knees, the whole tower of me leaning down to meet the small, careful shape of her. It's the same fold from last night when I held her while the rhythm slowed and her tears dried, and my body learned the angles that tenderness requires when you're built for war. A man my size learns young that his body is a hazard to soft things. The learning to be gentle came later and harder, and it never came all the way until her. I breathe her in charcoal, lamp oil, the warmth underneath that has no name except the one my body gave it in the dark, 4 counts. I hold the exhale so it doesn't stir her hair. I kiss her forehead. Not her mouth, not her neck. The smooth plane above her eyebrows where the skin is warm and the scent of her is concentrated, and the contact is the lightest thing my body has done in 34 years. A brush. The texture of my lips against human skin, and the tenderness of it is the thing that costs me the most because tenderness has no armor and I've been armored for 5 years, and the lowering of it for her is not weakness, it's the hardest kind of strength. Her breathing changes, the composure she's been holding since the command tent cracks at the edges. The camp wouldn't see it, but the hitch reaches me, and the temperature shifts on her skin, and the composure that holds for the war cannot hold for this because this is not the war. We step apart 2 seconds, maybe 3, too brief for anyone to notice and nowhere near enough. The signals plan is done, she says. Her voice is steady, her pulse is not. Fenner's rotation carries the false patrol gap as of second watch. And the officer briefing. Bevan filed the water supply report this morning. If anyone reads it, the northern platform looks vulnerable. 3 hooks in the water. Now we wait. She walks away. I stand behind the supply stack, and the forehead kiss lives in my skin like her tears lived there last night, and I carry both on the back that was made for it. The kiss exists outside the useful. Command can't use it. The investigation can't use it. It isn't evidence of anything except that I am larger now than I was before she came, and the size of it is the only thing I haven't been able to measure since the night on the pallet when she told me about the 7-foot walls and I chose to stay still. Build the foundation before you name the house. My grandmother's line, and I've kept to it my whole life. You don't say what a thing is until it's proven it can last. With her, I've caught myself naming it early before I've any right to. I don't stop it. I only notice it and decide to watch the thing instead of tearing it out. 2 days. Vosk brings the intercept on the evening of the 2nd day. The northern relay captured a Blightlands communication routed from the eastern approach. Standard military dispatch, partially encoded. The Allied intelligence team decoded enough to identify one detail, a reference to an artillery position on the eastern ridgeline. Colvain's channel. The false artillery detail, planted through the supply chain, reached Greyspire in 47 hours. It traveled from Colvain's desk to the Blightlands, through whatever communication path the network uses for operational updates, and arrived in an enemy dispatch that references it as if it were confirmed intelligence. That's the path, Vale says. She's in the command tent with Vosk and me. The lamp is low, the camp is quiet. The supply chain, Vosk says, Colvain. Colvain or someone with access to Colvain's output, Vale says. The detail was in a supply allocation document. Anyone who reads those documents could have forwarded it. The access list for supply allocations is short, I say. Colvain, his deputy, and the officer who signs off on logistics, that's 3 people. And Corwin, Vale says, he has logistics oversight authority from Southern Command. He could access supply documents without raising suspicion. 4 people, 1 channel confirmed. The net is tightening, and the patience required to let it tighten without pulling too soon is the only kind I've ever been good at. Pull the courier tonight and I get one man and lose the rest of the thread. Wait, and I get all of them when it counts. Every part of me that has held a weapon wants to close my hand tonight. The part of me that has kept people alive knows better, and that part wins. We don't move yet, I say. We know the channel. We don't know if Calvin is the source or the conduit. If we arrest Calvin and he's the conduit, the source goes dark and the network survives. Agreed, Vale says. We watch. We trace the next link in the chain. Vosk nods. His face says he'd prefer to arrest someone tonight. Mine does too, but the evidence has to hold when the entire camp is watching. Night, the command tent empties, my quarters. The blanket is straightened now. I did it at some point during the day without deciding to. The impression is gone. The only evidence of last night is in me. The knowledge of how she sounds, the weight of her in my arms, the rhythm of her footsteps toward her tent that I listened to because the listening was the closest thing to holding her. The net is tightening, the evidence is setting. Tomorrow the next link in the chain will present itself and the work will continue. I listen to the camp settle into sleep, and somewhere across the dark between my tent and hers, she's doing the same, and the distance between us is the kind that holds weight rather than creating absence.
The access list is 4 names, and one of them is a lie. I lay the supply chain analysis on the map table, the charcoal grid showing document flow from requisition to allocation to dispatch. 4 people have daily access to the supply documents that carried the false artillery detail to the Blightlands. Calvin, his deputy Ackley, the logistics sign-off officer Pelham, and Corwin Rell through his Southern Command Oversight Authority. Ackley is rotating duties. His access is intermittent and the intelligence flow is consistent, which clears him. Pelham has no Southern Command connection, no thread linking him to Corwin's authority chain. That leaves 2 names. We don't arrest, I say, we restrict. Vosk's jaw tightens. He'd prefer direct action, so would I restrict how? All allocation papers route through Bevan's office for countersignature before dispatch. Standard wartime efficiency measure. Nothing that flags suspicion. But it puts a bottleneck between the documents and anyone reading them. If the source is Calvin, the bottleneck slows the pipeline. If the source uses Calvin's output without his knowledge, the bottleneck forces them to a new access point we can monitor. Vosk looks at Drak. The look says, your call. She's right, Drak says. The same weight he puts on every operational decision, which is all of it. We're 7 days from the supply rotation window, Vosk says. The assault could come any time after that. We're being patient while the mole keeps feeding intelligence. Arresting the wrong person costs more than patience does. The network survives, the path reroutes, and we lose the only confirmed channel we have. We restrict, we watch who adjusts, and we don't act until we have both ends of the chain. 4 people know what this really is, Drak says, Bevan and us. 4 people and the mole, Vosk says. The mole already knows we're looking. The mole knows we confirmed the supply chain. The mole doesn't know we're restricting access. That's the gap we exploit. Vosk goes. The tent flap settles. The map table holds the access grid and the timeline that's running whether we're ready or not. The signals channel and the officer briefing, I say. No results. Nothing intercepted. Either those paths aren't active or the intelligence didn't travel fast enough to catch. Or those paths are clean and the supply chain is the only pipeline. Which points to Calvin. Or someone using Calvin's desk. I tap the access grid. Corwin has logistics oversight. He could pull supply allocation documents without filing a request. It's built into his authority. Drak looks at the grid. His breathing is steady, the even rhythm I've learned to read as his calm, the pace that runs underneath everything else. We watch all 3. The restriction will tell us which one adjusts. I nod. The nod is professional and clean, and underneath it, the memory of his forehead against mine, behind the supply stack, sits warm and unexamined. The equipment yard at midday is organized chaos. Eastern Palisade crews hauling timber in 10-foot sections. Storm damage repair overlapping with new construction. Soldiers moving in pairs under lockdown protocol, which has become normal enough that the pairs look natural rather than enforced. Calvin is in the supply staging area, clipboard against his forearm, the posture of a man whose territory is measured in manifests and allocation schedules. I cross to him because I have a legitimate logistics question, and because the eye that reads everything in every room never stops reading. The Eastern Sector material draw, I say. The Palisade crews are requesting double the timber allocation for the next 3 days. Is the reserve sufficient? More than sufficient. He checks the clipboard. Professional, smooth. The Western Timber Reserve was redirected last week on the War Chief's order. Current stock covers the Eastern build-out plus a 15% buffer. And the supply rotation, the Northern platform staging. His pen pauses on the manifest. One beat. The pen is moving again before the pause finishes registering as a pause, which means a person who hadn't learned to watch for the small tells in a prison cell wouldn't have noticed it. I noticed it. On schedule, he says, the logistics train shifts in 7 days. Eastern access reduces for 48 hours during the transition. Tight window. We've run tighter. He makes a note on the clipboard. The Eastern crews will have priority access to the Western Reserve during the gap. I've already drafted the allocation adjustment. Before the War Chief authorized it. The War Chief trusts my judgment on supply chain logistics. Smooth, not defensive, a competent quartermaster defending his efficiency. The authorization will be routine. I'm sure it will. He looks up from the clipboard. His eyes are steady. Everything about Colvane is steady, the controlled professional who runs the camp's supply chain with the precision of someone who understands that logistics wins wars before the first blade is drawn. But the look he gives me lasts 1 second longer than professional. Was there anything else, Lieutenant? No, thank you, Quartermaster. I leave the staging area and take stock. The pen pause, the pre-authorized allocation, the 1 second too long look, not proof. Signs, the prison taught me the difference. But there's a fourth point I keep returning to. Colvane knew the supply rotation timeline without consulting his clipboard. 7 days. Eastern access reduces for 48 hours. The transition gap. He recited those details like a man reciting something he's planned around for longer than the question warrants. Quartermasters know their schedules. Of course they do. That's not the tell. The tell is that the logistics train shift isn't announced until 4 days before transition. It's a security practice. Drock's standing order to prevent the Blightlands from timing their probes to the supply window. Colvane knew the exact number with a week's margin, which means he has access to a briefing timeline that wasn't distributed through the standard channel. I mark this unresolved because I can't connect it yet, but the category is clear. The thing that will close a door I haven't identified yet. His quarters, his shirt, the fabric hanging past my thighs because the shoulders it was cut for are twice the width of mine. The wrongness of the fit is the comfort of wearing something that belongs to someone who belongs to you. I haven't measured this room since the night I crossed it. The not measuring isn't forgetting. It's choosing. Maps spread on his table. My charcoal fills the margins. The supply records stacked beside them, Corwin's logistics filings set against the camp's standard sequence. The lamp oil is low. I refill it from the canister on the shelf I can reach only by standing on the chest at the foot of the pallet, and the adjusting to his scale has become automatic, making a shared home out of a space built for one of him. The tent flap opens. He fills the doorway sideways, canvas frame too narrow for his shoulders, and his eyes find me in his shirt at his table with charcoal dust on my fingers and maps under my hands. You're in my shirt. I'm in your shirt. It fits badly. It fits perfectly. The corner of his mouth moves, not a smile. The thing before a smile, the small displacement that his left tusk catches and holds. He crosses to the table. His hand finds my shoulder, the weight of his palm settling against the fabric of his own shirt covering my skin, and the warmth of the contact is domestic, and I don't catalog it. It just is. How was the yard? I say. Palisade is ahead of schedule. Yetta says the eastern Thornwall section is stabilizing where the new bracing went in. He pulls a chair to the table, the chair that creaks under him every time, the wood protesting 340 pounds of orc. You talked to Colvane. Standard logistics inquiry. And his pen paused when I mentioned the supply rotation. One beat. Then he told me he'd already drafted the allocation adjustment before you authorized it. Efficient or pre-informed? That's the question. I push the access grid toward him. He also looked at me 1 second too long when I pressed. 1 second. In prison, 1 second is the difference between a guard who's bored and a guard who's measuring you for a cell transfer. I learned to read the difference. He's quiet for a moment. His thumb finds the edge of the map, runs along the crease. I trust your read. 3 words that carry more weight than the strategy session this morning. I trust your read. The woman who got it wrong at Gravelhorn, who followed intelligence she should have questioned, whose mistake killed 40 people. He trusts her read. The warmth of it settles in my chest and stays holding. Dispatch from the Southern Relay, he says, routed through Gara's network. He sets the sealed packet on the table. I break it open. Selin's handwriting, which I've learned from the intelligence briefs, precise and angular. Vosk's notes in the margin, the broader strokes of a man who writes like he moves, with economy. I read. 3 other camps, I say. Similar patterns, compromised supply chains, intelligence leaking through bureaucratic cover. How similar? Identical methodology, supply document manipulation, bureaucratic assets with access to logistics data. Selin traced 2 of the compromised chains back 18 months. I look up from the dispatch. 18 months, before the current offensive, before the coalition formed. The network is larger than Thornwall. The network predates Thornwall. The implication settles, not a single mole planted in one camp, a system, infrastructure. Someone built this pipeline years ago, before Corwin, before the current operation. The intelligence apparatus was in place before we arrived. Which means Calvin could have been in place before I took command. Or recruited after. Either way, the infrastructure was ready. Creech didn't improvise this. He built it like you build a fortification. Foundation first, walls second, weapons last. His jaw tightens at the construction metaphor. Not because it's wrong. Because it's his language applied to the enemy's strategy and the accuracy costs him. Creech has been building this since before Gravelhorn. Since before Gravelhorn. I say it and the words carry a weight that has nothing to do with the investigation and everything to do with the 5 years between that battle and this tent. The plans I made. The orders I followed. The intelligence I didn't question. All of it flowing through a pipeline that was already built, already operational, already feeding data to a man who used it to destroy everything it touched. The intelligence I was given at Gravelhorn, I say, the false orders, they came through a supply chain too. He looks at me, you're thinking the same pipeline. I'm thinking the same architect. The word sits between us, architect, someone who builds systems to destroy from the inside. If Creech built this network before Gravelhorn, then the intelligence failure that destroyed your people wasn't a failure. It was a product. A product of the same system we're fighting now. Yes. What do we do with this? He says. We use it. If the network predates Thornwall, there's a record somewhere. Postings, transfers, personnel files. Someone placed these assets. That someone has a name. Selin's dispatch mentions a contact. Someone inside the Southern intelligence chain who's been flagging anomalies. We need that contact's data. Can Gara route a priority request? Already done. The dispatch came with a return channel. Vosk arranged it. He's quiet, building in his head. I've learned to recognize it by how his breathing deepens and his hands stop moving. We're closer than we were this morning, I say. We're closer than we've been since this started. The lamp has burned lower since the dispatch arrived. He sets the sealed packet aside and the light contracts to the space between us. Maps, charcoal, the stack of supply records that I'll return to. His hands are flat on the table. Mine are in the fabric of his shirt. The weight of what we found sits between us. Creech built this before Gravelhorn. He built it in the same mechanism that destroyed 40 clan members and put my name on a tribunal charge sheet. The distance between those 2 damages is the length of a supply chain, a filing sequence, the bureaucratic methodology of a man who understood that systems outlast swords. He looks at me, not at the dispatch, not at the access grid, at me. We came out of the same wreckage, I say. Yes. I stand. The chair doesn't creak. His does when he stands to meet me, the familiar protest of wood under 340 pounds. I move around the table and his hands find me before I finish the approach. one on each side of my jaw, the span of his palms covering my face from chin to temple. I know his hands now, the calluses on the right palm, the thin scar on the back of his left, the warmth that runs hotter than mine because orc blood runs hot, and the heat has become one of the things I feel for without choosing to. His forehead comes down to mine, the bend is almost double. The scale of us does not resolve. I want to stop reckoning everything for a while, I say. His hands tighten. Then they ease because there's no hurry in this, and the not hurrying is the whole shape of the night. The first time was a crossing. This isn't. This is a place we already live in, and he moves through it like a man who has learned where the low beam is and stopped ducking hard. He kisses me and I lift onto my toes to meet it and still don't reach, and neither of us minds. What happens between us is slow and familiar and entirely ours now. Nothing to prove and no fear left to work through. When it crests, he follows a stroke behind, his forehead dropping to my collarbone, the sound of him the sound of a man who has finally, for one breath, set everything down. After, his arm around me, the palate dipping us together toward the middle. His heart slow and steady under my ear. The watchfulness settles back in its quieter form. Not survival, not evidence. Just him, alive here, and me choosing to lie still inside a safety I spent my whole life not believing in. He falls asleep while I'm still awake beside him. His breathing deepens and extends. The tension in his shoulder releases. He moves from present to somewhere his body has decided it needs more than the work does tonight. I stay. I look at the supply records, the stack I've been cross-referencing. And the pattern surfaces like patterns do when you've spent 2 years in a cell with nothing to do but watch the small order of things and notice when that order slips. Corwin's filing sequence. The receipts are numbered, sequential, but 3 of them are filed one position out of order. Receipt 4471 sits where 4472 should be. Receipt 4472 sits where 4473 should be. The displacement is 1, consistent, specific. I've seen this before. Redwall, the guards who ran contraband through the cell blocks used the filing system as their communication channel. Documents filed one position out of sequence. The displacement itself was the message. A package is waiting, the drop location has changed, the schedule has shifted. Nobody checked filing order. Auditors checked content, signatures, dates, authorization stamps. Nobody counted the sequence numbers because sequence numbers are supposed to be automatic. I noticed, because I notice sequences like other people notice faces. I pull 3 receipts from the stack, lay them side by side on the table. Drock sleeps. His breathing fills the tent, the steady rhythm I've learned to fall asleep to. I don't sleep. The 3 receipts are on my side of the table, the charcoal notations circling the sequence numbers, the displacement marked. Small enough to be nothing. A clerk's error. The kind of irregularity that vanishes in an audit because auditors aren't looking for filing order. But I'm not an auditor. I'm a woman who spent 2 years reading the things nobody else thought were worth a second look. Patterns are the language of systems, and systems are the language of power, and power always leaves a trail if you know how to read it. If I'm right, the filing sequence isn't a mistake. It's a dead drop signal hidden inside the camp's own bureaucracy. I don't wake him, not yet. The discovery is a weapon, and weapons require timing. How long has this been running? The question sits in my chest beside the warmth of his trust, and both live there at once because the watchfulness has changed. It guards something now instead of just keeping me alive. The edge is the same edge it has always been, honed in prison and sharpened by loss, but what it defends is different now. And the difference is sleeping beside me, breathing slow and even, a scar over his heart he trusted me enough to show.
She brings me 3 receipts and the war changes shape. Morning, command tent. The charcoal annotations in her handwriting circle 3 sequence numbers, the displacement marked with the precise notation she uses for everything. Clean lines, no wasted marks. She lays them on the table flat and direct, the presentation of a woman who learned to deliver intelligence without flinching. Filing sequence, she says, Corwin's supply receipts. 3 documents filed one position out of order. The displacement is consistent, 1. Clerical error. No, in Redwall the guards ran a dead drop system through the filing cabinets. Documents displaced by one position meant a pickup was ready. Nobody checks filing order. Auditors check content, signatures, stamps. The sequence numbers are supposed to be automatic. You checked them. I check everything. I look at the 3 receipts, the charcoal circles, the displacement she's measured with the precision of a woman who spent 2 years in a cell marking the small things nobody else thought mattered. Nobody checked filing order. She did. The noticing just broke the case open. We don't touch the system, I say. We plan a receipt in the sequence, marked, traceable, and we watch who collects. A specific supply document, she says. Something that looks routine but carries a detail we can track. If someone picks it up and the detail travels east, the dead drop is confirmed and we have a face. Vosk on the stakeout. Vosk and one other small team. The supply storage is tight quarters and more than 2 bodies changes the air. I brief Vosk, he doesn't ask why. The receipts tell him enough. Vosk reads operations like I read terrain, quickly, completely, no wasted effort. He looks at the receipts, he looks at the plan, he looks at me once. The once is enough. He's deciding whether he trusts the approach, which takes 3 seconds, and then he nods, and the nod means he's already running the logistics of the stakeout alongside whatever else he's running. Vosk has been with me since the first posting. His nod is worth more than most men's signatures. The marked document goes into the sequence at second watch. A false resupply estimate for the northern platform, the numbers plausible, the document indistinguishable from the real ones around it. Third watch, the supply storage is dark. I'm positioned behind the timber reserve, the wood rough against my back, the night air carrying the sounds I've felt settle into my bones over months. The sentry rotation, the cook fire banking, the distant hammer of the night construction crew on the eastern palisade. Vosk is inside, wedged behind the manifest's cabinet where a man his size shouldn't fit but does. The wait is its own kind of work, 2 hours of stillness while the camp moves through its evening patterns. Cook fires banking, lanterns moving in pairs, soldiers finishing the day and beginning the night rotation. My ears track the camp like any other territory, reading what's normal, feeling for the shift in rhythm that means something is wrong. Nothing reads wrong. Whatever the source is doing tonight, they're not here. Vosk doesn't move. I can't see him from my position and can barely hear him. For a man his size, the stillness is remarkable. He told me once that waiting is how orcs hunt. Not pursuit but position, the knowledge that the thing you want will come to you if you hold still long enough. I've been trying to do the same thing with the mole for months, hold still. Let the patience build the case that aggression can't. 4 counts in, the cold timber against my back, 4 counts out. The stillness is work, the hardest kind, because the body wants to close the distance and the job is to let the distance stand. I've dug graves at night in weather worse than this, standing in a hole with the rain coming down, waiting for the ground to give up enough water that I could set the last course. You learn there is a patience that has nothing to do with calm. It's a load you carry with your whole back, and you carry it because the alternative is a wall that won't hold. Tonight is the first night the patience pays. A shape comes at the 3rd bell, low rank, camp uniform, someone who moves through logistics spaces without drawing attention because logistics is the invisible machinery of war and the people who tend it are invisible too. He opens the drawer, checks the sequence, takes the marked receipt. Vosk takes him in the doorway, quiet, the man doesn't struggle. The absence of struggle tells me he expected this eventually, like all couriers expect the hand on the shoulder at some point. The interrogation is Vosk's, his methods are his own and they're effective. 4 years of watching Vosk take difficult people through difficult questions and come back with what he needed. He doesn't break people physically. He doesn't need to. He makes them understand the precise extent of what they're already caught in, and then he shows them the only exit that exists, and then he waits. Most people walk toward the exit. I don't need to be in the room. I need the results, and the results come an hour later in the command tent, where Vale is waiting with charcoal dust on her fingers and the access grid updated. He confirms the dead drop system, Vosk says, picks up displaced documents from the sequence, delivers them to a location outside the eastern perimeter, doesn't know who displaces the documents, only knows the signal and the destination. The destination, Vale says. Grayspire relay, the same route the coded letters traveled. Creech's network, I say. Confirmed, Vosk shifts his weight, 4 months at least, recruited through a contact at Grayspire, gold and a promise of extraction after the assault. Does he know the primary source, Vale says. No, he only knows the dead drop. Someone inside the camp displaces the documents and he collects them. He's never met the source and doesn't know their identity. Vale looks at me. The look carries the same weight as the 3 receipts. The victory is real and incomplete. We've cut one link. The source is still in camp, still feeding intelligence, still invisible. The arrest will spook whoever is displacing the documents, she says. the source will know the dead drop is compromised. Which means the source either goes dark or finds a new channel, I say. If they go dark, the intelligence stops flowing, but we don't catch them. If they find a new channel, we might detect the shift. Or they accelerate, Vosk says, pass everything they have in one burst before we close the net. How long before the source realizes the courier is missing, I say. The courier's next scheduled pickup is tomorrow night. If he doesn't show, the source knows by the following morning. 2 days, Vale says. We have 2 days before the pipeline adjusts. Bevan records the courier capture in the official dispatch. The political implications require a message to the council. Creech's network confirmed as operating inside coalition camps. I draft it myself. The words are precise because imprecise words in political dispatches become weapons in the wrong hands. The reinforcements, I say, timeline. 7 days, Bevan says, if the council moved on the request when we sent it. 6 if they prioritized. 6 to 7 days for reinforcements, 2 days before the intelligence pipeline adjusts, 3 to 5 days before the assault window opens. The relief comes after the fight, not before it. The days close in, everything tightening toward the same point. Bevan leaves, the command tent is quiet, the lamp burns low. I stand at the map table and the weight of command settles in the shoulders and the jaw and the tension behind my eyes. That means the day's decisions are stacking faster than I can process them. But something has changed. Somewhere between the forehead kiss behind the supply stack and the sound of her voice in the command tent this morning, it changed. The camp, the war, the mole, the assault timeline, and her, not as distraction, not as one more thing to worry over, as the thing that steadies the rest. Command doesn't get lighter when she's in it. It gets steadier, like any hard night is easier when you're not facing it alone. I've been learning that since she sat on my pallet and told me about the 7-foot walls. I know what solid ground feels like under my feet. She feels like that. The woman in my quarters who sleeps in my shirts and reads supply records at my table, and whose sharp eye just caught a courier that my entire intelligence operation missed. She's in my quarters when I get there, not in my shirt tonight, in her own clothes, the duty uniform she wore in the command tent, which means she came here directly without changing, which means she wasn't thinking about comfort. She was thinking about the 2-day window and the timeline and how little of it we had left. I close the tent flap. She's at the table, maps, the access grid, the charcoal notation that fills every margin of everything she touches. 2 days, she says without looking up. 2 days. She looks up. Her eyes are the gray that turns silver in low lamp light, the color I've been watching since the first week and stopped pretending I wasn't watching since the kiss. Her hands are still on the map, charcoal dust on her index finger and thumb. I cross to her, not 2 strides, deliberate. My hand finds her jaw, the cup of her face between my thumb and fingers, the shape I learned in the command tent 2 weeks ago when I told myself I was checking for injuries, and the lie was so transparent it didn't survive the 3 seconds my palm was against her skin. She turns into my hand, the same turn I felt the night I wiped ink from her cheek. Slight and deliberate, a choice she makes with her whole face. The courier can wait until morning, I say. The courier can wait. I kiss her, the tusk angle is known. Tilt right, she tilts left. The notch one brushes the corner of her jaw where the scrape from the first kiss has faded, but the memory of contact hasn't. Her mouth opens against mine, and the taste of her is the one I carry now, the one that replaced the fading after the first time and didn't fade. After, side by side, my hand spans her hip, the bone fitting inside my palm, the scale of us a fact I stopped seeing as a problem and started seeing as something that simply fits. She breathes against my chest. Her fingers find the scar again. Tell me, she says. I'm ready. My father, the hard words always come to me the same, physical first, pushing through the throat like something that has weight. I was 19. The clan had an alliance with a human settlement near the southern reaches, trade agreement, mutual defense, the kind of alliance that keeps small communities alive when the Blightlands press. She listens, quiet, total, absorbing, complete. I challenged it, not the alliance, the terms. The humans were taking more than they gave. Our people were dying on joint patrols that protected human farms but left our Thornwall undermanned. I breathe. My father was war chief. His father's father made the alliance. Breaking it was betrayal of lineage. You challenged him publicly. I challenged him in council, in front of the clan elders. I said the terms were costing orc lives for human benefit, and the alliance needed renegotiation, or it needed to end. What did he do? He cut me over the heart in front of the council. the scar under her fingers, thin, white, old enough to be part of the skin's texture. A traitor's mark in our clan, the mark that says this one broke faith. She's still, the stillness I've learned means she's running at full speed, the body going quiet so the mind can work. He chose the alliance over his son. He chose tradition over change. I chose the people who were dying over the people who made the deal. The people who were dying, always the same weight, always the same pull in my chest, low and to the left, the place the blade went in and the place the grief settled after. I put my hand over hers on the scar. Her fingers are warm on the old cold seam of it. That's why I don't break alliances, even the ones that cost me. Because I know what the breaking looks like, and I know what it costs, and I decided when I was 19 that the cost of keeping faith is always less than the cost of breaking it. The words come out level, they didn't used to. For years I couldn't say this one at all, the words shaking apart before they reached my mouth. I say it now, 4 counts, the lamp holds, she holds. The words sit between us, said, and nothing breaks. She understands, her breathing changes, the slight deepening that means something has landed in a place that thinking can't reach. The scar is my trust made visible. I've been carrying it since I was 19, and now she carries it too. We lie in the silence that comes after the words that cost something. The lamp has burned to nearly nothing. She doesn't move to relight it. I don't reach for my tunic. The darkness is the kind that builds inside a tent on a night when neither of you wants to be anywhere else, and the wanting doesn't need to be acknowledged because it's already there, like the ground is there, underneath everything, holding. Her breathing deepens slowly, not sleep, the approach to it, the gradual slowing that means the day has processed enough to let the body rest. I stay still because the stillness is what she needs, and the stillness is also what I need, and the overlap is the thing that's changed. The discovery that what's right for the camp and what's right for me are increasingly the same thing. After the war. The thought arrives heavy and settled, like a stone dropping into mud. After the war, when the assault is done and the mole is caught and the reinforcements have arrived and the Blightlands are pushed back. After, her at my table, her charcoal in my margins, the adjusting to each other's scale that has become automatic. After. Hope not for the campaign, not for the camp, for the life that comes when the fighting stops. I let myself picture it, and the picturing is the most dangerous thing I've done because hope is something you can't build on until the ground stops shaking, and the ground is still shaking, and I'm reaching for it anyway. The risk of building on shaking ground, I know what that is. I've watched alliances collapse under it, watched soldiers lose morale when what they stood on was pulled from beneath them. I've told young captains, don't plan for the ideal outcome, plan for the probable one, know where the weight bears. After the war is not a certain outcome, it's the outcome I'm building for. The distinction matters. Every wall starts as the idea of a wall before it becomes stone. The idea isn't the wall, but the idea is why you reach for the first stone. My father taught me that with his hands on mine before he taught me what a blade does to a son who breaks faith. Both lessons live in the same body. I've spent 5 years letting the second one crowd out the first. Tonight the first one has room again. Build the foundation before you name the house. I've said it to 100 young captains. I know what it means to keep to it. But a man reaches for the first stone before the ground is proven, or no wall ever gets built at all. That reaching is not a failure of patience. It's where patience begins. I look at her in the last of the lamplight, and I reach for the stone, and the reaching is its own kind of faith.
The Scout's report is a column of numbers, and every number is worse than the one above it. I read the sheet before Vosk speaks it. The habit is older than the war. My eye finds the shape of a document the moment it lands in front of me. How the weight distributes down a column, where the ink pressed harder because the hand behind it was tired or afraid. This hand was neither. Steady all the way down. Whoever counted the enemy staging areas counted them cold, and cold is its own kind of warning. 800 confirmed, Vosk says. Forward staging areas expanded to 3. Supply caches at 2-mile intervals along the eastern approach. I watch him as he reads, the small tightening at the outer corner of his eye when he reaches the caches. He knows what caches mean. You don't build supply drops for a raid. You build them for a campaign that intends to stay until the wall is down. Timeline, I say. 10 to 14 days, possibly sooner if the northern corridor movement is assault ready. It's sooner, Drock's voice settles the room. If the mole is still feeding rotation schedules, they'll time it to the supply transition window. 7 days to the supply rotation, I say. 10 to 14 for staging. The overlap is 3 to 7, that's our gap. And reinforcements? Roan's voice from the back. He stands where he always stands, 2 paces from the entrance, arms at his sides. The council dispatch was sent 2 days ago. 7 to 10 days before the column arrives, Drock says. The assault could come in 7. So we're looking at a gap, Vosk says, 0 to 3 days where we hold alone. With a compromised pipeline and a source still active inside the camp, I say. We plan for the gap now, not when it arrives. Agreed, Drock looks at me. The lieutenant has been developing a defensive strategy since the Eastern Breach assessment. She'll present it now. I stand. The tent holds officers packed shoulder to shoulder, and I read the room before I read the map, because a room tells you how a plan will land before you've said a word of it. Herath at the front with his arms already folded. Fenner leaning in, 2 captains near the flap whose weight has shifted onto the balls of their feet, ready to leave if this wastes their time. I have one chance to make them stay in their heels. The map is where I do it. Thornwall integrity is 62% overall. Eastern sector is 41, stabilized by the bracing but unable to withstand concentrated force above 200. Northern and western above 70. Southern approach impassable. So they come from the east, says Captain Herath, arms folded. We've known this. They come from the east initially, but 800 doesn't assault a single sector. They pin us east with 400 and send columns of 150 each to probe north and west. That's speculation, Roan says. That's what I'd do with 4 months of inside intelligence about our force distribution. A single-axis assault wastes the mole's intelligence. A multi-axis assault exploits it, so we plan for multi-axis. Go on, Herath says. 3 zones. I lay the charcoal overlays on the map. Zone Alpha, Eastern Sector, 4 companies in rotating 12-hour shifts, 2 reserve platoons for breach response. This is the wall. And if the wall doesn't hold, Herath says, then we fall back to Beta. Interior fallback line. Equipment yard fortifications, supply depot walls, the natural ridge between command and the eastern approach. We lose the eastern camps, 30% of our supply cache, but the line is shorter and easier to hold. Zone Gamma, Vosk says. Northern and western early warning. 2 squad patrol screens at 800 yards with fallback triggers. If either screen engages, reserve platoons redirect from Alpha. Response time, 9 minutes. You've timed the routes, Roan says, flat. On foot in full kit at night in rain, 9 minutes northern, 11 western. The western grade adds 2 minutes in mud. And you ran those routes yourself, Herath says. 3 times each. I don't tell him the rest. That I ran them at the hour the assault is likeliest, past the second bell, when the eyes are worst and the legs have already given the day away. That I timed the difference between a route on paper and a route in a body that has been awake too long because the paper never carries the kit and the paper never slides in the mud. The plan on the map is the plan on a good night. I built for the bad one. The Eastern Depot sits inside Zone Alpha, exposed, same as it was the first hour I walked this camp and told Drock to move it southwest. We never had the days. So the plan does the next best thing and gives that ground away on purpose, folds the depot's own walls into the Beta line, and turns the weakness I flagged on day 1 into a place we choose not to bleed for. Not the fix I wanted. The fix the clock allowed. The room has gone quiet. I read the quiet like I read the report. Herath's arms have come unfolded. The 2 captains by the flap have settled back into their heels. Fenner's stylus is moving, and he isn't writing my words down, he's writing his own sector into the frame I gave him. That's the sound of a plan taking, not agreement. Adoption. The silence of people who have stopped weighing whether the framework is right and started applying it to the ground they'll die on. Building on the plan, not against it. Supply rationing extends current stores from 16 to 22 days. 6-day buffer past the reinforcement window. Kill zones pre-sighted at both eastern choke points, ravine edge and stream crossing at 400 yards. Roan asks nothing. His silence has the weight of a man recording everything for later. The council disperses. Officers exit in groups, conversations already operational. Bevan's tablet is full. Implementation has begun. Herath is pulling Vosk aside at the tent entrance, his hand on Vosk's arm, the grip of a captain who needs to clarify reserves before the answer becomes complicated. Fenner is studying the Eastern approach overlay with the expression of someone who has just been given a problem he can solve. The plan was abstract when I drew it. Charcoal on paper, clean lines, no faces. Now it has faces. Herath's hand on Vosk's arm. Fenner bent to the overlay like a man handed a problem he can finally solve. Every decision becomes real this way. Not when you make it, but when you see the people who will carry it. I lived on the wrong side of that gap at Gravelhorn, and I don't have a way to guarantee I'm on the right side of it now. At Gravelhorn, the plan had faces too, and I only learned them after, in the accounting of who didn't come back. I read them now instead of later. It doesn't make the plan safer. It makes it mine. What I have is every face, every judgment that went into the plan that will decide whether those faces come back. Captain Herath pauses beside me. Scar from ear to jaw, pale green, he looks at the map, then at me. The eastern fallback position, good ground. From an orc captain, that's a commendation. Thank you, Captain. Roan leaves last. The recommendations are sound, Lieutenant. The words are correct. The temperature is not. He delivers them like a sealed document. The contents are inside and the seal says nothing. 3 of us left. My plan. My numbers. Every line on that map is a decision about who stands where, and the distance between likely and certain is where I'll carry the names of the ones I got wrong. Dispatch from the Southern Relay, Vosk says. Selen's handwriting rooted through Gara. I break the seal, read again. Greyspire is empty. Vosk straightens, Drock's breathing shifts. Empty how, Drock says. Abandoned, vacated 3 days ago. Garrison dispersed. Supply stores moved or destroyed. I read it a 3rd time because the first 2 readings were for the words and the 3rd is for what sits under them. Selen writes tight when she's certain and loose when she's guessing, and this hand is tight all the way down, the letters small and pressed and sure. She isn't guessing. I set the dispatch down. Creech left. Left for where? Last known direction, north. North, Vosk says. His hand goes to his belt, fingers finding the knife handle by muscle memory. That's toward us. The room contracts. Every officer who remained after the briefing pulls inward, soldiers confronting a threat that has stopped being theoretical. Herath, halfway to the exit, turns back. Ackley stops writing mid-word. The scratch of his stylus ceases, and what replaces it is the silence of people who have just felt how close death is. Vosk's breathing doesn't change. That's worse. I've spent weeks reading him, and a man who doesn't flinch at north is a man who is already standing where the flinch would land. It means he saw where this was going before I finished, and seeing it is why his hand found the knife before the sentence did. His jaw is set, professional, contained. The fear pressed down into something that holds instead of something that buckles. I know the difference by sight now. The soldiers who buckle go loose first, a slackening at the mouth, the eyes cutting to the exit. Vosk goes hard. Everything in him drawing toward the center, toward the knife, toward the work. Drock has locked in place. Weight forward, knuckles pale at the ridges where his fingers press the table edge. If he's moving with a force, 5 to 7 days, I say. Light and fast less. So the pipeline wasn't just intelligence, Drock says. It was preparation. The mole's been building his arrival for months. The 800 are the force, he's the direction. Can we confirm his route? Vosk says. Selen's contact is tracking. Next dispatch in 2 days. Does the strategy change? Drock says. The defensive structure doesn't change based on who commands the other side. Terrain is terrain. Numbers are numbers. But the mole becomes more dangerous, Vosk says. Every piece of intelligence that leaves this camp now goes directly to the man who will use it against us personally. Then we find the source before he arrives, I say. Then we work it. Drock's voice is the foundation again, the register that holds rooms steady. Vosk nods. I'll coordinate the signals relay for Selen's next report. He takes the dispatch and leaves. The tent flap settles to 2. Your plan is good, he says. Good and sufficient aren't the same thing. They're close enough today. He stands, the chair protests. We'll make them the same thing by the time it matters. You believe that? I believe you drew those lines. That's enough. No qualifiers. I listen for the hedge that always comes, the given the circumstances, the for now, the small verbal retreat people make when they praise the disgraced. It doesn't come. His voice holds level from the first word to the last, and a voice that level isn't performing trust. It's reporting it. He trusts the lines because I drew them. Not despite Gravelhorn. He trusts them because the brain that made the error is the brain that's correcting it. I don't know how to carry that trust yet. I've spent 2 years reading rooms for the moment the trust runs out, watching for the tell that says the tolerance is spent and the disgrace is remembered again. I keep looking for that tell in him and I keep not finding it, and the absence is harder to hold than the presence of anything. It's too new and too heavy, and it sits in my chest like the charcoal marks sit on paper. Visible, indelible, only useful if the person reading it knows what it's for. It has to be enough, I say. He moves toward the exit, and I fall into step beside him, my 2 steps to his 1.5, the rhythm we built without discussing it. Outside, late afternoon. Camp operational, palisade crews on the eastern line, hammers hitting timber, the sound of people building against something coming. The plan is becoming real. People who believe in it have started moving, and that motion gives it weight I never drew on paper. He catches my hand as I pass him at the tent entrance. His thumb traces my knuckles. 1 pass. The pad rough, calloused from timber and halved in 34 years of building things with his hands, and under the roughness the pressure is precise, measured like a man measures who has learned that his strength is a thing to govern. I read the whole of him in that 1 pass. The care in it. The deliberate softening of a grip that could close around my whole fist. The touch is completely inappropriate in a war camp with officers within sightline and an assault force massing at the ridge and a mole active in our supply chain. I clock the sightlines without deciding to. 2 crews on the eastern palisade with their backs to us. Ackley at the far tent with his head down. Nobody facing this gap. The reading is automatic, the same reading I ran on every corridor in Redwall, except in Redwall, I read for the guard who might catch me, and here I read for the officer who might see this, and I want, for once, to be the woman who doesn't check. The touch is a thing that doesn't belong in any plan I've made since Gravelhorn, since the tribunal, since I stopped letting myself want anything that had I survive in it. 3 seconds, everything else goes quiet. There is no strategy, no timeline, no Creech moving north with the full weight of what he built aimed at the people standing behind my lines. There's only his thumb on my knuckles and the plain, untenable fact that I want to be here. Not for the pardon, not for the mission, not for the absolution I told myself I was searching for. Here, where his hand is. My fingers disappear inside his grip. Officers might see, he doesn't adjust. I don't pull away. 3 seconds. He releases. We walk in different directions because the war requires it, and toward each other because the choosing requires it, and that is the one true thing I don't need to check twice. Creech coming north means the intelligence our mole is feeding doesn't flow to an impersonal enemy. It flows to the man who built the network, who knows the architecture, who designed the extraction plan that put Corwin Rell in this camp. He knows how I think. Through months of intelligence, through the patrol routes I drew and the defensive lines I revised. He has the shape of my planning mind. If he's as good as his network suggests, he'll probe the places I'm least certain about. The plan accounts for terrain and numbers and supply windows. It does not account for being known. I know what it is to be read by someone who has studied you. The tribunal did it, 3 weeks of officers laying my choices out and turning them over, learning the shape of how I think so they could name where it failed. Creech has done the same, only he did it to use me, not to sentence me, and he had 4 months of my patrol routes and my revised lines to do it with. The margin I built into the eastern fallback assumed a competent enemy. Creech is not competent. Creech is specific. He'll go at the fallback like the tribunal went at Gravelhorn, straight to the seam I'd have told myself was fine. I've carried one wrong plan. The dead from Gravelhorn don't let me forget the weight of it. I feel it in the back of the throat every time I look at a line I drew too generous. I won't carry a second. The charcoal lines I drew on that map are the first time since the tribunal I've put everything I have into something I believe in. A defense. Every line exists to protect the people standing behind it. I go back to the map, pull the eastern overlay toward me, and start rechecking the fallback positions with Creech's specificity written into every margin I left too wide. Mine, the lines are mine. The soldiers on those lines are real. The margin between working and failing is the margin where I'll either pay the debt or add to it, and the charcoal is already warm under my fingers.
The runner smells like blood and the eastern perimeter. He comes through the tent flap at a run, which tells me before he speaks. Eastern Patrol War Chief ambush at the stream crossing, 8 dead, 14 wounded. The stream crossing, I'm on my feet. 400 yards out, the area yesterday's briefing marked as clear. What hit them? Blightland's force, 50 to 70, positioned on both sides of the stream bed with archer cover on the ridge. The patrol walked into a channel with no exit. Who, I say? Third rotation, Lieutenant Garen's platoon, 26 out, 18 came back. Herath. Captain Herath was riding the patrol as oversight, bolt through the right shoulder pulling soldiers into cover. Herath, 4 years fighting beside me. Good ground, he said 2 days ago. Where is he? Medical tent, conscious. The bolt missed the joint, but the bleeding was significant. The ambush position, Vosk says. His voice is the tight-controlled register of a man holding anger with both hands. Both sides of the stream bed, archer cover on the ridge. That's not a patrol encounter. That's a prepared kill zone. Using intelligence only available to the inner circle, I say. The patrol route was in the morning briefing yesterday. 30 people in that room. But the composition and timing were restricted to operational command. 6 people. 6 people, the number has edges, and every one of them presses into me. Get me the casualty list, I say, and the names of everyone who accessed the patrol schedule in the last 48 hours. The runner leaves, my hands find the table edge. The wood groans under my grip, 8 dead because I've been patient, 14 wounded because I've been careful, Herath with a bolt through the shoulder because I built a methodical case while someone inside my camp sends soldiers into kill zones. Drog, Vosk's voice careful. Don't. I'm not telling you to calm down. Good, because I'm not calm. I let go of the table. The wood has finger-shaped depressions where my grip was. I want everyone with access to that patrol schedule in this tent within the hour. And then what? Then I put my hands on the one who sold it. How you arrest 6 people, 5 are innocent. The real source switches to a route you don't know exists. We lose visibility and the Blightlands assault still comes. I know the argument. Then you know why you can't do what you want to do. What I want to do is find the person who killed 8 of my soldiers and break every bone in their body, starting with the hands they used to write the intelligence that put those soldiers in that stream bed. That's what I want to do, Vosk. Tell me the argument again. The argument is the same one it's been for 4 months, Vosk says. We find the source, we confirm, we act with certainty. Otherwise the network survives and the next ambush kills more. 4 count, the table edge under my hands, 4 in. The wood groans, 4 hold. The names in the report, Garen, Havers, Paul. The 2 the medics said won't last the night. I don't have their names yet. The names are coming. They always come. I hold the space for them. 4 out. The rage doesn't leave, it reorganizes. The difference between rage that tears and rage that drives is the breath, and the breath is the only thing I control right now. I can't give back what Garen's mother loses today. I can't repair Herath's shoulder or tell the orc corporal that his 3 fingers will grow back or explain to 26 soldiers why they walked into a kill zone built from information someone inside this camp sold for gold. But the rage has a direction now, and the direction has a name I don't know yet. The tent flap opens. Vale reads the room in 2 seconds, reads me in less. The Eastern Patrol, she says. 8 dead, 14 wounded. Herath took a bolt. The crossing. Area marked clear in yesterday's brief. She crosses to the map. The positioning is a channel ambush, she says. Archers on the ridge, infantry blocking both ends of the stream bed, no escape geometry. Whoever planned this knew the patrol would enter from the northwest and had time to position blockers on the southeast exit. Which means they knew the route. Which means they knew the route, the timing, and the patrol composition. Specifically that it was a standard rotation and not a heavy reconnaissance. A heavy patrol would have had flankers who'd spot the ridge positions. The mole is directing strikes now, I say, not just passing intelligence, targeting. Yes. A cold weight settles lower in my chest. Whoever's doing this isn't just feeding information anymore. They're operational. They adjusted their approach. They went from passive intelligence, from routes and schedules and position data, to active participation in the decision of where to strike. This mole believes they're winning. They're right to believe it. 8 dead says they are. I keep the thought where it is and don't let it cross into the space where it would be useful to the wrong people. When did the patrol composition become available to operational command? I say. The morning briefing, Vosk says, 06, the ambush was in position before the patrol left camp. Which means the intelligence was transmitted overnight. Sometime between the last briefing and dawn, someone in this camp converted a morning's patrol schedule into 8 soldiers walking into a kill zone. The efficiency of it sits in my chest like a stone. I want to arrest everyone who touched that schedule, I say. I know you do. Tell me why I can't. Because arresting 5 innocent people to catch 1 guilty one burns your officer corps during a siege. Because the arrest itself tells the source they're blown. Because once they know, they activate whatever extraction plan Creech built for them, and we lose the only thread connecting this camp to the Shadow King's network. My soldiers are dead. Yes, and arresting the wrong people won't bring them back. Finding the right person prevents the next 8. How close are we, I say? The courier pipeline adjusts within hours if it hasn't already. The source will know the dead drop is compromised, but we have the sequence, the supply chain confirmation, and the 3 suspects. The net is closing. Not fast enough. No, she doesn't soften it. Not fast enough for the 8 who died today. Fast enough, maybe, for the ones who will die next if we don't finish this. 4 count, 4 in, hold, 4 out. The rage settles into something I can use. Narrow the timeline, I say. We had days, now we have hours. Whatever the investigation needs, it gets. Priority above everything except the defensive positions. Agreed, Vosk says. Agreed, Vale says. The medical tent smells like blood and elf fruit. Hareth is on the 3rd pallet, shoulder wrapped, arm immobilized, 6 weeks recovery. In 6 weeks the assault will be over. War Chief, his jaw is locked against the pane. Captain. The approach was wrong. I could smell it before we were 100 yards out. The air was too still. You should have pulled back. I was pulling back when the bolts came. The first volley caught 4 of them before I could get a shout out. His good hand grips the pallet edge. Garen's dead. He was at the front of the column. Garen, 26, the kind of officer you build a command around. He had what Hareth has, the soldier who becomes the people around him instead of commanding them, the one whose unit runs better because he's in it. That quality is not replaceable. It doesn't transfer. When it goes, the space it occupied stays empty. I carry those empty spaces, the ones that don't fill. Every command leaves you carrying them, and every war chief knows the weight. Some losses are tactical, a unit down, a position weakened, a skill gap that can be trained around. Those losses hurt and they're recoverable. The ones I'm talking about are different. The officers who didn't command their people so much as be them. Who made the soldiers around them better by some mechanism that has no training equivalent, no manual, no replication pathway. Garen was 3 years from being a captain other war chiefs would have carried the same way. He should have had 40 more years of operations before that. Instead, his mother is at the southern garrison, and I'm going to tell her. I'll tell his family, I say. His mother is at the southern garrison. I know. It was a setup, war chief, not an encounter. They were waiting for us. I know that too. How many dead, he says. Right. Names. Garen Havers, Paul. I'll have the full list within the hour. Garen was at the front. He didn't have a chance. No. Find them, he says. Whoever sold that route, find them and let me watch. I'll find them. The grip of his good hand on the pallet edge says more than his words have. I've seen soldiers hold that edge after ambushes, after friendly fire, after the kinds of operations that leave the body intact and take something else. They grip because the alternative is shaking, and shaking means the body is still processing what the mind has moved past. Hareth is processing. That's what good soldiers do. They stay operational while they process. I leave him to it. I visit the rest, 14 wounded. The human soldier with the leg wound says the ambush came from everywhere at once. His face still has the blank expression of someone whose body processed the event before his mind caught up. The orc corporal who lost 3 fingers holds his bandaged hand against his chest and says nothing, but his eyes track me across the tent with the fixed attention of a soldier deciding whether to trust the person responsible for what happened to him. I hold his gaze. He doesn't look away. After a moment he nods, fractional, unreadable, and looks back at his hand. I don't know if it means forgiveness. I know it means he's still here. The medic tells me 2 won't last the night. I go to the nearest one, a human, young. So young the patrol roster still listed him as a replacement, and someone had crossed it out and written his name over it in heavier ink. He's on his back, blanket pulled to his chest, and the wound underneath it isn't something I need to see again. I saw it in the field. The body knows what it's doing now. I can read it like terrain before a crossing. The breathing has gone shallow and even the rhythm of a system that has stopped fighting the damage and started organizing around it. The air above his palate carries the copper and tallow scent of a body that is letting go by degrees. His fingers are slack on the blanket, no gripping, no processing, past that. I don't speak, there's nothing to say that his body doesn't already know. I stand at the foot of his pallet and I listen to him breathe, and I take his name into me while he's still breathing, and I hold it there so it doesn't get lost in the ones that will follow. I stay until she gives me the names. I write them down. The carrying doesn't stop for blood. I walk out of the medical tent. The air is cool and the camp smells of cook fires and boot leather and the ordinary work of 400 soldiers managing a night before operations. No one stops me. I'm the war chief moving between tents, and they can read the set of my shoulders and they know to let it pass. The two who won't last the night, I carry their names like all the names, the same as I've carried them since I made my first command decision. The role that doesn't shrink, it only lengthens. Every leader ends up carrying one. The ones who survive the carrying are the ones who learn that the weight doesn't indict them, it informs them. The decision they died on gets examined. What went wrong gets corrected. The correction means the next name is harder to add. That's the only frame that holds. I believed that for 11 years of command. I still believe it. Tonight it costs more than usual to hold. The camp doesn't know the betrayal yet. They know the numbers. That's enough for now. Night, my quarters. She's here in duty uniform, boots still on, waiting. I can read the day on her. The same tightness I see on soldiers coming off a hard rotation. A jaw that hasn't fully released. The precision of someone who has been holding tight to everything within reach because the things beyond it are the ones that cost people their lives. She's been working for 12 hours on the investigation and on the 18 names in the medical tent and on everything that's been turning over in her since the runner arrived, and all of it shows in her posture, boots still on, not resting. Waiting for me to return so she can tell me what she found. I sit beside her, the pallet creaks under our combined weight. I wrap my arms around her completely. She disappears inside the circle of my chest and shoulders, and my face finds her hair. Underneath the blood and elf fruit I carried all day, the scent that lives in my tent now. She doesn't tell me it will be okay. She stays. Hera, she says against my chest. Shoulder, he'll live, Garen won't. I know. 2 more might not last the night. She doesn't say anything. Her hand finds my forearm. Her fingers trace the veins, the old scars, the ridges where muscle has thickened over years of gripping weapons too heavy for most species to lift. She stays, and the staying is the answer to the question I can't ask, which is, how do I carry this? Like this, with her inside my arms and her hand on my skin, and the silence that isn't empty because she's in it. The holding I've learned since she arrived is different from what I learned before. Before, the proximity of soldiers on cold nights, the efficiency of bodies sharing heat, contact that needs no name because it's purely functional. This is not that. This has a name and the name is hers, and I've been learning it carefully, moving through it like unfamiliar terrain, feeling what I find, building the route as I go. Her hand moves on my forearm, slow, following the tension that built since the runner came, pressing where the muscle hasn't released, finding the places where the day settled into my body. I let her. My body has been known by the parts that matter to command, the weight, the reach, the strength, the function. This is different. This is the part that exists without purpose except to stay. 8 dead because someone inside this camp sold a patrol route. I hold that alongside her presence in my arms, and the two facts occupy the same space without resolving. The grief doesn't diminish because she's here. It doesn't need to. It just has somewhere to land other than the table would. She doesn't sleep, neither do I. The silence between us has enough texture to sustain itself without conversation, and neither of us reaches for words. The silences in this tent are different from the operational silence in the command tent, the one that means someone's working a problem. This silence doesn't mean anything except that we're both present in it. I learned that slowly. The first few times she was here, I kept waiting for the briefing to resume, for the shift back to strategy. The shift didn't come, she was just here. So was I. Eventually, I stopped waiting for the mission to start and understood that the present was not the preparation for something else. It took longer than it should have. Then she stiffens. The stream crossing, she says, her voice has changed, the clipped register, the briefing voice. The patrol entered from the northwest approach. Yes. That approach was changed last week. The original route came in from the north. The northwest approach was a logistics adjustment. A logistics adjustment. Corwin's recommendation. He flagged a supply cache conflict on the northern route and suggested the northwest approach as an alternative. The reroute went through standard channels. He rerouted the patrol into the kill zone, I say. Yes. The rage that settled into something usable rebuilds itself around a name. Corwin Rel, 8 soldiers dead because of a logistics adjustment that went through standard channels. Not standard channels anymore. The words settle in my chest alongside the names, alongside the weight I'm already carrying, and my hands close slowly on the blanket between us where her warmth still is.
The evidence is 12 pieces, and I've been staring at them since before dawn. Drock's side of the palette is cold. I have the table, the lamp, and every document spread in a grid that only makes sense if you know what connects them. Piece 1, Corwin Rel. Piece 12, a patrol route he rerouted into a kill zone. The 12 pieces don't look like much laid out separately. Access logs, filing receipts, a timeline chart, a map notation, the movements I've been cataloging for 3 weeks. Each piece alone is explainable. A clerk doing clerk work, a Southern command officer performing oversight, the ordinary machinery of logistics. Together, they make a different picture. I've laid evidence grids before. The Gravelhorn investigation, when I was the one being investigated, required every interrogation officer to lay out their pieces and wait to see what configuration they made. I sat across from those grids for 3 weeks and learned what the shape of a case looks like from the subject's side. I learned it too well. I watched them try to make my choices fit a picture that wasn't true, and I watched the pieces refuse. The forced case has a look. The connections strain. There's always a document turned slightly to make it point the right way, a gap papered with must-have. I read for that look now, every time, because I know what it costs the person on the far side of the table. What strikes me, laying out 12 pieces that point at someone else, is that none of them strain. Nothing is turned. When it's right, it's clean, and this is clean. Every connection locks on its own weight. Everything between is the thread I've been pulling for weeks. By the time Drock comes back from the command tent, smelling like the perimeter and the medical tent, I have it laid out. "Tell me," he says. Corwin arrived 6 weeks ago with transfer papers that put him inside the supply documentation chain. Day 2, he spent 14 minutes with Colvin. Day 5, I followed him to the signals equipment at 2300 and watched him meet a hooded figure. The coded letters. In his satchel, military handwriting that isn't his. Someone with field training is running communications through him. He's the courier. He's the handler. The courier was the man Vosk caught at the dead drop. Corwin runs the entry point. The filing sequence, receipts displaced by one position. I recognized the technique from Redwall because I used it myself. So did he. His record puts him in the Redwall supply chain the same 2 years I spent in its cells. We learned the same trick in the same prison, from opposite sides of the bars, and neither of us ever knew it. Drock's jaw works. How long has this been running? 4 months minimum. The coded correspondence dates to before the first patrol probe. He was embedded before we knew we had a problem. And nobody flagged a Southern command clerk, spending 14 minutes with the supply quartermaster on day 2. Colvin talks to everyone. That's what quartermasters do. Corwin's oversight authority gives him a reason to be in every supply meeting, every filing room, every allocation briefing. He's invisible because he's supposed to be there. The patrol, Drock says. His read access covers every allocation document, including patrol schedules. He flagged a supply cache conflict last week. Standard channels, 3 approvals. The patrol rerouted to the northwest approach and walked into a channel ambush. 8 dead. 8 dead. He stands at the far end of the table, fingers curled around the edge, the wood groaning under his grip. I know what he wants to do with those hands. I've seen the depressions they leave. I arrest him now, he says. You can't. Watch me. He has political protection. Southern Command Oversight Authority. Circumstantial evidence gets challenged, and if the challenge holds, we've burned our only confirmed channel and the real source switches routes. I have 8 dead soldiers and a name. You have access logs and a logistics recommendation that went through 3 approvals. His defense writes itself. I flagged the cache conflict in good faith. Southern Command backs him because that's what oversight exists to do. So what do I do with the name? You bait it. He looks at me. The rage is still there, banked behind the brown-black of his eyes, but he's listening. The dead drop is compromised. The courier is captured, but Corwin doesn't know I mapped his filing sequence. He thinks the channel broke at the delivery end. He doesn't know I can see the entry point. A false document. A weapons cache relocation to the eastern forward staging position. Looks like a logistics decision, but the location is exposed. If the enemy hits it, they take 40% of our reserve ammunition. Bait he can't ignore. Not with the assault window closing. And when he moves it through the filing system, we catch him holding it. Hands on the document, feet at the dead drop. One unbroken line from access to delivery, not circumstantial, direct. He's quiet. I watch him breathe, slow and even, while he decides. How long? If the bait's good enough, hours. If he's cautious, overnight. And if he doesn't move? Then we wait for the assault and find the source in the chaos. But he'll move. The assault window is closing. Every piece of intelligence has more value now than it will in a week. One chance, he says. One chance. His hands lift off the table. The wood has no new marks. He channeled it somewhere else. Do it. Vosk doesn't ask why, he asks when. Today, I say. I need you watching the dead drop location from 1500 onward. I'll cover the filing area and Corwin's movements. The false document is ready. Entering the supply channel at midday, Bevan's countersignature, nothing that flags review. Vosk nods. He'll move tonight. The man's been servicing a dead channel for 3 days. He knows the courier hasn't reported. He's nervous. Good, nervous people make mistakes. And if he runs? He doesn't know we're watching. He thinks the break is downstream, not upstream. There's no reason for him to run. There's no reason for a clerk to reroute patrols into kill zones either. People do unreasonable things when their network starts collapsing. If he runs, Vosk, where does he go? The perimeter is watched. The eastern approach is patrolled. He runs straight into the evidence. Fair point. He shifts his weight. What's the signal when he moves? 3 knocks on the nearest post. I'll be close enough to see the filing area. You confirm the dead drop. We need both ends of the chain for the case to hold. Drock knows. He wanted to arrest him this morning. I wanted to arrest him 3 months ago. The closest thing to humor Vosk allows himself. Tonight, then. Tonight. He goes. I position myself at the edge of the logistics tent. Line of sight to the filing cabinets and the path to Corwin's quarters. The false document enters the system at midday. Then the waiting starts. Waiting is the part they never train you for. Combat has tempo. Planning has structure. Waiting has nothing except the camp going about its business while you sit inside the machinery of a trap and watch the gears not turn yet. 2 soldiers cross the yard carrying lumber for the eastern bracing. A thornweaver passes with her hands wrapped in linen, heading for the section Yetta's team has been reinforcing all week. The cook crew hauls water from the well in the standard rotation, the buckets swinging in a rhythm I've memorized without trying to. Normal operations, normal sounds, hammer, voice, boot on packed earth, the surface of a camp that doesn't know what's coiled underneath it. I sit inside the gap between what the camp sees and what I know, and the gap is the loneliest place I've occupied since the cell. At least in the cell, the walls were honest about what they were for. 3 hours, I don't move, I watch. Watching is the one thing I have always been able to do when everything else is taken. In the cell, they took the light and the company and the count of the days, but they couldn't take the noticing. I read the guard rotations by the sound of the boots. I read the cook's mood by the smell of what came through the slot. The noticing was the last thing that was mine, and I sharpened it against the wall until it was the only edge I had left. I bring that same edge to the yard now. Every figure that crosses my line of sight, I read and set aside. Not him, the thornweaver not him, the water crew not him. Corwin enters the supply tent at 1400, exits at 1420. His posture when he leaves, arms at his sides, nothing visible, the practiced emptiness of a man who has been carrying things he shouldn't for months. I know that emptiness. I wore a version of it in Redwall, the deliberate blankness you build over the thing you're hiding, and the blankness itself is the tell if you've ever worn it yourself. Ordinary men carry their hands loose and their eyes wandering. He carries his still. Too still. A man performing nothing is doing more work than a man doing something. He enters again at 1540, exits with documents angled against his ribs. not the casual carry of routine logistics work. The carry of someone who has found what they were looking for and needs the finding not to show. At 1600, Drock finds me at my post. Anything. 2 visits, nothing flagged yet. Hareth's asking for you. After. He says get the lieutenant, direct quote this time. Tell him I'm catching the man who put a bolt through his shoulder. He'll understand the delay. He'll say something about you being as stubborn as I am. He'd be right. Drock stands beside me, not touching. His presence is a warmth I've stopped trying to talk myself out of. He smells like the perimeter and the medical tent, and underneath both, like himself. I can stay, he says. Go, if he sees us both watching the supply tent, we've lost the trap. He goes, comes back at 1800. This time he stays. His quarters, his elbows on his knees, his hands clasped between them. I sit on the pallet edge with my boots on. I'm not afraid anymore, I say. He looks at me. The assault, the mole, Creech, none of it. You should be afraid of Creech. I'm not, I know what I'm for now. I look at my hands, steady. Not prison steady, not the manufactured steadiness that comes from controlling everything controllable as a substitute for controlling what you can't. This is different. This is the steadiness of someone who has decided. The same brain that built the Gravelhorn plan built the trap that catches a spy. The tools aren't broken. I was using them in the dark. And now I'm using them in the light, for something that matters. I look at him. 2 years ago, I couldn't have told you the difference between building something that kills people and building something that protects them. It felt like a matter of luck and orders. It isn't. It's a matter of who's holding the other end of the plan, who's standing behind the lines. He's quiet. His breathing fills the room, steady and low. His hands are clasped between his knees and the knuckles are white, not from pressure, from stillness. The deliberate, held stillness of a man keeping his hands locked, because if he unlocks them, they'll reach for something. His shoulders carry the day's weight in a line across the trapezius that hasn't released since the briefing this morning. The muscle in his jaw is working, the small, unconscious grinding that means he's processing something he hasn't found words for yet. I've learned every tell he has in the months since I first walked into the command tent. This one is the one I see least. Not anger, not the cool focus of command. Something underneath both, something that lives in the softer part of him he doesn't show the officers. He's afraid. I can see it in how he holds himself together, the careful bracing that gives it away, because Drock doesn't hold himself together unless something is trying to pull him apart. I'm afraid, he says. Of what? Not the assault, not the mole. The register he uses when words cost him something, of losing you. Drock. You walk into rooms and find angles of fire. You calculate response times in your sleep. You drew defensive lines for 400 soldiers, and the first thing you did after was check the sight lines on a spy. His voice drops lower. And I watch you do all of it knowing that the assault is coming and the walls aren't enough and you'll be on those lines. The war chief whose grip deforms table wood, afraid of losing me. Not the asset, not the tactician with the useful brain. Me, the one thing he can't reason himself out of wanting. I stand 2 steps. My hand finds his chest, fingers spread over the heart scar through his tunic. I go up on my toes and it's still not enough, so I brace against his shoulder and press my mouth to the underside of his jaw. The skin there is softer than anywhere else on him. He doesn't bend down. My calves burn. His hands find my waist and his fingers span most of it. One kiss placed precisely, where the hardest man I know is the softest. His grip tightens. My feet leave the ground. For 3 seconds, there is only the pressure of my mouth on his jaw and his hands holding me up. 3 sharp knocks on the tent post. Vosk signal. We move, I'm faster. Across the yard to the position Vosk marked, he's pressed against the supply shed wall. Filing area, he says, moving now, go. I go. The logistics tent is dark except for a single lamp near the cabinets. A figure, familiar posture, documents held flat against his ribs. I've been watching him do it for weeks without knowing what I was watching. Now I know. Corwin Rel, the false intelligence document in his hand, folding it into the one position displacement. I hold still and let the image burn. This is the thing I've been building toward through 3 weeks of watching the small movements no one else weighed, and I take it whole, like I used to take the layout of a corridor in the half-second before the guard turned. Document, hand, filing drawer still open. The angle of the fold, the exact crease that matches the technique I recognized from Redwall because I once made that crease myself. The full chain, access to the system, knowledge of the displacement protocol, the exact document we seeded this morning. Everything I need. No ambiguity. No piece turn to make it point. The case locks like it locks when it's true, and I feel the lock in my chest, cold and final and clean. Corwin. He freezes, document in his right hand. Filing drawer open. The lamp throws his shadow across the cabinet face, and for 2 seconds the tent is perfectly still, and the only sound is the distant creak of the thorn wall. Then he moves, not toward me, toward the drawer. The reflex of a man trying to put the document back, as if the returning undoes the taking. Stop. He stops. Put it down. Lieutenant, his voice is steady, trained. I'm reviewing supply allocations. My authority permits after-hours access. Your authority doesn't cover the one-position displacement filing pattern, the dead drop technique. The same one the courier we captured last week was servicing. His face changes. I watch it go because I've seen this face from the inside and I know its order. First the eyes, cutting once to the tent flap and once to the drawer, reading for an exit that isn't there. Then the jaw, the small failed attempt to hold the line of it. Then the shoulders. Every exit closing at once, and the man behind the professional mask learning in real time that there is no version of the next sentence that saves him. One brace, then another, then the visible sag. I felt that sag in my own body once, across a table from officers laying out my grid. I don't enjoy it on him. I only recognize it, and the recognition is its own quiet weight, because the difference between us is not the sag. The difference is that his grid is true. That document is false intelligence, I say. We planted it this morning, and you just tried to feed it to the Blightlands. I don't know what you're talking about. 8 soldiers are dead because of what goes through that cabinet. Put it down. He puts it down. I have him. The document is on the cabinet face, his fingerprints on the fold, the filing drawer telling the story without a word of explanation. Vosk enters from the back of the tent. His nod is professional. Small, the relief of a long-delayed confirmation rather than surprise. We take Corwin Rell to the holding tent. He walks between us without resistance. The camp is quiet at this hour. The soldiers on watch at the perimeter don't look up from the wall. 12 pieces of evidence. 3 weeks of watching the small things nobody else weighed. The patience Drock chose instead of the arrest that would have blown the case before it closed. It was enough, and the night air on my face as we walk him across the yard is cool and quiet and smells like wood smoke from the cook fires that have nothing to do with any of this.
Corwin Rell sits in the holding tent like a man who's done this before. Hands flat on his knees, back straight, eyes forward. The guard at the entrance hasn't looked away from him in 6 hours, and Corwin hasn't given him a reason to. The posture is practiced. The calm is real. He's been building toward this possibility since the moment he took the first document, and the preparation shows in the quality of his stillness. Genuine equanimity, a man who has decided how this ends. I went through his records before I came in. Southern Command Oversight 8 years, prior posting, Redwall Prison Supply Chain, before that 3 seasons on the Blightlands border. The biography of a man who spent his career moving between the spaces institutions create and never filling them permanently. Every posting a stepping stone to better access, better position in the network's infrastructure. The grace by recruitment when it came would have felt like an arrival. You know what's in these records, I say. I can guess. Then you know how this ends. I know how you'd like it to end, War Chief. His voice is level, Southern Command diction, every vowel placed, but I doubt it's that simple. Vale stands at my right. She hasn't spoken. She doesn't need to. The evidence in my hand is her work. 12 pieces, and the man across from me can feel the weight of every one. Creech's network, I say, your role in it, the dead drop system, the sequence, the coded correspondence that isn't in your handwriting because you didn't write it, you carried it. I serviced the locations, Corwin says. I was given drop points and schedules. The intelligence was already in the system when I accessed it. Who put it there? I don't know. You don't know, I repeat. I was recruited through a Gracespire contact 18 months ago. Gold and an extraction promise. The arrangement was compartmented. I received locations. I serviced them. I never met the source, and I was told not to look for them. Compartmented, Vale says, the first word she's spoken. She lets it sit. Standard intelligence architecture, Corwin says. If I'm captured, I can't compromise the source, which is exactly the situation we're in. You rerouted a patrol into a kill zone, I say. I flagged a logistics conflict through standard channels. 3 officers approved the reroute. 8 soldiers are dead. I flagged a conflict. The approvals aren't mine. His hands haven't moved from his knees. I want to break every bone in them. The wanting is a physical thing, a heat in my arms and shoulders that I hold like I hold a beam over a gap. I carry it because breaking him tells me nothing I don't already know. The source, Vale says, someone in this camp with access to operational intelligence, the ability to place documents in the supply system, and enough cover to avoid detection for 4 months. That's your problem, Lieutenant, not mine. It's everyone's problem, I say. The source is still active, the assault is days away, and you've given us nothing that helps. I've given you confirmation of the network, the Gracespire pipeline, my own role. That's more than you had yesterday. He's right, I hate that he's right. The space where the useful answer should be is empty. He's been building toward this moment since Gracespire, since whatever choice he made when the gold came. He has compartmented his knowledge with the precision of someone who knew capture was possible. The only way to find the source now is to find the source without him. I've been doing that work for months. The investigation doesn't depend on his cooperation. But I want it, the 8 dead, the 14 wounded, Herath's shoulder. I want to hear him say the name, not for the case. The case is built, for the soldiers in the medical tent who don't know why they walked into a kill zone. I look at him for a long moment. His hands haven't moved from his knees. His breathing is even. He's not afraid of me. He's worked his way to the same place I have, weighing the same facts, landing on the same conclusion, that the investigation gives us a partial chain, and the chain needs one more thing to close it. The difference is he knows what that one thing is, and isn't going to give it up. Take him back, I say to the guard. The command tent, 3 of us, the air tastes like endings. The source is still in camp, Vosk says. Yes, and we can't find them before the assault. Probably not, Vale says. Corwin's compartmentalization means the source has no direct connection to him. They use the system independently. We'd need to surveil every person with supply document access for the next 48 hours. Which we don't have, I say, because the assault doesn't wait for the investigation. The defensive positions are set, Vale says. The strategy holds regardless of who the source is. Terrain is terrain. Terrain is terrain, but a source who knows which positions are reinforced and which are thin can direct the assault to the gaps. Then we adjust the positions after this briefing. Last-minute changes the source can't transmit in time. Can you do that? Vosk says. I already have 3 alternatives mapped. I shift the reserves after dark tonight. The source sees the positions from this morning. By tomorrow they're wrong. Vosk looks at me. Do it, I say. They disperse the work that remains. I stay at the map table. The assault is staging within visible range of the perimeter. Tomorrow, or the day after, or the day after that. The window is narrowing, and every piece of intelligence Corwin didn't give us is intelligence the enemy already has. The defensive plan that Vale drew accounts for known compromises. I've spent the afternoon adjusting the reserve positions, shifting the patrol rotation, implementing the changes she mapped verbally in my quarters so Colvin's documentation trail doesn't apply. Whether it's enough is a question that only answers itself when the assault hits. I've been at this table for 4 hours since the arrest. The map is the same map. The defensive lines are the same lines. What's changed is the certainty underneath them. The certainty that the intelligence was compromised, that Corwin's position in the supply chain gave him access to everything he needed to feed the enemy the exact picture of our vulnerabilities. Except the positions shifted last night. Except the fallback beta options exist only in verbal form, committed to paper only in my quarters. Except Vale built the 3-zone strategy with the knowledge that it might be compromised, and she built in the margins. She's been 3 steps ahead of a handler she didn't name yet. That mine doesn't get made twice. Night comes on schedule, the fires die, the patrols rotate. The Thornwall creaks and the perimeter watches settle into the rhythm that keeps 400 soldiers alive for one more dark. She's there when I come through the tent flap. Not in my shirt this time, not in duty uniform. She's waiting for me by the pallet, steady and unhurried, and the sight of her stops me 3 steps inside the tent. The positions are shifted, she says, Vosk confirmed. I didn't come in here to talk about positions. I know. The burn on her forearm catches the light, the sharp bones of her face, the pale gray eyes that don't blink enough. She's the most deliberate woman I've ever known, and she's standing in my tent having already decided this, her hands steady at her sides, steady. She's decided this like she decides everything in advance, the reasons already set like posts driven into ground. I let the tent flap fall shut behind me. In through the nose, hold, my mother's count runs on its own, same as it's run through 20 years of casualty lists, and tonight it's holding down something that isn't rage. It's the same size as rage. I let it out slow. 2 strides, my hands find her face, the same motion as in the medical tent after the assassination, except there's no pretense now. No lie about checking for injuries. My palms on her jaw, thumbs on her cheekbones, and I feel how little of her there is between my hands, the small architecture of the bone, and I hold it like I'd hold a thing I could crush without meaning to. So I don't. That's the work. The whole night is going to be that work, and I already know it. I kiss her, tilting my head so the notched tusk clears her cheek, the angle we found weeks ago and find again without thinking, and she pulls closer instead of flinching. What happens in the lamplight before the assault is slow and deliberate, every ounce of my strength held in check, careful with her the way I am careful with the one thing I cannot afford to break, and she meets all of it. If I die tomorrow in the assault, I die having chosen this and having been chosen back. When it finally takes me, the sound that comes out is no word at all, low, past the 4 count and past the guard, the sound a body makes when it finally sets down a weight it has been carrying braced. She folds down onto me. I get my arms around her all the way around, and now I let them close, now that there's nothing left to protect her from but the cold, her ear over the heart scar, her breath slows against my skin. My hand covers most of her back and I hold it there still, feeling her come down. We don't move for a long time. The lamp has burned low, the tent smells like both of us now, the iron and wood smoke of command work, and underneath it, her, the scent I've been tracking since the first week and stopped pretending wasn't part of the air I breathed by the night of the first kiss. She's small in my arms, the scale of us doesn't resolve, and it never has. 340 pounds of me in this narrow warm weight against my ribs that I've carried like a beam I was afraid to set down wrong. How she fits against me has become something I know like the eastern thorn wall, from having stood beside it in all weather, from having pressed my hands against it and felt whether it would hold. I know her not from reports, from having walked her in all weather, the slope of the grade, the places the mud collects, the position the sun hits at dawn. If I die in the assault, she says, I die having chosen this, chosen you. The 4 count starts up in me on its own, in through the nose, hold, because she has said the one thing there's no bracing for. I don't let the breath out yet. I keep it held, and I keep my arm easy over her back so the thing running through me doesn't reach my hands. You're not allowed to die. That's not how war works. I know how war works. My mother's count taught me nothing I can use against this, so I don't reach for it again. I'm telling you anyway. I don't have the words she has. She can say a true thing in a way that stands on its own. I can't, and words are the wrong tool for me anyway, so I do the only thing I'm good for. My arm tightens, not to hold her here. There's no holding anyone through what's staging on the eastern horizon, and we both know it. Just to say the thing I can't say straight, in the one language I have that doesn't need a mouth. Her hand finds mine in the dark and holds, and her grip is small and it's certain, and she's already decided this too. The night passes in her breathing and mine, and the creak of the thorn wall and the distant sound of patrols. I don't sleep. I hold her and I hold the dark, and my pulse is slower than it was an hour ago, settling into a rhythm that matches the quiet. Dawn light through canvas, gray first, then gold. A runner's voice outside the tent. War Chief, scouts report Blightland's forces visible on the eastern horizon, estimated 800. Formation suggests assault staging. She lifts her head from my chest, her eyes are clear. Tomorrow, I say. Tomorrow. We get up, we dress, we go to war. The camp is already moving when we step outside. The pre-dawn light makes the eastern wall look provisional, the shadow catching every gap in the bracing, but the wall holds, it's been holding. She walks 4 paces ahead of me toward the command tent, the duty uniform on, boots laced, not looking back, not because she doesn't want to, because we agreed to what professionals do, and she honors agreements with the same precision she honors everything else. I watch her go, her back, her stride. The the clean economy of a woman who doesn't waste a step, and I hold the image of her walking toward the command tent like I'll hold the image of her in the lamplight, something to carry into whatever comes next.
The lines I drew are people now. Corporal Bren stands at the first eastern emplacement with his crossbow angled 3 degrees too high. I stop next to him and he straightens, which is the wrong response. As you were, show me your sight line. He raises the crossbow, 3 degrees too high. You're aiming at where their heads would be if they were 8 feet tall, I say. Drop it, center mass, aim for what you can hit. He adjusts. Lieutenant, is it true they're massing at the ridge? 800, give or take. Give or take what? 100 either direction. It doesn't change your job. You hold this position, you cover the approach, and when Sergeant Olin calls the rotation, you rotate. Yes, Lieutenant. I move on. The eastern sector stretches 300 yards along the degraded thornwall, reinforced with the palisade bracing and the stone emplacements Drox engineers finished 2 days ago. Zone Alpha. 4 companies, 2 reserve platoons. On paper it looks like a plan. On the ground it looks like people standing in dirt. Sergeant Olin's platoon holds the breach approach, the worst ground. I chose them because they're the best unit in camp and I need the best where the pressure comes hardest. Olin knows this. She doesn't say thank you. Sight lines clear to 400 yards, she reports. Kill zone marked with the white stones. Fallback route tested. 11 seconds to the secondary position. I timed it at 12. My people are faster than your stopwatch, Lieutenant. I almost smile, almost. Fallback supplies. Bolts, water, bandages. Enough for 2 hours of sustained engagement. Make it 3. Then I need another crate from supply. You'll have it before dark. And the reserve rotation. My corporal wants confirmation on the timing. 4-hour intervals. First reserve at dawn +4, second at dawn +8. If the engagement runs longer than 8 hours, we're into contingency territory and the rotation shifts to the secondary table. The one you drew last night. The one I drew at 2 in the morning, yes. Is that when you sleep, Lieutenant? 2 in the morning. I sleep when the tables are drawn. She almost smiles, almost, noted. She glances at the breach approach. The ground there is lower than the surrounding positions, a natural channel that funnels movement toward the weakest section of the thornwall. Tomorrow it funnels 800. My people know this ground, she says. We've drilled it, they'll hold. I know they will, that's why they're here. She nods, not warmth. Recognition. 2 people who understand what it costs to put the best soldiers in the worst position and call it sound tactics. I mark the adjustment on my chart. 1 position, 1 crate, 1 correction. 20 fewer seconds of exposure if the fallback triggers. These are the margins, not the grand strategy on the map table. The crate of bolts, the angle of a crossbow, the 11 seconds against 12. I walk north. The positions change, the faces change, the ground changes. The weight doesn't. Every soldier I pass is standing where I put them. If the lines hold, I'll have drawn something that saved lives. If they don't, I'll carry those names alongside the ones from Gravelhorn. At the northern transition point, where the eastern sector meets the secondary perimeter, a soldier I don't recognize is kneeling beside a supply crate, repacking bolt bundles with a system that's half regulation and half something she invented. The bundles are wrapped in oilcloth strips torn from what looks like a personal tent liner. Name and unit. She stands, Private Merritt, sir, Reserve 2nd Platoon. You're repacking your own bolts. The standard wraps slip in wet weather, Lieutenant. These hold better. I've been doing it since Harrowfield. She pauses. My sergeant said it was fine as long as the count stayed right. I look at the bundles. Uniform, tight, the oilcloth sealed with a fold I've seen field medics use on bandage rolls. Not regulation. Better than regulation. Show your section how to do this before dark, I say. Yes, Lieutenant. She hesitates then. My sister's at the Southern Garrison. She sent a letter last week. Said they're watching our signals for news. The comment isn't tactical. It's what a person says before a battle because the people they love are far away and the saying makes the distance smaller. I could redirect. Stay operational. Move on. When the signals go out tomorrow night, I say, They'll carry good news. She nods, I move on. The bolt wraps stay in my head longer than they should, not as a supply detail. As proof of a person who looked at a problem, solved it with what she had, and didn't wait for authorization. 400 people like that, and the lines hold. 400 people like that, and the lines I drew become something more than marks on paper. I stop at the Eastern Stream crossing, the place where 8 died because Corwin rerouted a patrol into a prepared kill zone. The ground shows nothing. The camp's repair crews cleared the approach, reset the markers, restaged the perimeter points. The ground doesn't remember. The record I carry does. Private Havers, Corporal Paul, and Garin, whose mother is at the Southern Garrison, whose name I carry alongside the others. I don't rank them, I hold all of them. That's what makes it honest. The northern perimeter is quieter. Patrol screens at 800 yards, early warning only. Private Teska is 20 years old and trying not to look scared. Lieutenant, he salutes too fast. The screen positions are set, 9-minute response to the eastern sector if the horn sounds. You've practiced the route. 3 times since yesterday. Practice it again before dark. The ground looks different in firelight. Yes, Lieutenant. I turn back toward camp. Teska's voice stops me. Lieutenant, the positions, they're good, right? The ones you drew. The honest answer is, they're the best ground available with the forces we have. The kind answer is, yes. The dangerous answer is, I don't know, because no plan survives contact with the enemy, and everything I've worked out on paper stays a guess until someone starts bleeding. They're the positions I'd put my own body behind, I say. He nods, that was enough. Across the camp, near the supply depot, Colvin moves between storage tents with a manifest in his hand. Quartermaster doing quartermaster work. I note the route and keep walking. Between Teska's position and the assembly ground, I stop. Not a tactical stop, not a position check. I just stop. The camp spreads out in front of me, the eastern emplacements to my left, the northern screen behind me. The cook fires ahead where the evening meal is already being rationed. 400 people. Every one of them standing on a line I drew or sleeping behind a wall I positioned or eating from a supply chain I routed through the depot that Colvin has been leaking to the enemy for 18 months. The weight isn't in my head. It's physical. A pressure across my shoulders and behind my breastbone that has nothing to do with numbers and everything to do with the faces. Bren's too high crossbow. Teska's too fast salute. Olin's 11 seconds. Merritt's oilcloth bolt wraps. These are not marks on a chart. These are people who will do exactly what I ask them to do tomorrow morning because I ask them, and the asking is the heaviest thing I've ever carried. Including Gravelhorn, including the cell. I breathe, I keep walking. Drock stands where the firelight reaches everyone. Not on a platform, not elevated. On the same packed earth as the soldiers, his shadow stretching behind him toward the command tent. Vosk stands to his left, arms folded. I'm at the eastern edge of the assembly, close enough to hear, far enough to see the whole camp. He doesn't raise his voice, he never has to. Tomorrow they come, you know this, I'm not going to pretend you don't. 400 faces in the firelight, quiet enough to hear the Thornwall creak. Garin died on that eastern patrol. Herath took a bolt pulling soldiers into cover. 8 from that column aren't standing here tonight. I say their names because they earned their names and because the people who sent the ambush are the same people on that ridge. He pauses, the silence is its own kind of speech. I'm not going to tell you we'll win. I'm not going to tell you the walls will hold. I'm going to tell you what I know. The positions are good. The ground is chosen. The woman who drew those lines has a better tactical brain than anyone in this camp, and that includes me. My throat tightens, not pride, harder and more fragile than pride. I'll be on the eastern line at dawn, not behind you. With you, that's not a promise, it's a logistics report, you'll see me there. A low sound moves through the camp. Not a cheer, an acknowledgement, orc and human both. The sound soldiers make when someone has told them the truth and they've decided to take it. Get your rest, check your gear, talk to the person next to you. Dawn comes whether we're ready or not. He steps back. Vosk says something to him that I can't hear. The camp breaks apart into clusters, small fires, quiet conversations, the machinery of an army waiting. 2 young soldiers near me are talking. Not about fear, not about death. About the morning watch schedule and who owes who 20 minutes from a dice game last week. That ordinary conversation is what 400 people under a good commander looks like. The ability to hold ordinary alongside the non-ordinary. Drock did that. With 4 minutes of words, he gave them permission to still be themselves until the assault starts. The firelight catches Calvin at the edge of the assembly. He's walking back toward the supply depot, unhurried, calm. I stop. The camp is afraid. Every face I passed today was tight, focused, bracing for what morning brings. Teska's hands shook when he saluted. Bren's crossbow was 3 degrees too high because his shoulders were locked with tension. Even Olin, steady as bedrock, had the clipped efficiency that comes from pushing fear below the surface where the work happens. Calvin is calm. Not the steadiness of competence, not the numbness of shock. Calm, his shoulders are loose. His stride is the stride of a man whose problems have been solved. Since Corwin's arrest, the nervous energy I watched build in him for weeks has evaporated. The checking over his shoulder. The too fast movements between supply tents. Gone. Everyone in this camp is preparing to die tomorrow. Calvin is preparing to survive. The read comes before I decide to look for it. Calvin knew Corwin would be caught. The thought arrives with the weight of something that's been true for weeks without being named. Corwin was an external asset, embedded through Southern Command channels, working through a courier line that ran outside Calvin's direct control. 2 separate layers. If Corwin's network collapsed, Calvin stayed untouched. The arrest didn't hurt him. It helped him. Cut loose the liability. The investigators think they've closed the loop. Fenner was never in it. The bait I ran through his signals channel came back empty every time, and his rotation only ever brushed the leak windows by chance. A clerk, and only a clerk. The real source was in supply, where the whole picture crossed his desk and no one thought twice. Corwin wasn't the threat. Corwin was the liability. A handler who gets caught can talk, can lead investigators up the chain, can name the source. With Corwin in custody, that risk is eliminated. The handler is contained. The investigators think they've made progress. And the real source is freer than he's been in months. I keep walking. I don't change my pace. I don't look at Calvin again. On the Thornwall, the night is clear enough to see the enemy campfires. Drock is already there when I climb the reinforced section at the northern corner. He's sitting with his back against the parapet, legs stretched out, taking up space. I sit next to him, and our shoulders touch. The campfires on the horizon look almost peaceful from here. Hundreds of small lights scattered across the eastern ridge, like a village, like something that isn't coming to kill us. Your speech was good, I say. It was short. That's what made it good. His arm shifts. I lean my head against it. His chin settles on my hair. He is warm and real, and it doesn't solve anything. It doesn't need to. We sit like that. The enemy fires burn. The camp behind us makes the small sounds of 400 people trying to sleep before a battle. Somewhere a whetstone scrapes against steel. Somewhere someone laughs, too loud, and is shushed. Your lines will hold, he says. You can't know that. I know who drew them. I press closer. That's the answer. Not certainty, trust. The eastern position, I say. Bren's crossbow was 3 degrees too high. Did you fix it? Yes. So it'll be right when it matters. The conversation reassures me in a way the speech didn't. This version, small, granular, the grain of a problem and its correction. This is how he holds me, not with promises about walls holding or battles winning, with the simple engineering of yes, the problem, and what was done about it. After he's gone to the command tent, I move through the camp with purpose, not toward my quarters, toward the supply depot. Calvin's tent is dark. His breathing is the deep, even rhythm of sleep. Good sleep. The sleep of a man who isn't afraid of tomorrow. I slip inside. Tallow and ink. His organizational system is meticulous, which is what I'd expect from a quartermaster and exactly what makes the anomalies visible. I don't need to search. I need to confirm. Every manifest in its sequence. Every receipt filed with the stamp facing up. The organizational system of a man who has been hiding something in plain sight for 18 months and needed the rest of his work to be above reproach. The best spies are invisible precisely because their visible work is too good to scrutinize. The camp trusted him because the storage ran cleanly. Nobody looks twice at the person whose logistics never slip. The supply allocation originals are in the second trunk. Filed by date, sealed, countersigned. I find what I flagged in my mind weeks ago: seal anomalies on documents dated before the new countersignature protocol. A wax impression too clean for a hand seal, as if pressed with a duplicate rather than the original. Behind the allocations, tucked into the lining of the trunk, intelligence summaries, patrol schedules, force disposition maps, documents a quartermaster has no reason to possess and no authorization to access, copied in his handwriting, dated consistently, weekly. 18 months, since before I arrived, since before Gravelhorn's aftermath reached Thornwall. I put everything back exactly as I found it. The last piece of a suspicion that's been forming since the first supply discrepancy. Colvin had access to everything. Every patrol route I designed, every defensive position I drew, every supply allocation, every rotation schedule, every briefing document that passed through the supply chain. Every line on the map that soldiers are sleeping behind tonight. I step out of the tent, the camp is dark, the enemy fires burn on the ridge, dawn comes in 6 hours, and every position I drew is compromised. I know what can be saved before I let myself think it. A little under half the plan survives because I built that much of it out loud, because Drock's tent was the only place I set the fallback positions down on paper. The rest is compromised to varying degrees, which means the rest has to be rebuilt tonight. I go to the command tent. There's charcoal and there's time, and I've been building plans from worse starting positions than this.
She smells like tallow and night air, and I know before she speaks. Vale crosses my quarters in 4 steps. The lamp is low, the wick guttering where I trimmed it too short an hour ago and didn't fix. I'm sitting on the edge of the pallet where I was pretending to sleep, and she stops in front of me, and her breathing tells me she ran the last 50 yards, not the whole way. She paced herself and then she ran, which means she wanted to be composed when she got here, and something made composure impossible. Her hands are dark to the second knuckle, charcoal. She has been at the map before she came to me. She came to me anyway, in the middle of whatever she was doing, which tells me the thing she carried was heavier than the work. Colvin, she says. One word, it lands in my chest like a crossbow bolt that hasn't been pulled yet. The name of my quartermaster, said flat and certain, and that flatness tells me the rest before she gives it to me. Not a suspicion she's bringing to me for weighing, a conclusion she has already stood inside and found solid. I set my breathing to the 4 count without deciding to. My mother's discipline, laid into me before I was old enough to know what I was steadying myself against. It doesn't slow what's coming. It steadies the hands that will have to do something about it. Tell me. Since Corwin's arrest, his behavior changed, not tense, calm. Everyone in camp is preparing to die tomorrow, and Colvin is sleeping well. His shoulders are loose. His stride is a man whose problems have been solved. That's observation. I went into his quarters. She doesn't flinch. Supply allocation originals with seal anomalies. The same wax irregularity we flagged in the audit. Behind those, hidden in the trunk lining, intelligence summaries, patrol schedules, force disposition maps, documents he has no authorization to access, copied in his handwriting, dated consistently, weekly. She delivers it direct in order without softening, the same care she brings to everything that costs. Her voice doesn't shake. Her eyes hold on mine and don't slide off, and I understand that she is watching me receive it, reading what it does to my face the same way she reads a sight line, marking where the weight lands so she knows what she's standing next to. Not clinical, the opposite, she's staying with me while it hits. This is a woman who has been holding this for 2 hours and chose to tell me to my face rather than send a runner. She sat with the weight of what she found alone, turning it over, waiting to see if the case held before she brought it to me. She could have sent it in ink. She walked it here instead, up through a sleeping camp, because some things a person owes you in the same room. It held 18 months. The number goes through me like heat through iron, slow and all the way to the center. 18 months means since before she arrived, since before the fortifications, since before I took Vosk into my confidence about the suspect list and had Bevan countersigned supply documents and shifted reserve positions after dark. How long have you known? 2 hours, I confirmed and came to you. Every position, I say, the words come out like stones being laid. Every patrol route, every supply allocation, every defensive line you drew, every briefing that passed through the supply chain. Yes. He saw the morning positions before we shifted them, every rotation schedule for 18 months, the three-zone strategy, every position soldiers are sleeping behind right now. Yes. I stand, the pallet groans, my hands are open at my sides and they want to close around something. The wanting to kill him is simple, direct. Orc law says blood for blood, and the blood of 8 soldiers on that eastern patrol is on his hands because he fed the roots to the people who set the ambush. Garen, Hareth's shoulder, the 2 who died overnight. All of it flowing through a quartermaster's system like water through pipes, and I trusted him because he was efficient and quiet, and he ran the supply chain without errors. Without errors because the errors were the intelligence. Colvin has been here longer than Vosk in this posting, longer than half the officer corps. He was here when I arrived, here when the first mole reports reached us from the Southern Relay. He processed every supply allocation I've ever signed in this camp, which means he's seen every position shift, every reserve movement, every adjustment to the defensive strategy from the day it was conceived. He has the complete picture, and he's been sending it east for a year and a half. The same architecture as Gravelhorn, someone inside the supply chain, trusted and invisible, feeding the enemy because the cost was low enough, because orc blood was low enough. The last part is the part I keep returning to, because the cost was low enough. At Gravelhorn, the commanders who built the betrayal into the system set orc lives on one side and human coin on the other, and decided the trade was worth making. I said it was wrong when I was 19, and my father cut me for saying it. The scar sits high on my ribs where the blade went in shallow, a father teaching a son the price of a soft opinion. I've carried the shape of that lesson and refused the lesson itself every day since. Colvin looked at the same trade and agreed with it. 18 months of processing documents and going to mess call and watching soldiers train on the walls he helped compromise. The coldness of it is what I can't get past, not the betrayal, the coldness. She doesn't touch me, she stands where she is and waits, the same patience she showed after the ambush, when the rage was the loudest thing in the room and the smart thing was to let it pass through instead of trying to hold it. She has learned the distance to keep from a big man who is holding something dangerous still, not far enough to abandon, not close enough to be in the path if it moves. She reads the space around me and stands in the safe part of it, and being read correctly steadies me more than a hand would. I breathe deep and slow, the 4 count, the way my mother taught me kneeling beside a half-dug grave when I was too young to know I'd need it. It doesn't reach the center where the heat is, but it reaches the surface. Before I decide what this is, I set the ground it stands on. He is alive, she is safe, the camp does not yet know, and I have time to do this right instead of fast. Orc law says I execute him. I know. Tonight, before dawn, his blood on the camp threshold as a warning. You could. But the assault comes in 12 hours, and executing the quartermaster on the eve of battle fractures morale worse than the betrayal itself. Half the camp doesn't know. The officers who do will question every supply decision he ever touched. The ones who don't will see their war chief executing a human officer and wonder if the alliance is fracturing. She says nothing, she doesn't need to. The call is mine and she knows I can make it. Arrest, not execution, hold him for after. If there is an after. If there is an after. She puts her arms around me. I don't know which of us moved. Her hands on my back between my shoulder blades, small against the width of me, pressing flat like she means to hold a wall from falling and knows she can't and does it anyway. My body does something it hasn't done since my father died. I shake, not sobs, not sound. My body carrying what my voice can't shape. 10 seconds. The betrayal and the rage and the grief of trusting a man for 18 months who was selling my people's lives for gold and a promise of escape. The same rot Gravelhorn was built on, the same cold trade, humans selling orc blood because the cost was low enough. Her cheek is against my sternum. I can feel her breathing, steady, deliberate, setting a rhythm for me to find without saying a word about it. She is not comforting me. She's standing in the shaking with me until it's done, and that is a different thing, and it's the thing I need. 10 seconds, then I straighten. The shaking stops the way hard things stop, not by resolution but by exhaustion of the mechanism. My body processed what it needed to process. What remains is the clarity that follows, clean and cold, the clarity of someone who has moved through the heat rather than around it. She's still holding me when I straighten. Her hands don't drop until mine have. Get Vosk. She goes. Colvin is sleeping when I enter his tent. Sleeping well, that's the part my body reads before my mind catches up. Loose, face slack. A man at rest on the eve of an assault he helped aim, because he knows where it's going to land and it isn't going to land on him. The piece of it turns my stomach in a way the documents didn't. Vosk flanks the entrance, 2 soldiers at the canvas wall. The lamp is dark. I light it with the striker from my belt, and Calvin wakes to the sound of steel on flint and the sight of a 7-foot orc standing over his pallet. The calm evaporates. War Chief, his voice catches, tries again. What's happened? Supply allocation originals with duplicate wax seals. Intelligence summaries hidden in your trunk lining. Patrol schedules and forced disposition maps in your handwriting. 18 months of correspondence serviced through the dead drop system your handler ran from the supply room. His face goes through 3 expressions fast: confusion that doesn't touch his eyes, then the emptiness of a man who's looked for a way out and found none. I know that face. I've seen it in the holding tent with Corwin Rell. A person who planned for this, rehearsed a response, prepared the appearance of cooperation that isn't cooperation. He's smart enough to have prepared for arrest. This is a mistake. I'm the quartermaster. I have authorization to access supply documents. You have authorization to access supply documents. You don't have authorization to copy patrol schedules and force disposition maps into your personal trunk, to forge seal impressions on transfer documents, to sell the intelligence that killed 8 soldiers on an eastern patrol. I didn't sell anything. Corwin was the one you found at the dead drop. Corwin was the handler. The intelligence was in the system before he accessed it. Your system, your handwriting, your trunk. He looks at Vosk. Vosk's face tells him nothing. I want to speak with Southern Command Oversight. Southern Command Oversight is in a holding tent. You can share the space. I step closer, not a stride, 1 step, enough that my shadow covers him completely, and the size of what's standing over his pallet is the only argument in the room. My hands are at my sides. They want to close. The fear's on him now. I can smell it, copper and acid, sharp under the tallow and canvas smell of a tent slept in too long. His breath comes short and shallow through his nose. There's sweat on his upper lip, and his hands are gripping the blanket like it might hold him up. The loose ease he wore an hour ago is gone. What's left is a small man on a pallet looking up at the shape of the thing he decided the price of was low enough. 8 soldiers, Garen, Herath's shoulder, 2 more who didn't make the night, and every piece of intelligence that flowed out of this camp for 18 months went through this man's hands and into the network that's massing on the ridge right now. I don't close my hands. Bind him, I say to Vosk. Vosk moves. Calvin doesn't resist. The binding is quick, professional, and silent. He doesn't look at me when Vosk takes him through the tent flap. The night air carries the scent of fear and old tallow, and the silence of a camp that doesn't know its quartermaster was the enemy. I stand in his tent for a moment after they've gone. The lamp I lit still burns, throwing my shadow up the canvas wall to the ridgepole. The manifests, the cabinet, the supply trunk where she found the documents, the lining carefully replaced, the seam pressed flat by hands that expected to open it again in the morning and never expected anyone else to. Everything meticulously maintained. The workspace of a man who understood that competence was cover, that the best place to hide is in the job that nobody looks too closely at because it runs too smoothly to warrant scrutiny. I could break something in here. My hands still want it. Instead, I leave the lamp burning for whoever inventories the tent at dawn, because breaking things is what a man does when he can't do the harder thing, and the harder thing is walking to the command tent and building what survives this. The map looks like a lie now. Vale is already at the table when I enter the command tent, charcoal in her hand, overlays spread. She's been working since before she came to me. The marks tell me that much. New lines over old ones, positions adjusted, firing arcs redrawn. How much is compromised, I say. Everything that passed through the supply documentation chain. Zone Alpha's eastern approach, supply depot defense layout, reserve staging areas, rotation schedules through last week. She points without looking up. These are what he had access to. What didn't he see? The reserve shifts from last night, 8 hours old. Anything I created after the countersignature protocol that rooted around him. My fallback positions from the beta and gamma strategy review, which I presented verbally and committed to paper only in your quarters. How much of the plan survives? 40% intact, 60 compromised to varying degrees. The eastern approach is the worst. He had the full layout. Vosk enters, stands at the tent edge. He's secure, not talking. He won't need to, Vale says. The documents talk for him. 12 hours, I say. How much can you rewrite? She looks at me, charcoal dust on her fingers, pale eyes that don't blink enough. The woman who drew every defensive line this camp depends on, and half of those lines were sold to the enemy by a man who slept 60 yards from this tent. I've already started. She confirmed what she found, walked to me, and while I was processing the betrayal and arresting the quartermaster, she came back here and started the redraw. That's the answer to the question I didn't know I needed answered tonight, what it looks like when someone is genuinely on your side, not because the pardon requires it, because the soldiers sleeping behind those positions are real to her. The charcoal moves, new positions over old ones. The margins narrow with every stroke, but they exist. She's finding them. I watch her work. The lamp throws her shadow across the map, and the shadow moves with the precision of someone who has done this before, who has drawn lines that people will stand behind and live or die on, and who is doing it again because the alternative is standing still while the enemy uses the intelligence a traitor sold them. She has not asked me how I am. She knows how I am. She read it off me in my quarters and filed it and is doing the one thing that helps, which is the work in front of me, where I can see the lines come back. The hours show in her hands, the charcoal dust ground into the creases of her knuckles, the slight tremor at the edge of the smallest finger where the grip has held too long. The lamp is low. She hasn't stopped to trim the wick. She built the margin for this. While I was running the investigation, she was drawing the lines that survived the investigation failing. This is the woman Creech wanted to extract. He would have used her the same way he used the system that built Gravelhorn, the same way he used every tool that came to hand, without concern for what the use cost. She's using herself instead, for something different. Dawn in 12 hours, half the positions compromised, the command structure fractured, the mole arrested in a tent that still smells like his sleep. She draws, the charcoal scratches against the paper and the sound fills the command tent, small and steady, and I watch the new lines appear under the old ones like something being built over ruins. I trust the hand that holds the charcoal. I trust nothing else in this camp tonight. The lamp burns. The plan she presented to 23 officers was the plan she wanted the source to see. The plan she's drawing now is the one she kept. 6 hours to dawn. She draws, and the charcoal dust settles on the map like ash, and the new positions take shape underneath it.
Dawn arrives on schedule. Not a revelation, a light-level change. I'm at the beta line when the eastern sky goes gray, the lamp in my hand already unnecessary. The cold has settled into my fingers, the specific ache of a hand that has held charcoal against paper for 6 hours in a tent with no fire, and I flex it once to keep it working. Sergeant Olin is 30 yards to my left, her people formed at the fallback positions I drew in the last 3 hours of dark. Behind me, the interior ridge. The natural earthwork that makes beta defensible. I walked it at 2 in the morning with charcoal and a lantern and the particular focus that comes when there is no room for anything except the problem in front of you. I know the ground now like I know the burn scar on my own arm, without looking, from the feel of it. The air smells of wet timber and cold iron and the sour trace of men who have been awake all night waiting. I read that smell off the line the same way I read the sky. Everyone here is holding the same breath. The horn sounds from the eastern perimeter at 6:11. Alpha is engaged. The note of it goes through the whole line. I watch it land. Heads turn a fraction toward the sound, hands tighten on crossbow stocks, 100 small adjustments of weight that mean the waiting is over and the thing they were waiting for has a direction now. Waiting is the worst part. I've read it on every face for 2 hours. The horn ends the waiting, and a body that has something to do is steadier than a body that only has something to dread. I hold one breath, then I begin moving. The first thing I hear is the difference. A battle sounds like rain when it's distant, a general percussion without distinct impacts. As it sharpens, you start to separate the elements. Crossbow fire, the crack and thud of bolts hitting timber, the cadence of commands being shouted over contact noise. From 300 yards behind the Alpha line, I can read the engagement like a map. Formations, pressure points, the places where force concentrates and thins. They're hitting the eastern approach at the primary breach point, exactly where the compromised positions were. Zone Alpha, as Calvin drew it. Except Calvin's version doesn't exist anymore. At 300, I pulled the last company off the old Alpha forward positions and moved them to the interior fallback. The enemy is hitting ground we abandoned 6 hours ago. Beta holding, Olin reports when I reach her. She doesn't have to tell me. I can see the line. 4 companies behind earthworks and thornwall bracing, crossbows tracking the approach, the fallback supply caches exactly where I placed them. My charcoal, my lines. What's the contact intensity at Alpha? Heavy, they found the forward positions empty, probing for the real line. She pauses. They're not stopping. They won't. They know the layout. They're looking for where the real defense starts. I study the approach through the early light. 300 yards of cleared ground between the old alpha positions and beta. Any force crossing it is exposed for 90 seconds minimum. When they find beta, they'll hit it harder than alpha. That's when this matters. We'll hold, Lieutenant. Hold beta first, everything else after. I move along the line. Position to position, face to face. The rhythm is the same as yesterday evening, the same questions and corrections, except now the noise is real and the distance between checking a sight line and using it is measured in minutes. Corporal Bren is at his position. His crossbow is angled correctly. Center mass. He's learned something since yesterday, and I can see him wanting me to see it, the small set of his shoulders that says, "Look, I fixed it." 19, maybe 20. Young enough that being right in front of the lieutenant still matters more than the assault massing 300 yards out. They hit the forward positions, he says, not a question. Empty ground, they'll reorganize and push toward us. He nods, his hands are steady. Better than yesterday, when the crossbow shook enough that I marked him as someone to check twice. I checked him twice. He's better. Hold your angle, I say. Don't fire until Olin calls it. When she calls it, fire fast and accurate. Don't try to be a hero, be a crossbow. Yes, Lieutenant. I leave him and keep moving. The sun clears the horizon at 6:34. The assault force has been engaging the empty alpha positions for 23 minutes, finding nothing, reorganizing with increasing urgency. I can read the recalibration in the contact pattern, the percussion getting more scattered as their formation officers try to redirect a force built to exploit intelligence that no longer applies. Colvain's intelligence, I mark the thought and keep moving. At 6:41, the pressure shifts to beta. The first wave hits the eastern Thornwall section with siege ladders and concentrated crossbow fire. They've identified the real line. 400 against our forward companies and the beta earthworks. I'm at the interior position with a sightline to the entire eastern approach when it starts, and the view is the same view I had at my lamp at 300. The whole board, laid out and moving. Except now the pieces bleed. Now the lines I drew have men standing on them, and the men are the ones who make the drawing true or make it a lie. I watch, I read it, I direct. This is the thing I do, the only thing I have ever reliably done. I take in more than the space around me seems to hold, and I find the shape inside it before the shape finishes forming. It is not a gift. It is how I am built, and it has cost me and other people more than it has ever saved. Today it might save some. I hold that thought where I can reach it and put it down so it doesn't slow my hands. Northern Beta, close the gap at the stream approach, I call to the runner. They'll try to flank through the Thornwall there. Olin's fallback position seals it if they get the order now. The runner goes. 2 minutes later the gap closes. An assault column finds the stream approach blocked and redirects north. Contained. The shape of the battle, 800 against 400. The advantage is time and ground. We have ground. They have time, in the sense that they can keep throwing forces at us until something breaks. Every minute the beta line holds is a minute the assault comes apart at the seams. No assault can push forever. They have a window of full strength, and when that window closes the force either withdraws or fragments. My job is to make the window close. Supply runners on rotation, I tell the corporal at the interior position. Every 15 minutes, a report from each beta section. If I stop getting reports from a section, something has gone wrong there, and I need to know before someone tells me. Yes, Lieutenant. I keep moving. The interior position gives me sightlines east and north. I use both. At 6:48, the assault column that was redirected from the stream approach tries the northern beta section. I see it developing 30 seconds before it arrives. The formation adjusting, the angle of approach changing, the specific body geometry of soldiers who have been told to go somewhere else. I have a runner to Olin's northern company before the column is 200 yards out. Northern company, hold the line, don't advance, let them come to the earthworks. I say it to the runner who is already moving. Tell Olin the formation is loose. They've been redirected, they're not in assault formation yet. Don't let her wait for them to close. Fire when they're at 300 yards. Yes, Lieutenant. The runner is fast, and the order is simple, and the column is slow. It comes out clean. The order reaches the Northern Company before the column reaches effective crossbow range. I hear the volley fire start exactly where I knew it would. The Northern approach stalls. The column breaks formation under fire and pulls back to regroup. This is the pattern: probe, contact, adjust. Each probe costs them time. Time is the thing I'm spending them out of. The morning holds for another hour under sustained pressure. Runners at 15-minute intervals. Beta holding, Eastern Thornwall bracing stressed, beta holding. I take each report and adjust to it. The line is tied together because I tied it together. Every position has a sister company, every fallback has a reserve staged behind it. The assault is spending force against a defense that absorbs and redirects. This is what the overnight rewrite bought. At 7:30, the Eastern Thornwall section at the ravine approach gives. Not catastrophically, not all at once. A threshold crossed. The timber bracing on the interior side cracks under concentrated crossbow fire for 22 minutes. 2 braces fail. The wall sags inward by 3 feet. The assault column behind the fire presses through. I get the report at 7:31. Fall back to Beta Corps, I tell the runner. The section that broke, pull them back to the secondary position. Seal the gap with Reserve Company 2. I planned for this. The secondary position is drawn at the interior ridge. Reserve Company 2 has been staged there since 400. I marked that position at 300. I knew that section was the weak point. The bracing was 2 days old, and I put 1st Company there anyway because 1st Company was the best, and the worst ground gets the best soldiers. That's the hard truth of it. It always has been. I'm already moving toward the breach when the runner goes. The secondary position is 100 yards behind the failed section. By the time I reach the interior ridge, the Reserve Company is filing into the fallback positions I drew in the dark. The breach is sealing. It's working. 40 meters to my left, a soldier is being carried toward the field station. His arm hangs wrong. I don't know his name, not yet. Then I do. His platoon armband, green stripe, 1st Company, Olin's Company. I walked this section at 6:41. I checked his angle. He'd learned. Center mass, bolt level, the position I corrected yesterday. He was standing exactly where I told him to stand. His name is Bren. I stop. The world narrows to the shape of him being carried, the arm swinging loose from the shoulder at an angle a shoulder does not make, and for a moment the reading stops. The part of me that always sees more than the space holds sees only this. A boy who wanted me to notice he'd fixed his angle, carried past me with his angle fixed, and a bolt through him anyway. The Reserve Company is filing past me. Ordered movement. Correct execution. The breach is sealing behind them, and the line is holding, and a soldier I spoke to this morning is being carried toward the field station with his arm at the wrong angle, and I know the exact chain of decisions that put him at that position, because those decisions are all mine. I watch him being carried past. His face is conscious, contracted, pain being held below the surface because there's still a battle around him, and this is not the moment for it. His eyes find mine for 2 seconds. There's no accusation in them. That's the part I'll carry. If he blamed me, it would be simpler. He doesn't. He looks at me like he did this morning, like I'm the person who knows where he's supposed to stand, and he stood there, and this is what standing there cost. He looks away first, or I do. I can't reconstruct the order. What's your section status? I say to the soldier behind him. Breach sealed, Lieutenant. Reserve Company's in. Bren caught a crossbow bolt in the shoulder when the brace gave. He's alive. Yes. I hold it, not resolved, held. He belongs to the part of me that keeps the people I put on lines that cost them something. I've been carrying that weight for 2 years, and it doesn't ease just because the intelligence was sabotaged this time. Bren stood where I drew him. That's the truth I have to carry. Carrying it doesn't make it lighter. It makes it real. I keep moving. Beta Corps is holding. The Reserve Company sealed the breach gap. The assault force at the Eastern Ravine section found a wall where they expected a gap and is reorganizing under fire. From the interior ridge, I can see the shape of the battle. The original assault lines fragmenting as positions fail to yield as planned. the force distribution spreading thin across the full eastern approach instead of concentrating at the compromised points. Calvain's intelligence told them exactly where to push. The positions he sold don't exist anymore. At 8:47, the assault stalls. Not a retreat, a stall. The force stops its forward pressure and goes static. In the absence of intelligence that applies, the assault commanders are recalculating. An assault built on inside intelligence assumes the inside intelligence is current. When the intelligence fails, the plan fails, and the force has to improvise against a defense it didn't plan for. Improvised assaults against prepared defenses lose. Vosk's report reaches me at 8:51. The Orc forces at south and west are holding. No pressure on those approaches. Drock's forces have maintained the flanks. Lieutenant, the runner is Teska. Still young, still scared, but differently scared now. The fear of someone who's been through something rather than approaching it. South Wall reports the assault force is pulling back. Withdrawal at the eastern approach organized. Organized withdrawal means they're retreating with intent, preserving force for another engagement. Not broken, not rooted, choosing to stop. Time: 9:04, Lieutenant. 2 hours and 53 minutes from first contact to withdrawal. I stand at the fallback marker I drew in charcoal at 300. It is 2 yards behind the position I'm standing on. The line I drew is the line we're standing behind. The enemy found empty ground where they expected resistance and resistance where they expected empty ground. The section that broke was the section I knew would break. The breach was sealed by the reserve I staged for the breach. The casualties, Bren and the 6 others whose names will reach me by midday, are names on lines I drew. Not victory, the right kind of not losing. The camp settles into the quiet of aftermath, the cessation of percussion, the thinning of command voices, the silence of soldiers who have been through something and are standing on the other side of it. In the field station, tent 40 yards from the interior ridge, the medical corpsmen are working. Low voices, water, the sounds of a place where the people who couldn't hold are being held instead. Teska is still standing near me when the last runner reports. He looks like someone who's run through something and come out the other side uncertain whether they made it. 20 years old. 3 times he ran messages between my position and Olin's company in the middle of the engagement, each time covering the distance in the 9-second pace I timed him at during practice. Good work today, I say. He blinks, like the words arrived in the wrong order. The messages got through each time. Correct delivery, correct timing, that's the job. Yes, Lieutenant, he's quiet for a moment. Did the lines hold because of last night, the new charcoal? The lines held because every person on those lines did their job when it mattered. The charcoal set up the conditions. The soldiers made the conditions real. He nods, slow, putting something into a category he'll keep. Dismissed, I say. Get water. Check the eastern perimeter when you've had 20 minutes. Yes, Lieutenant. He goes. I watch him cross the interior yard, faster than he moves when he's not sure what he's walking toward. That's what surviving something does. It gives you the knowledge that you can make it to the other side. I stand at my charcoal line and take account of what I couldn't save. Bren's arm, 5 others wounded on the beta line, 1 dead at the ravine approach when the brace gave. His name is coming in the next report, and I'm already making room for it. The same mind, the same charcoal. A different ending than Gravelhorn only if I read it right. I read most of it right. 1 brace failed because it was 2 days old, and I knew it was 2 days old, and I put the best soldiers there anyway, because the best soldiers were what that position needed, and it needed them because the assault was built to hit it, and the assault was built to hit it because Calvain sold the layout, and the layout was real. The chain of cause is not comfort, it is the record. I carry every name that comes in. That is what I do with them. It's how I know the difference between accepting a loss and refusing it. You accept it when you let it go. You refuse it when you keep carrying. I keep carrying. The beta line is holding. The camp is standing. The assault stalled and withdrew. These are also facts. I stand at the charcoal mark and hold all of it.
The battle smells like wet iron and char and the chemical sharpness of Blightland soil when it's been churned by boots. A scent like scorched stone, nothing living underneath it. I'm at the eastern breach by first light, not behind the beta line, not at the command position. At the Thornwall Gap where the reserve company is staged, because that's where the pressure will come hardest and the war chief of Clan Thornwall holds the hardest ground himself. I told the camp this and I meant it. Vosk is at the western approach with his company. His voice carries even from here when the wind turns. Deep, steady, the cadence of commands that don't need repeating. The assault hits Alpha at 6:11. I feel it before the horn sounds. The assault is organized, I know organized from the sound, the disciplined percussion of a force executing a plan rather than improvising one. Mass crossbow fire at a fixed sector. Assault columns in formation rather than loose advance. These are Creech's methods. The intelligence we collected on Gracepair's fighting doctrine. Controlled, patient, designed to exploit weaknesses that have been studied in advance. They studied ours, 18 months of studying ours. Alpha forward positions are empty. I planned for this because Vale planned for this. When the assault finds empty ground where their intelligence said there should be soldiers, the contact sound changes. The massed fire slows. Assault commanders recalibrating, trying to understand why the resistance is absent when the maps say it shouldn't be. I cross the camp to the Thornwall breach while the assault is still recalibrating. The gap is 20 feet wide, sealed with timber framing and reserve company 4. 38 soldiers, half orc, half human, all of them people I've been training for this breach since the bracing went up. Sergeant Ada commands them. She's been at Thornwall longer than anyone except Vosk, and she has the unshakable quality of a soldier who has absorbed enough that nothing surprises her anymore. Gap holding, she reports. No contact yet. Crossbow fire on the upper Thornwall 200 yards east. They'll come here when they find Beta's real position. I take my place at the gap, my back to the reserve line, facing the approach. When they come, hold the breach, don't advance, hold. Understood, War Chief. The wait is 20 minutes. In those 20 minutes I study the approach, learn the ground, find the angles that the assault will come from when the force redirects. To my left, a natural choke point between the Thornwall edge and the eastern ravine. To my right, open approach through the cleared zone, exposed, 150 yards of ground where a soldier is visible from the wall. Then the wind shifts east, and something rides in with it that doesn't belong. Not the battle, not the Blightlands char or the sweat or the blood starting to hang in the air from Alpha. Something underneath all of that, a wrongness, stale and enclosed like a room that hasn't been opened in years. The faintest bite of something chemical, forge-related, that has no business being on a battlefield. I know that smell. Bevan briefed the scent profile after the Gracepair evacuation. The signature of a man who spent years in sealed administrative chambers, surrounded by old documents and lamp oil and the alkali residue of forge operations. All this Creech. He's here, somewhere well behind the assault line, upwind. The trace is faint enough that he's at a distance, watching his operation from the remove a man uses when he trusts his plan and needs to see if the plan breaks. The knowledge lands in my chest before my head catches up. A heaviness behind the ribs, the weight of something that changes what's possible. My body holds it while my mind decides what to do with it. The assault redirects at 6:38. They've found Beta, the contact sound sharpens, organizes, presses forward. The empty Alpha positions are behind them now and the real defense is in front. The Beta line sounds like what it is. Crossbow fire, command voices, the percussion of a fortified position taking sustained pressure. The assault column hits the breach at 6:43. They come through the cleared approach in a wedge formation. 60 soldiers, crossbowmen on the flanks, heavies at the point. Well drilled. The wedge is designed to open a gap in a line and pour through. Against a gap in a thorn wall that's already been opened, it's the right formation. Against 38 soldiers who have been waiting behind timber framing with crossbows aimed at the killing zone I marked, it's a problem. Hold, I say to Ada, let them close. The wedge advances, 80 yards, 60, 40. Fire. 32 crossbows release. The wedge formation dissolves in the front rank. The densest concentration of fire aimed at the heavies at the point where the formation loses momentum if the point goes down. 3 heavies fall. The formation contracts, the soldiers behind pulling in to fill the gap, which is exactly what I want, a denser target. Reload and hold. I step into the gap. Not with a crossbow, with the warhammer I've been carrying since before dawn and the understanding that there are moments when the gap needs a body in it. 38 soldiers behind timber bracing need to see the thing they're defending from go down in front of them. That's not strategy. That's warcraft. The difference between a line that holds because it's well positioned and a line that holds because the soldiers in it have been given a reason to believe. The wedge's second rank arrives at the gap. I work, the Warhammer is 80 pounds and I've been swinging it since I was 16, and the weight is a fact, not a burden. Something that requires full use of what I am, full extension, full rotation. The advantage of being built like a siege engine when what you're doing is siege work. 3 men at the point of the second rank. The formation can't hold its wedge shape at close range against a single opponent whose reach is longer than the standard engagement distance. They were trained to fight humans. They were not trained to fight me. The skirmish at the gap takes 4 minutes. I know this only after, from the report. In the moment it's sensory, the weight of the hammer, the thud of impact that means a hit that counts, my own breathing locked into the pattern that keeps me moving when everything wants to stop, and the sound behind me of Ada's soldiers maintaining their line. The wedge breaks, 12 of the 60 are down. The remainder pull back to the cleared zone and reassemble at a distance. I return to the line, my hands are full of battle. My knuckles are split. There's blood on my armor that isn't mine, and blood that is. A cut above my left ear where someone's crossbow bolt scraped the rim of my helm at an angle that took skin rather than bone. Gap holding, Ada says. Gap holding, I confirm. The second assault wave comes at 7:04. Larger, 80 soldiers, including siege ladders for the Thornwall sections adjacent to the breach. They're trying to widen the gap rather than push through it. Standard adaptation: when a direct approach fails, change the approach. I hold the center of the breach and direct the flank fire while Ada's soldiers take the ladders. The Thornwall sections hold. 2 ladders go up and both are pushed back before soldiers can cross the wall. The timber framing at the breach absorbs the wedge for the second time. The second wave breaks at 7:19. By 800 the waves have blurred into each other. I've lost track of them as separate things. It's one long pressure now. The gap holds. Ada's soldiers are tired but not broken. The crossbow supply is adequate. Vale prepositioned enough bolts here to sustain 6 hours of engagement, and it's been 2. At 8:23 the wind shifts again, and there he is. Closer, stronger, that sealed room staleness, the chemical bite sharper now, less trace and more presence. He's moved forward, 150 yards, maybe less. The command position has shifted toward the breach, as if someone wants a better look at the point where his plan is failing. The assault pushes hard at 8:31, the hardest push since first contact. This isn't a probe, this is maximum pressure at a single point, the gap, as if someone has decided the gap is the weakness and the maximum force available should be put against it. I leave Ada at the timber framing and move toward the scent, not abandoning the line. Ada has the line. I move at an angle that keeps the breach in sight but brings me toward the edge of the assault's rear position, the 100-yard buffer where the command structure watches the fight. Creech is close, the wrongness thickens with every step, 50 yards, maybe less. The assault surges at the breach at exactly the moment I'm no longer standing in it. I stop. My legs don't, they pull forward, every tendon aimed at the wrongness ahead, sent so thick I taste alkali on the back of my tongue. My hands reshape around the hammer shaft, the grip widening for a killing swing, and the motion is not a decision. It's my body answering the question before my mind can hold it. Every muscle in my back and shoulders is locked toward the scent. My jaw clenches until the tusks grind. The tendons in my forearms stand out like bridge cables, and my pulse hammers in my throat, in my wrists, in the split knuckles that want to close around the man who built the network that killed Garen. 42 families, Garen, the 2 who didn't make the night. The names go through me all at once, everyone a weight pulling me forward. 50 yards to the man responsible for all of it. 50 yards and my body is screaming to close the distance. Behind me, the gap, 38 soldiers behind timber framing. Ada's voice calling the line. Breathe on a 4 count, my mother's pattern when the anger got too big for a boy's body. 1, 2, 3. It doesn't hold, the breath breaks at 3 because the scent is too close and the names are too many and the rage has found the shape it's been looking for since the first patrol came back short. My legs take another step forward. The wrongness thickens. My body knows what it wants, and the breathing pattern my mother taught me when I was a boy is not enough to stop it. Another step. The sound behind me changes, Ada's voice sharper now, the percussion of the assault hitting the gap I left, crossbow fire, a shout that means contact at the timber line. I try the breath again, 1, 2, 3, 4. It holds this time, barely, not because the rage has passed, but because the sound behind me put something heavier on the other side of the scale. 38 soldiers, the gap. If I go forward, the gap breaks. The gap breaks, the reserve line breaks, the eastern perimeter opens, and the assault flows through into the camp where 400 people are standing on lines I swore to hold. Creech is 50 yards ahead, the gap is 30 yards behind. The distance between them is the hardest ground I've ever stood on, not the breach, not the battle. This, the choosing, the part where you put the hammer down on one side of the scale and accept what the other side costs you. Something tears in my chest when my legs stop, and I let the tearing happen, feel it open like a seam giving way under load while my boots press into the dirt and hold. I return to the breach. The surge is held barely, Ada's company is gapped. 2 soldiers down in the second rank, a crossbow line collapsed on the right flank. I hold the right flank, fill the gap. The line reconstitutes around the new shape. When I look toward the command position, the scent has changed direction. Creech is withdrawing. I stand at the breach and track it in the air. That wrongness thinning, the chemical edge fading, the signature of a man who has been present and is now choosing to be somewhere else. He saw the surge fail, the gap held when it should have opened. The assault structure built on Colvin's intelligence has collided with positions that don't exist according to that intelligence, and the man who designed the structure is smart enough to know that the design is broken. He's still alive, still withdrawing with intent, still running in the sense that a strategist retreats to regroup. The assault breaks at 9:03. Not a surge and recover this time, a genuine break. The force pulls back across the cleared approach, organized enough to bring most of its fallen but pulling back nonetheless. The contact sound thins, separates into individual elements, and then goes absent. I stand at the gap and breathe. My shoulders unlock first, then my jaw. The weight of 3 hours redistributes itself from the muscles into the bones where load belongs. The settling that only happens when the body understands the crisis is over before the mind does. Ada reports casualties, 7 wounded, 2 serious, 1 dead, a young soldier on the crossbow line whose name I'll carry. I take the names, I always take the names. By mid-morning I'm on the Thornwall parapet. The eastern approach is empty. The assault force has pulled back past the ridgeline, taking their dead and wounded. The quiet of withdrawal, which is different from the quiet of before contact. Before contact is the quiet of waiting. After withdrawal is the quiet of something that happened and stopped. I look east and I know Creech was there. The faintest trace still hangs in the air, that wrongness fading with the wind. He was here. He watched the assault fail. He withdrew before the breaking point, which means he wasn't surprised by the failure, which means a man smart enough to build the most sophisticated intelligence network Thornwall has ever faced is also smart enough to recognize when his design breaks. He's east into the Blightlands, toward what's left of his dispersed network. War Chief Vosk, he smells like his own battle, blood and exertion in the mineral smoke of the western Thornwall approach. South and west held, no casualties there. The western column tested the patrol screen and withdrew when the screen held, your gap. Held, the eastern line. Beta held, breach sealed twice. Section gave at the ravine approach, reserve sealed it. I look at him, Creech was here. Vosk's expression doesn't change, but his weight shifts. You're certain. I tracked his scent to within 50 yards. He was at the assault's rear position, watching from a command distance. When the gap held, he withdrew. We can't pursue. No, not today. I look east again. The Blightlands horizon is gray and still. No movement, no campfires. The force that was here this morning is somewhere east, carrying its dead, intact enough to move, too spent to fight again today. The army is broken, the network is shattered. The infrastructure that carried intelligence in and out of this camp for 18 months, gone. But the architect is still alive. The architect is still alive. I say it flat, not as defeat and not as resolution, as a fact that will require future work. The architecture is rubble. I stand on the parapet and let that sit. 8 dead soldiers on the eastern patrol weeks ago. Garen and the others I carry, Hareth's shoulder, the 2 who didn't make the night after the ambush, 1 this morning at the breach. The gap between the architecture I destroyed and the architect still running is the gap where they all live. But 42 clan families are displaced, and the fight for their territory starts with an intact camp and a destroyed enemy force, not with an architect who is now running alone into the Blightlands, rather than commanding 800. Tell me what we have, I say to Vosk. He tells me. The numbers are the best they've been since the beginning. Camp standing, perimeter intact, enemy withdrawn. Reinforcements from council arriving in 3 to 7 days to a camp that doesn't need to be relieved but can be consolidated. The political window that opens after a decisive defensive engagement, for the displaced clan families, for the permanent territory negotiations, for the work that comes after the war. After. I've been building toward after for 14 months. It sits on the horizon now like the color before dawn, the world deciding whether to exist. Get the field report together, I say. I want casualties accounted, supply status, structural damage, full picture before midday. Yes, War Chief. Vosk pauses at the parapet edge. She held the lines. She held the lines. He goes. I stay on the parapet until I've accounted for everything the morning cost, as I always do. The names, the wounds, what was lost and what was kept. Roan is not in any of those conversations. It was in my body before I had a name for it. The officers who came to the parapet while I was standing here, Ada, Bevan, 2 of Kesh's sergeants, the signals runner with the relay count, they all reported through the chain Vale drew. Her zones, her runner routes, her fallback triggers, not Roan's chain. His company held the southern approach, which held without incident because Vale presided the southern kill zones in the briefing 2 weeks ago. He executed orders. The camp worked as designed. He's somewhere below me and he has a position, and the position will continue to exist on the duty roster. But the thing he was building, the case, the record, the institutional argument that a convicted strategist had no authority in this command, it collided with a battle that didn't care about the argument. The lines held because she drew them. The soldiers know it. That fact didn't need announcing. It just happened, and now it's part of what everyone in this camp knows. Roan had a position. The camp outgrew it this morning. He comes up onto the parapet once while the light is still gray, with the southern sector's report in his hand. He could send it up through any runner. He carries it himself. Southern approach held, he says. All 3 kill zones, they were pre-sighted. A pause, her sighting. He didn't have to add that. Procedure didn't require it. He added it anyway, and then he went back down to his company. It wasn't surrender, and it wasn't friendship. It was a man who had spent 30 years trusting the process, looking at a morning the process didn't win, and saying out loud whose mind did. He'll never like her. He doesn't have to. He gave her the credit where his own soldiers could hear him do it, in a camp that carries further than liking. Then I go to find her, stepping down from the parapet into the yard where the morning light has turned warm, and the camp smells like wood smoke and aftermath, and the beginning of whatever comes next.
The casualty reports arrive in order. I read them in order. Beta line, 7 wounded, 2 serious. Bren, bolt through the shoulder, right side will heal. Corporal Yast, broken forearm from falling timber when the brace gave. The others, cuts, bruises, the impact damage that accumulates when bodies meet fortifications at speed. 1 dead. Private Door, he was on the crossbow line at the breach approach because I put him there. 22 years old. Enlisted from the southern townships 9 months ago, transferred to Thornwall 3 months before I arrived. His sergeant's comment in the service record, reliable under pressure, good eye for distance. I write his name in the margin of my record sheet. Not a note, not a number. A name. The sheet is full of names, and the names are the whole reason I keep it. Not to grieve, not to punish myself, but to carry. You carry what you're responsible for. The carrying is how you remain responsible. The field station is loud with recovery. Not the sounds of battle, the sounds of after. A corpsman at the far end is cutting bandage strips, the shears working through linen in a rhythm that hasn't stopped since I arrived. Someone is breathing through clenched teeth while a wound is cleaned. The smell is blood, and the tallow and herb compound the medical corpsmen pack into open wounds, sharp and vegetal, cutting through the iron underneath. Canvas walls hold the heat of too many bodies in too small a space. I've been here for an hour. Directing the flow of information, routing reports to the appropriate commanders, verifying that every name goes into the correct record. This is what I can do now, after the battle, when the defensive geometry is no longer useful and what remains is administrative clarity. Bren is on a cot near the entrance. His right arm is in a sling. When he sees me, he tries to sit straighter. "Lieutenant, I'm sorry about." "Don't," I stop him. "You held your position. The breach happened because the timber gave, not because you didn't." I was going to say, "I'm sorry, I can't get back on the line today." I look at him. The apology is genuine. This is a soldier who wants to return to a place where he was almost killed. "Olin's holding it," he says. "She's good, but the crossbow positions need someone who knows the sight lines." "Your arm will heal. There'll be work when it does." "Yes, Lieutenant." He settles back against the cot, but his eyes go to the tent entrance, toward the eastern positions, still watching, still holding himself as part of the line. His crossbow is propped against the cot frame. He cleaned it already, the bolt track wiped, the string tension checked. Wounded and slung, and he still maintained his weapon before I arrived. The discipline in this camp runs deep enough that it shows up in the places no one inspects. I leave him and continue through the report. Names, numbers, the full ledger of what the battle cost and what it saved. 1 dead and 9 wounded across the whole engagement. For 800 against 400 in sustained assault, these are the margins of a defensive plan that did most of what it was supposed to do. I am good at this. That's not pride. That's the other side of the gravel horn accounting. I was good at building things that killed people. The same facility, turned the other way, builds things that keep them alive. I can't take credit for one without accepting the debt of the other. The scout report arrives at 10:47. Creech was confirmed at the assault's rear position. Visual confirmation. A scout team on the secondary ridgeline caught the command structure in their sightlines during the withdrawal. A man in non-military clothing, directing the assault's rear action from approximately 180 yards behind the forward line. Compact, light-colored clothing, moving with the controlled efficiency of a man who has been directing operations from safe distances for a long time. He withdrew east when the line held, last confirmed direction, east-northeast, into the Blightlands. Escaped. I read the report twice, then I set it down. Creech is alive, moving, hemmed in by the intelligence now being assembled, and passed to the 3 council pursuit teams Bevan has been coordinating for the past 2 weeks. He's operating without his infrastructure, without his army, without his mole network at Thornwall. Running in a tactical withdrawal, not a panic. A man who knows how to run. He'll surface again, future problem, not mine. 3 hours ago, I would have said differently. 2 months ago, I would have said I'm here until the job is finished, and the job includes finding the man who built the network that burned Gravelhorn. But the pardon is complete. The mission is complete. And the name in my margin, Door, 22, good eye for distance, is not a debt I can pay by chasing one man into the Blightlands. I set the scout report down on the field station table. The tent flap moves. The specific weight of the air shifts when he's in a space. It was true in the command tent on the first day, and it's true now. I turn before he speaks. He fills the tent entrance. Battle marked. His armor carrying the residue of sustained engagement, his knuckles split, the cut above his left ear already clotting. He smells like ash and exertion, and under both like himself, the iron and wood smoke scent I've been breathing in for months now and stopped trying to name. He looks at me. Doesn't speak. 3 seconds of that. 4. The field station around us is occupied, the medical corpsman at the far end, a sergeant writing reports at the supply table, and he still just looks at me, and the looking carries the full weight of everything the morning was. I cross to him. Not tactical, not worked out. My body moves toward his while my mind is still catching up. I cross the field station in 4 steps and put my hand flat against his chest, over his armor, and under my palm his heart is there, steady, the beat I've known by feel since the first night I learned it. He puts his arms around me. Not a gentle hold. He's carrying the battle in his body, and the holding is the intensity of someone who has been moving fast and is now stopped. His arms wrap me completely. Both hands flat on my back. His chin drops to the top of my head. The full weight of him settles around me, and I let it. The gravity of his body against mine, the solidity of a person whose continued existence I was not certain of 4 hours ago, and am certain of now because I can feel his ribs expanding against my palms. His armor is still warm from the fighting. The leather smells like smoke and sweat and the mineral scent of orc exertion that I know now as well as ink or iron. Under the armor, his chest rises and falls quick and hard, still coming down off the battle, and I press my ear against it and listen to it slow. That slowing tells me everything. He's here. He's whole. The rest is detail. Lines held, he says, against my hair. The lines held. We stand like that in the middle of the field station with the medical corpsmen and the report-writing sergeant and the canvas walls and the smell of blood and wound compound, not caring whether anyone sees. Past that, the sergeant glances up from his reports, looks at us for 1 second, and goes back to writing. The corpsman at the far end doesn't look at all. The camp has known for longer than we have. The camp doesn't mind. His hands on my back. It's all still with me, the names, the numbers, the report I set down, but it sits warm now, not as duty, not as survival. I tip my head back and find his eyes. You smelled him, I say. Close enough to find him, not close enough to take him. He withdrew east. I know. The camp held, the network is broken, he's running alone. I watch his face. That's the outcome. That's the outcome. His jaw works, holding something, not anger, the grief of doing the right thing and accepting what the right thing doesn't include. I'll find room for the anger later. He almost smiles, the corner of his mouth, the tell I learned to read in the first week. Later, he agrees. I take his hand and pull him away from the field station entrance. There's a supply annex at the back of the station. Canvas walls, a cot, shelves of folded linen, and the crates of wound compound. Right now it's empty and the flap ties from the inside. He follows without question. Inside, the cot, the canvas walls, the lamp turned low on a supply crate. I tie the flap. When I turn back, he's standing where I left him, filling the available space, watching me with the attention that means he's not going to do anything I don't begin. The battle is still on him. I can see it in how he holds his weight. He's favoring the right, keeping the left leg loose, and the cut above his ear has stopped bleeding, but the blood is dried down the side of his jaw and he hasn't washed it off. He came here first, before the corpsemen, before he let anyone tend the split across his knuckles. That's the thing that moves me across the annex. Not want or not only want. The fact that 4 hours ago I stood at the map table and knew the assault was coming and did not know if I would ever see him do this again. Stand in a room, breathe, look at me and wait. I cross the space and put both hands flat on his chest. Under the armor his heart is going, quick and hard, still coming down. I push. He sits on the cot and the frame protests, wood that was built for a corpsman's weight and got 340 pounds of orc instead. I climb into his lap. He takes my weight with both hands and lowers me the last of the way himself, the care of a very large man who has spent 34 years learning the strength of his own hands around smaller bodies. From here, we're almost level. Almost. His tusks require the geometry we found months ago and find again now without thinking. I tilt left, he tilts right, the notched one grazes the corner of my jaw. His mouth on mine. The taste is iron and ash and something warmer underneath, and under the ash I find him, the flavor I have no word for that is only his. His hands close over my back, one nearly the whole width of it, and I feel them shake. Not much. A tremor in the big careful hands that never shake. He is coming down off the same drop I am. I press into it. One moment I'm thinking, tracking, sorting, and then I'm not. A quiet that has nothing to do with analysis, and everything to do with his ribs moving under my palms. I pull my jacket off and drop it, and what happens in the supply annex with the flap tied shut is the surest thing either of us has done all day, no strategy in it. Nothing held back, only the two of us and the choice we keep making. Somewhere in it, he finally gives the heart scar its name, my hand pinned flat over it while he does, the last thing he has kept braced set down at last. When it takes us both, his voice drops into that frequency below human hearing, the one I don't hear so much as feel. After. The cot is narrower than his palate, which means I'm more thoroughly against him than usual, which means his heartbeat under my ear is right there. Slow now, settling, warm. My finger is still on the heart scar and his thumb is still on my forearm and neither of us has moved them. His hand is in my hair, not doing anything with it, present with it rather than using it. The names are still there. Door 22, good eye for distance, Bren, shoulder bolt, healing, the 6 others. They're mine and they're part of what I carry, and I carry them lying here with his heartbeat under my ear and his hand in my hair, and the two things live side by side without needing to be resolved. He reaches past me for the scout report on the supply table. He reads it. His jaw moves once, then stops. East-northeast, he says. 3 council teams are tracking him. It's not over. No. He sets the report down, his arm comes back, I stay where I am. So it's not over, I say. Lying against him after the battle, the enemy escaped, the camp standing, and already the next problem is east and moving. Then we're not done. We're not done. His heartbeat runs warm and steady under my ear, slow now, unhurried. The camp outside is recovering from something it survived. The names in my margin are held. The scout report is on the table. Creech is east and running. All of it present. none of it requiring me to move yet. I stay where I am, his heartbeat marking the seconds, the canvas walls holding the warmth of two bodies that chose each other and the quiet that lives between them.
She's still asleep when the camp wakes. The supply annex cot isn't built for two people. She's half on me, her head on my chest, her knee across my legs, occupying the available space with the efficiency of someone who has learned to sleep in whatever room she's given. In prison it was 6x4 and she counted the ceiling cracks. Now she's working with roughly 12 inches of margin on the outer edge, and she has adapted without complaint. I've been awake for an hour. I don't need more than 4 hours most nights. The sleep debt from the past week has been serviced by the black unconsciousness that comes after a battle when the body finally stops moving and the demands stop arriving and there is nothing left to do but be a body breathing. I don't move, moving would wake her, and she needs the sleep more than my arm needs the feeling it lost an hour ago under the weight of her head. So I lie still and let the arm go dead and hold her like a thing I spent a long time deciding I was allowed to want, carefully, like the wanting might spill. I listen to the camp. The sounds are different. Not better or worse, different. The urgency has left the percussion. What replaces it is the steady sound of work without crisis, hammering on timber that doesn't have to be finished by dawn, voices at a conversation volume rather than a command volume, the rhythm of an encampment in the work phase rather than the waiting phase. 2 months ago, everything here sounded like a question. Today, it sounds like an answer being built. Under my ear, her heartbeat, slower in sleep than waking. Faster when she's managing something, middling when she's idle, and right now the low, steady rhythm of a person who is, for the first time in longer than she'll tell me, genuinely resting. The burn scar on her left forearm is visible from where I am without moving my head, the pale ridge of old tissue, healed badly because nobody treated it and she used it as a pain mechanism for years. Her arm is thrown across my chest and the scar rests near my collarbone, cool where the rest of her is warm, old damage lying against old damage. I know its history now. I know what she pressed it for and what the pressing cost her, and what it means that her hand is open against my skin instead of curled into her own arm like it was the first week she was here. I know because she told me, and because my thumb has been learning it for months, and because the telling and the learning are the same process for us, the same careful accumulation of evidence before drawing conclusions. My grandmother had a saying, build the foundation before you name the house. She meant it about construction, about the thornweavers and the engineers who wanted to put walls up before the root network was established, but she also used it for everything else that needed to last. She said it to me the year my father died, when I was a young war chief with too much grief and too much command, and I didn't understand it then. I do now. You don't rush to name a thing. You lay the ground under it slow and true, and the name comes when the ground will hold it. I've been building since before I knew the word for what I was building. With her, it was the same. I didn't name it. I dug. I laid one true thing next to another and waited to see what stood. The pardon, it surfaces like it has for weeks, not as worry but as a fact with edges. Her conditional pardon is satisfied. She completed the mission, identified the moles, rebuilt the defensive strategy, held the lines. The pardon converts to full and unconditional when Bevan submits the completion report to Southern Command, which he'll do today. She can go wherever she chooses. My hands want to close, I let them be open. This is the discipline of it. A grave builder learns early that you cannot hold the ground in place with your fists. You prepare it, you do the work right, and then you let it be what it's going to be. This is not something I can decide for her. What I can do is be here when she wakes. What I can do is say what I mean, bluntly and without ceremony, and let her do with that what she does with everything. I have wanted to keep things before. My father wanted to keep me a certain kind of son and put a blade in me to do it. I know what wanting to keep looks like when it curdles into owning. I won't do that to her. If I hold her at all, it will be with the hands open. She shifts, small movement against my chest. Her eyelashes, pale and fine, visible from 4 inches, which is where my eyes happen to be, move once. Then again. Then she's awake, I know because the heartbeat changes, picks up, finds its waking pace, her mind stirring before her body follows. She doesn't move immediately. This is new. She used to come awake like someone expecting the cell to be wrong, the dimensions to have changed. Now she lies here for a moment and does something that takes longer than assessment, something that isn't watching for the exits. The camp sounds different, she says, against my chest. The urgency is gone. Not gone, she turns her head slightly, different shape. The work is real now, not preparation. She's quiet, thinking. I can feel it working through her stillness, the same quality I've learned to read in a tactical silence during a briefing, except here the stakes are different. Creatures east northeast, she says. He is. Council teams tracking. 3 teams Bevan's been coordinating for 2 weeks. They have the intelligence profile. They have the network maps from the documents we recovered. I pause. They don't have you. No, they'll manage. They might. She's not being dismissive. She's weighing it honestly. Without me, they're tracking a man who has spent years slipping this kind of investigation. It'll take longer. But not forever. No, not forever. Her hand moves against my ribs, tracing the scar over my heart, the thin white one. She knows its story now. She received it like she receives everything I've given her, carefully, with the awareness that it was a gift, and not all gifts should be handled the same as information. Someone else gets to finish it. Yes. Good, the word carries something. Finality, maybe, or relief. The closing of a door she was holding open to prevent the draft. She sits up. From a foot away I take her in, all of her, one detail at a time. Her hair, the set of her jaw, the burned scar visible in the morning light through the canvas. The pale eyes that are already turning something over, 3 things at once, and will tell me where they've landed when they're done. She is the most specific person I have ever known. The pardon converts today, I say. Her eyes move to mine, steady. Bevan submits the completion report, full and unconditional. I keep my voice level. This is not a conversation that benefits from anything other than level. You can go wherever you choose. I know. I'm staying, I say. Clan Thornwall needs the territory negotiations. 42 displaced families need the political work to complete. That takes months, probably longer. The camp becomes a settlement. I build that. Yes. I'm telling you because you should know, not because it changes what you choose. The words come out in the order they arrive, body first, language second. I want you to stay. I'm telling you that separately because the wanting and the logistics are different things, and you deserve to hear them separately. She looks at me. I look back. The moment holds long enough for the camp noise to cycle through a full breath of hammering and quiet. I don't measure the seconds, I just stand in them. Hand me the charcoal, she says. The stick is on the supply table where she set it last night before the reports took over. I hand it to her. She takes it in her right hand, turns to the blank back of a report form on the table, and begins to draw. Terrain, I see it forming under her hand. The camp perimeter, and then further out, the ground north of the Thornwall that has been Blightlands, the cleared approaches, the scout routes. Roads. She's drawing roads where the cleared approaches were, she's drawing roads. Where the kill zone markers were, she's drawing squares, structures, not military. Eastern approach, she says without looking up. The cleared zone is already flat, pack it properly and you have a market road. The ravine choke point becomes a bridge site. It's narrow enough for a span that doesn't require significant engineering. I watch her hand move. The supply depot walls, the existing structure is sound. Expand it 50 feet west, add a second level on the north face, and you have a permanent supply building rather than a field installation. The reserve staging areas along the interior ridge have good drainage, 6 to 8 structures per 100 yards, clan housing built to orc scale. You've been thinking about this. I started thinking about it at 300 when I was redrawing the defensive lines. The 2 things were on the same paper. Kill zone to market road is 3 notation changes. Her hand doesn't stop. The camp I've been defending for 14 months is converting under her charcoal into something else. Into the after, the thing I've been fighting toward but hadn't put on paper. The Thornwall sections in the north, she continues. The healthy ones, don't fortify them further, integrate them. Thornwall as building material, the root network as infrastructure. The Thornweavers have been treating it defensively for 3 years. Ask them what they'd grow if they weren't growing a war. I'll ask Yetta. She'll have opinions. She sets the charcoal down and looks at what she's drawn. I look at it too, not the battle map I've been staring at for months. A settlement, a place people will live when the living isn't structured around dying. Her pardon, wherever she chooses. There's a road here that needs drawing, she says. She taps the map where the market road runs east from the camp into what used to be Blightlands approaches. No one in this camp has drawn roads before. They've been drawing killing grounds. And if I need a tactician to draw them? You'll need a tactician to draw them, she looks at me. The roads and the killing grounds come from the same hand. The only difference is which way they point. I pull her back, both hands jaw bracketed, my thumbs on her cheekbones, the hold that is mine for her face and no one else's. I'm not dressing that up, it's just true. I've never held anyone's face like this before. My hands were made for weight and digging and the grips of tools, and they learned this one late and only for her. I hold hers because the holding says what the words are still finding their way to. Under my thumbs, I can feel her jaw ease, the small unclenching of a woman who spent years braced against being touched wrong and has decided this touch is right. She doesn't pull back. She looks at me from inside the hold, her eyes steady, receiving. I let go because keeping someone held, when the holding has said what it needs to say, is just occupying the space unnecessarily. She picks up the charcoal again. I watch her work. She draws the roads and I study them and ask questions when I have them. About the bridge site, about the market road gradient, about whether the existing eastern earthworks can form a terrace foundation for clan structures. She answers without looking up. The camp outside is building something. She's drawing what it builds toward. Later in the afternoon, I take her up to the parapet. The eastern approach is empty. No assault force, no staging positions. The cleared zone that was a kill field this morning is just ground, the neutral ground that territory becomes when it stops being contested. The Blightlands horizon is gray and still. She stands at the parapet and I stand beside her, and the distance between us is 6 inches, because that's the natural distance when you've stopped accounting for it. Your family will come, she says, the 42. When the negotiations complete and the territory is legally settled, 6 to 8 weeks, Bevan estimates. The housing on the interior ridge won't be ready. It'll be started. Started is enough. She watches the eastern horizon. The roads take longer than the housing anyway. The roads take longer. The wind comes off the eastern ridge carrying the smell of the Blightlands. The chemical char that used to mean the enemy's ground is pressing toward ours. Today it just smells like territory that hasn't been worked yet. Give it 10 years. 42 families, I say. 42 sets of children who have been telling each other this is temporary. And now it isn't. And now it isn't. She's still and quiet in a way that has nothing to do with reading a threat. Something I've been watching happen for weeks, a reckoning that isn't tactical. What she owes, what she's paid, what she's choosing instead. The debt doesn't zero out, she says, flat, not distress statement. No, but it's being serviced. Her hand closes around the parapet stone, not the burned scar, not pressing, just her hand on something solid and real. I watch her choose the stone over the scar without seeming to decide it, and I understand that this is what healing looks like on her. Not the absence of the old habit, but a new one laid down next to it, close enough to reach for instead. Different direction, same hand. Same hand, I say, because that's what she needs from me in this moment. Not reassurance, not reframing. Confirmation that I've heard exactly what she said and the exactness is sufficient. She doesn't want me to make it lighter. She wants me to hold the true weight of it with her and not flinch. I can do that. Holding true weight is the one thing I have never had trouble with. The camp below us is working. The hammering, the voices, the sounds of people who survived something and are now doing what comes after survival. I have been building toward this since before I knew what to call it. Foundation laid before the house is named. She is here, she is choosing to stay. The architecture is rubble, the architect is still running, and I have 42 displaced clan families and a tactician who draws good lines and a thorn wall that held. This is what after looks like. I've been fighting toward it for 14 months and it is not resolution. It's a direction, a road drawing, a first line from which the rest will be measured. Enough, more than enough. The wind changes direction and I smell the camp. Cook fires and timber and the mineral note of the thorn wall, and underneath all of it the scent that is hers, that I learned in her first week and stopped trying to name, and now know as the smell of the person who is standing 6 inches from me on this parapet choosing to stay. Dinner's at 6th bell, I say. Olin will be insufferable if we're late. She already thinks she runs the camp. She does run the camp. She's been running Alpha for 2 months. She'll say something about it. She's earned the right to say something about it. The corner of my mouth moves, the tell she's learned to read differently now, not as a thing to be noted and filed, as something warmer. Tomorrow morning, I say. She looks at me, the word carries everything it's carried since the first morning she was in camp. The warmth of it, the understanding that survives between us, the agreement to be here when it arrives. Tomorrow, she says, and her hand finds the parapet stone again, warm from the afternoon sun, and she doesn't let go.
6 months later, the Eastern Road has a name. Private Door Road. I named it 2 weeks after we finished packing the surface, and the Thornweavers ran the first root stabilization treatment along the grade. Dor was the boy who died at the ravine when the brace gave, the one whose name came in the midday report I made room for before it arrived. I couldn't save the position. I could give it his name. It's a poor trade, and I know it's a poor trade, and I did it anyway. Because a road that people walk every day says the name more times than any stone in any yard, and I wanted him said. His sergeant came to me when the sign went up. She didn't say anything. She stood at the sign for about 30 seconds, one hand flat against the post like she was checking it would hold, and then went back to the construction work she'd been managing all morning. She didn't look at me. She didn't need to. I read the whole of it off the flat of her hand on the wood. Received. The market road is 300 yards long and has 9 permanent structures. 2 supply warehouses. A proper medical station, not a field station, with a full dispensary and surgical space. 3 residential, built orc scale because the first clan families arrived in month 2 and the housing wasn't finished and we built it fast and right. 3 commercial. A Thornwood craftsman who exports. A woman who makes something from Blightland's mineral compounds that I can't accurately describe but apparently sells well in 3 southern cities. And a core brewery that Drock has visited an inappropriate number of times for a territory administrator. Between the medical station and the craftsman's shop, someone has set up a produce stall with a canvas awning and crates of root vegetables from the first successful harvest on reclaimed Blightland's soil. An orc woman and a human man run it together, arguing about pricing in 2 languages, while a child who belongs to neither of them sits on the counter eating something purple and watching the foot traffic with the unbothered attention of someone who has never known the settlement as anything other than home. The stall has no sign. It doesn't need one. Everyone knows where it is because everyone has been there, and the path worn into the ground in front of it tells the whole story at a glance. I used to read a place like this for exits. For sight lines, choke points, the ground a force would cross and the ground it would avoid. I still read it. I can't stop reading it. But what I read now is the path worn to the produce stall, and the angle of the awning against the morning wind, and the child on the counter who has never once had to know where the exits are. The same watching, turned to different things. I notice the settlement is happy like I used to notice it was defensible, and the noticing costs me nothing anymore. It just tells me where the good is. Not war chief anymore, territory administrator. The formal designation from the compact treaty that went through council in month 4. I am, formally, tactical advisor to the Thornwall Territory Administration. My charcoal is in the margins of the settlement plan. My lines are the roads and the foundation grades and the drainage calculations that make this ground livable. Same brain, same charcoal, different direction. The letter from Selin arrives with the morning dispatch. Thornwall, congratulations on the treaty. News reached us 3 weeks ago, and there was a celebration in the signals office that I'll deny if asked. 2 items for your attention. First, your full pardon and commendation from Southern Command is officially filed. Bevan submitted 6 months ago, and the bureaucratic timeline is what it is. The formal document is enclosed. It uses the word distinguished 4 times, which I thought you'd find either satisfying or irritating, and wasn't sure which. Second, and this is the intelligence note rather than the personal one, Creech has been tracked to the Fell Coast settlement clusters. He's operating without infrastructure, using local networks, smaller scale. The pursuit teams are close. Estimated capture or neutralization, 2 to 4 months. Someone else's problem, I know. I'm noting it because you'll want to know anyway. See? I read it twice, set it on the table. The formal pardon document is underneath. Heavy paper, the Crown Seal, Southern Command countersignatures, distinguished service, exceptional tactical contribution, full and unconditional restoration. Selin is right about distinguished. I set it next to the Creech note. Creech is on the Fell Coast. 2 to 4 months. The pursuit teams have the intelligence profile, the network maps, the operational methodology. They have everything I built tracking a system I was also inside. They'll find him or they won't in a timeline I'm no longer managing. I wait for the pull. It used to be a pull, physical, the sense that a thread I'd been holding was still live somewhere out east, and I was the only one who could follow it to the end. I sit with the note a moment and check for it like pressing an old injury to see if it still catches. It doesn't catch. Creech is a name on a coast I'll never see, and finishing him is a task that belongs to hands that aren't mine, and I find I can set the note down and mean it. That's newer than the road, newer than the housing. The ability to let a thing go and not feel the letting go as a wound. I pick up my charcoal. The settlement plan for month 7 is spread across the table. The extension of the market road to the western approach, the start of a second residential block for the families arriving in the next transport, the bridge project at the ravine site. 3 pages of lines that used to be killing grounds. I make a note in the margin about the drainage grade on the western extension and go back to work. Outside, a hammer. Not a battle sound, the percussion of foundation work. Deliberate, spaced, structural. Drock has been building the residential block with his own hands since the frame went up 2 weeks ago. He doesn't have to. The construction crews are good and they're faster without him. Any construction is faster when the territory administrator is not also the largest person on the site who wants to personally verify every timber joint. He does it anyway. Builds with his hands because building with his hands is how he thinks through things that don't resolve on paper. The families coming in the next transport include his clan's remaining elder council. People he's been working to bring home for over a year. The housing for them is personal in a way that the market road isn't. I watch him through the window. He's at the north face of the frame, working a timber joint with the patience that he applies to everything that matters. His back is to me. The sun on his shoulders, the muscle moving under the skin as he sets the joint and tests it and sets it again. I know that patience from the inside now. I've watched it turn toward a defensive line and toward a burn scar and toward me in the dark, and it's the same in all 3. The refusal to call a thing finished until it will actually hold. Around him, 3 construction workers in various stages of the same work, deferring to his judgment on the joint and not deferring on anything else, which is exactly the working relationship he's built with everyone since the settlement started. I got here by intending to die in service of something. The debt is being serviced. Door Road is 1 payment. The drainage grade for the western extension is 1 payment. Every line on this settlement plan that came from the brain that built Gravelhorn is 1 payment toward a ledger that will never zero out and doesn't need to. The door opens behind me. I don't turn, I know his timing. The weight of his step on the wooden floor of what used to be the command tent and is now our quarters. His hands on my shoulders. Warm, the orc metabolism running high in the morning, the heat of them coming through my shirt before the weight does. His chin drops to the top of my head. He has to fold to do it always, the whole architecture of him arranging itself down around my scale, and the folding is one of the ways he says things he doesn't put in words. He smells like timber and exertion and underneath both like himself, and I've stopped trying to name it, and I don't need to. There was a time I read everything about a person the moment I met them because a stranger was a danger I had to understand before they understood me. I don't read him like that. I just know him, like a room you've lived in long enough to cross in the dark. You read the letters, he says. Creech is on the Fell Coast. I heard. Vosk had the dispatch briefing at 7th Bell, 2 to 4 months. Not our problem. Not our problem, he agrees. His hands move from my shoulders to my waist. Slow, the deliberate quality of morning when nothing is urgent. I lean back against him. The fit of it, his scale against mine, his arms enclosing most of my available surface area, still requires a small adjustment, still requires me to find the configuration that works, which takes 2 seconds and then works completely. The Elder Council arrives next month, I say. I know. The North Residential Block will be ready if the frame goes up this week. The frame goes up today. I'll have the east face done by tonight. He pauses. My grandmother will want to inspect the joint work. That's a Thornwall elder tradition. That's a her tradition. I can hear the warmth in it. She built half the structures in the original clan territory herself. She'll look at every joint in that residential block and tell me what's wrong with them. Will she be wrong? Probably not. His arms tighten fractionally. She has a saying, build the foundation before you name the house. She used it about Thornwall construction, but she also used it about everything that matters. You don't name what you're building until the foundation is set. I turn in his arms. From here I have to look up, always. The foundation is set, I say. He looks at me, the near black eyes steady. The notched tusk catches the morning light like it caught the lamplight in the command tent 6 months ago, when I walked through the entrance and clocked the exit and the reach of every guard and thought I was sizing up a war. The foundation is set, he agrees. I go up on my toes, and his hands bracket my jaw in the hold that is his thumbs on my cheekbones, and I kiss him with the ease of something that has been practiced until it's reflex. The tusks scrape at my chin that I have been carrying as a grounding mechanism since before I admitted what it was grounding me toward. He bends into it, folds himself down. The shape of us, his size against mine, the fit we've found through practice and preference, and the accumulated months of choosing doesn't surprise me anymore. It's just how we fit. I pull him back toward the pallet. Morning, nothing urgent. The settlement plan can wait an hour. The drainage grade will be the same drainage grade when I come back to it. The foundation is set, and the house is named, and what we're building now is everything after. He lays me down with the care that is his, not because I'm fragile, because I'm worth the care. Both hands, the slow deliberateness of a man who isn't going anywhere and has decided the going nowhere is the most important thing he's done today. My hand finds his chest, the scar over his heart, thin and white and old and fully his now. A story I was given and hold the same way I hold the good things he's given me. Carefully, with the understanding that some things are gifts and gifts don't need to be carried the same way as information. His thumb on my burn scar. I don't press it, I let it be touched. The part of me that's always watching, that has been watching since before I knew it was, since a childhood spent reading a room for the first sign of the thing about to go wrong, doesn't go quiet. It never goes quiet. I stopped waiting for it to. For years I thought peace would be the watching finally stopping, the mind finally going still, and I built my whole idea of rest around a silence that was never going to come. It didn't come. Something better did. It used to hunt the room for exits and threats and the shortest path to the door. Now it rests on the warm weight of him, the give of the palette, the light through the canvas, his breathing at the slow 4-count that stopped being a discipline a long time ago and became simply his rhythm in the world. That's the whole of what changed, not the mind, never the mind. The mind was always going to be this mind. What changed is that I keep track of things I want now, not things I have to. The difference is everything. It's the difference between a wall and a road, between a cell counted crack by crack in the dark and a settlement plan spread in the morning light with his hand warm on my shoulder. Same brain, same watching. Pointed, finally, at the ground I chose to stand on. Outside, the hammer. The construction sound. The residential block frame going up, the frame that I drew the foundation for, and he'll build the joints of in 42 clan families, will fill with the noise of people who have been promised temporary and are finally arriving at permanent. The scar doesn't hurt when he touches it. It hasn't for a long time. For years, it was the thing I reached for when I needed to feel something sharp enough to organize the rest, and his thumb finds it now with a tenderness that would have made me flinch a year ago and doesn't anymore. He treats the worst thing I did to myself like it's worth being gentle with. Slowly, across a lot of mornings, I have started to believe him. Later, the pardon document is still on the table. Distinguished still doesn't feel like the right word. Thorough, maybe, stubborn. Through the window, Drock on the north face, 3 workers in his orbit. The foundation is set. The house is named. Not resolution. Direction. A road I drew that's going somewhere, and through the open window the morning light falls across the settlement plan on the table, warm and steady. The kind of light that doesn't ask anything of the ground it touches. If Vale and Drock got their hooks under your ribs, if you held a sabotaged line through the dark with a convict who survives on numbers and the careful giant who handed her a map instead of a sentence, thank you for standing on the wall with them all the way to dawn. Would you leave a review? Even a sentence or two helps other readers find these books, and every single one means the world to me. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. Start at the beginning. Soulbound to the Orc, Book 0 of Stone and Storm is free. A merchant guard who braids flowers into her hair, a disgraced orc scout, 1 blood moon night, and the ancient ritual that takes the blood of enemies turned allies and a word spoken out loud. https://dlbookfunnel.com/gffit8out8u. Browse the whole series on Amazon. https://www.amazon.com/stores/Luna Draven/author/B0FSID6KQ5. Creech is still out there. His network at Thornwall is broken and his name is finally known up and down the coalition, but the architect himself slipped east while the walls held, and the war he built is only starting to come apart. The Stone and Storm world keeps growing, new clans, new coasts, new hearths, the same promise, a love worth bleeding for and brave enough to name. Sign up for the newsletter to be first in line for what comes next. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com. She walked 6 weeks of the Fell Coast with the lock that killed her sisters and a blade for the man who forged it. She never expected the green-shuttered smith to pour her tea before she got the accusation out, or that the mark stamped inside that housing was his own hand's work. Forge-abound to the Orc, Stone and Storm, Book 9. Here's the first chapter. Aldous Creech is alive, my sisters aren't, and I have 3 things left to my name: a horse, a blade, and the piece of iron I pulled from their kitchen floor. The horse goes sound under me a league out from the village, and I don't trust it. All right, old man, one more switchback, then you can stop. You earned it or you didn't, and I'm past telling the difference. He doesn't answer. He hasn't answered in 6 weeks. I'm not a woman who talks to horses. I'm a woman with a horse who has been the only steady thing on this road. 6 weeks. 40 nights near enough since Kellen's port, and every one of them has narrowed the same window. Creech had near 200 men behind him in the spring. The dispatch from the magistrate's clerk said 40 now, and dwindling, and a man with 40 men left doesn't sit still waiting to lose the rest of them. He runs. He buries what he can and burns what he can't, and by the time I'm standing where he stood, he's 3 villages gone. 6 weeks was the window when I left Kellen's port. It's a smaller window now, and it gets smaller every morning I wake up in a creek clearing, instead of standing in front of the man who made the lock. The Fell Road drops off the ridge in 3 switchbacks. 2 stone, 1 packed earth and root, with the roots ribbed up through the dirt like an old scar that didn't lay flat. I have counted switchbacks on every village of the 7 so far, and every road has come in 3s. Every road has been the place where a horse could fall and a woman could watch him fall. The wagon ruts on the last turn run deep enough that the iron rim of a wheel would catch and skip if you took it at speed. I've been ticking them off out of habit since the 2nd village. I lose the thread somewhere past 40 because the rib on the left side starts up under the wrap and I let it go. Hell, the ribs have opinions. I set them myself 2 nights back in a creek clearing under a fire that didn't want to live. I did it badly. I walked the horse anyway. The wrap under the coat bled through yesterday, and I haven't looked at it since. Looking at it is a later task. Later has a long list. Later is where I keep everything I can't afford this morning, and the list gets longer every village and shorter on time to pay it down. 6 weeks on this coast has taught me the Fell Road comes at you in 3 weathers. Dry stone in the morning, packed mud by midday where the sun reaches, frost by evening on the switchbacks that face north. This switchback faces north. I have been walking into the frost since the noon hour, and the frost on this coast doesn't pass a woman with my ribs without taking something for it. The ribs gave. The ribs are giving. Market day? The farrier at Beck's Hollow told me to come on a market day. He was easing a splinter out of my horse's fetlock with the flat of his knife, his accent thin from being up since 3 in the morning. Durin's Reach takes its market once a week. Come on the market day and nobody will mark you. He said it plain, hand on the horse, eyes on nothing in particular, a bread heel in his pocket already half given before I'd thought to ask. Green shutters. 7th village. He doesn't take commissions from strangers. 7 villages crossed off a list that started with 12. 5 left if Durin's Reach isn't the one. 5 villages is another 2 weeks on a clock that only has 6 to spend, and I've already spent enough of it that a wrong guess is one I can't buy back. If the green shutters aren't the right green shutters, I'm back on this horse by dusk, and I'm crossing off the 8th by lantern light, and Creech's 40 men get 1 more night to become 30. The green shutters show 3 streets before I can read the rest of the building. Old copper green, widow's leftover paint, by the thinned patch under the 2nd floor sill where the color has gone 1 shade paler than the rest. The chimney above the shutters throws thin smoke that smells of kelp and old wood, no working fire under it. The forge is quiet today. Market afternoon, and the iron is resting. 12 villages on this coast where he could be. 7 crossed off. The 8th has green shutters. I tie the horse under the pines above the last switchback, because that's where a stranger's horse is least remarked and a tracker's horse most easily fetched again. I loosen the girth one hand. I leave the saddle on. The leather roll comes off the saddle ties and goes on my hip. Blade under the coat, where my hand will go without asking me. The lock rides in the inside pocket, wrapped in wool. The 3rd wrap. The first 2 are buried under the creek stones by my ribs, torn into strips for the setting. 3 leagues back. I pat the horse's shoulder on the offside. The hair is rough under my palm, road stiff and salted along the mane from the coast air. That's where you wait. I come for you in a day or in a week, depending. He doesn't answer. I didn't ask him to. The village folds into a ridge cup. Salt pine shingle roofs going gray-silver under the kelp smoke. Brick chimney over the forge, stacking heat shimmer into a cold afternoon. A main lane running straight from the forge down to a dock at the river mouth that I can't see yet, but I can hear the water on it, slow chop on tide piles. A harbor bell tolls the hour somewhere past the last bend. The bell takes my breath out sideways. Kellen's port had harbor bells. I hadn't been thinking about that until the bell, and now I'm thinking about it, and the rib on the left has picked this exact moment to grind against the wrap, and the market lane under my boots has lost its edges. Stop, count to 3, then walk. I count, I walk. The lane has a market on it. I tick off the stalls because the ticking gives my head something to hold, which is cheaper than looking at the villagers. 12 stalls, 3 kelp, 1 wool, 2 that look like pickles and mightn't be. 1 cobbler with a boot up on his bench, his all in his teeth, his hands moving without him watching them. The rest I don't sort because the balance doesn't matter. What matters is the farrier's post. 3rd from the forge, leather straps drying on a rack, the farrier himself smoking a pipe over his work. He doesn't look up when I pass. The wool woman doesn't look up when I pass. The pickle man nods to somebody 2 stalls over, and I'm not the somebody. Market day is working. I'm a woman the road knows and nothing else knows, and market day is how I stay that woman for one more afternoon. The bakery breath comes over the lane and lands on my throat. Salt and flour and a yeasty heat, and I haven't eaten since yesterday morning, except the heel of a loaf, the farrier at Bexhollow tucked into my pocket at parting. Fionn had a gap where her front tooth had come out and the next one hadn't come in yet, and she talked around it for a year like the gap was a person she had to introduce first. Ginger cake over honey cake, every time, no exceptions, and if there wasn't ginger cake, she'd eat around the honey like it had wronged her. Surrey's would have had this loaf gone in a mile and mine gone in too, and she'd have called it a toll, like I owed her for the company. The bakery smell doesn't ask my permission before it does this to me. It just does it. My throat closes around nothing, around bread I'm not even holding yet, and the lane goes soft at the edges as it did at the bell. I pull my eyes to the boots in front of me. The blur clears. It always clears. It's the getting there that costs. I don't say their names. I haven't said their names out loud since the burial, and market day in a stranger's village with a hand on my hilt isn't where I start. The harbormaster's station sits at the top of the lane where it meets the river. Small dock, weathered boards gone gray and grain raised by years of wet. Fist-thick rope coiled on pegs at the piling, an old bell pole on the seaward side with a hemp pull on it. An old man works a splice on the near coil. His left hand is short 3 fingers. Index, middle, and ring, clean at the knuckle, scars old as his beard, not a new loss. He works the splice between his thumb and his smallest finger, pressing the rope into his palm for the grip he doesn't have. He does it without hurry. He hasn't needed the 3 fingers in a long time. He doesn't look up when I pass. He sees me pass without looking. I have been watched this way by old men on coasts for 6 weeks. I know the kind who's still deciding whether to let a stranger stay, and the kind who has already let her. This one has already let me. What he'll let me do next is for him to say. The bell is his to ring. The dock is his to walk. The village hasn't had to tell a stranger who he's in a long time, and by the set of his shoulders, no stranger has stood at this dock in months. I'm the first one today. I may be the first one all month. I turn at the top of the lane and walk back down it, and on the walk down I pace off the distance between his dock and the door of the forge, because it's a distance I'll want memorized. 180 paces on a cold afternoon, ribs bad on the left. a longer number if I'm bleeding. A shorter one if I'm running. I'm neither yet. I take my time, because time is the one thing on this whole coast I don't have enough of to spend carelessly, and I spend it carefully even now, pacing the distance instead of running it, because running down a market lane is how a stranger gets remembered, and remembered is how a trail goes cold on the wrong end, mine instead of his. The green shutters come closer. The forge proper now. Single-story, brick chimney with its low kelp smoke, the door standing open because a smith leaves his door open during the working hours even on a market day with nothing on the horn. A half-wall visible through the doorway, and beyond the half-wall the red glow of a forge fire banked for the day. A man moves inside, large enough to fill the shape of a doorway without being in it. My chest catches, which isn't today a thing I'll allow. I take the last pace. I stop at the lintel. My hand is on the hilt under the coat because my hand is on the hilt at thresholds, and the rule has kept me alive 6 weeks. The lintel is set lower than the door from outside. The kitchen floor drops a hand below the sill. I can see the step down from here. The smell coming out is iron-stained heat and yeasted bread and salt pork, and under it the sweet wet rot of a slack tub that has been topped and not changed in months. Bran. I say his name plain, no preface. Inside, at a hook on the near wall, the man is setting a long iron ladle on its peg without looking up. He keeps his eyes on the wall. Inside, you're bleeding. 2 tusks in the half-turn of his face, ivory against a soot-dark lower lip, both the same length, visible when his mouth is closed and more so when he has just spoken. Forearms soot-dark to the elbow, the dark worked into the skin in lines and held there, not a dust that brushes off at the end of a day. He isn't looking at me. He has smelled the wrap, or he has read my shoulders from the yard, or he has read the hand under the coat from the yard. I don't know which. I step down through the sill. The kitchen is too warm for a kitchen and too dim for one, and the floor is neither wood nor stone. Beaten earth, packed shiny by 40 years of the same feet. The heat comes up through the soles of my boots. The cold on my back and the heat on my front meet somewhere under the coat, and my body can't decide which it's today. Ceres would have walked straight to the hearth without asking whose it was. She never asked whose anything was. Ephion asked. Ephion would have stood at this door longer than I'm standing at it and asked the man whose kitchen this was if she could come in, because that was Ephion's whole method for the world, asking first and hoping second. I do neither. I stand. Well, faster than I expected. I don't move my hand off the hilt. He comes to the door. He bends under his own lintel to clear it. Head tipped, shoulder rotated, a bend heavier than a stride and slower than a footstep, the bend of a tall man, and this is more than tall. When he straightens inside the kitchen, he still has to mind the beam above. My head comes to his sternum, not a thumb's width higher, and his sternum is a long way above the floor. The shoulders are wider than the doorframe was, only he turned without thinking about it. He looks at me once, fully. Lungs first, I think, the wrap on my left side after that, then my hand under the coat. Boots. Leather roll, the daze behind my eyes, one look and the reading is done and he doesn't speak again yet. Sit, he nods at the pine behind him. His voice goes through the chest rather than over it, low and unhurried, no edge. Or don't, tease poured. His voice is plain. The contractions are there, the speech of a man who has been talking this way in his own kitchen for 4 years. The tusks don't retract. He isn't hiding them. He isn't making me look at them either. The pine table runs longer than a kitchen needs. Scrubbed pale, 6 places it could seat. 2 bowls set at the near end, one dry, one with a half-inch of water, a linen cloth over a loaf not yet cut. A kettle mutters on a hook above the hearth on the near wall. Behind the half-wall on his side, iron cools on the horn and the cooling iron ticks. Not a rhythm. An irregular cold settle I can hear between my own breaths. 2 bowls, I note it, I don't ask. I don't sit. I stand at the foot of the pine with my hand still on the hilt under my coat, and I watch him. He crosses to the kettle, lifts it off the hook with a folded cloth, pours into a cup that's already on the pine, already waiting. Sets the cup down without sliding it, without flourish. His hand is dark to the second knuckle, and the wrist above it carries an old burn line that runs in under the cuff of his shirt. The cup goes where my hand will reach for it if I set my hand on the table. His hand didn't measure when it set the cup. His hand has done it before. It looks like the kindness of a man who feeds dogs at the back step. It isn't. It's the placement of a man who has been working out where a stranger will reach for a long time. The kitchen has one window over the hearth, shutters closed on the inside, and the door I came through. The forge has its own door somewhere on the far side of the half-wall. I can't see it from where I stand, but the draft under the partition has to be coming from somewhere, and a forge needs air. 2 ways out, one behind me, one around the half-wall. The blade at my hip is where it has been at every threshold for 6 weeks. The ribs on the left won't let me run, and the hilt hand is steadier than the ribs are. I know which of my problems is the one I trust. He doesn't look at the leather roll on my hip. His eyes don't go to my coat pocket. Why I came hasn't come out of his mouth. What has come out, from the hook on the wall and the lintel and the pine, is one thing: whether I'll sit. I came 6 weeks for this. My voice is thinner than I meant it, I clear it. I'll sit in a minute, I won't sit yet. All right. He steps back toward the half-wall. One of his hands brushes the far corner of the pine on his way past. The pine has been leaned on like that before, and it carries the lean without giving. Behind the half-wall, he picks up whatever he was going to pick up. He doesn't look back. He doesn't check whether I've taken the chair. He offers me nothing to read in the line of his back, only the breadth of it, the slope of the shoulder where a leather apron strap has worn the linen smooth. Somewhere down the lane, the harbor bell tolls the half-hour, and the tolling finds the place under my ribs that doesn't need help being found. I don't put my hand on the pine. I don't set down the leather roll. I take one breath, then a second, then a third. The bell takes them with it. Behind the half-wall, the iron settles on the horn. The kettle mutters on its hook. The pine runs long beside me, scrubbed pale, 6 places it could seat and one of them poured for and none of them mine yet. The cups ends steam up into the kitchen air. My hand is still on the hilt under my coat. The lock rides in the inside pocket against my ribs, wrapped in its wool cloth, the 3rd wrap. Bran hasn't looked up again since he told me to sit. The forge ticks behind the wall. The kettle mutters. The cup waits. The bread under the linen smells like home, and I haven't had a home since the night Aldous Creech came to my sister's door, and I've come 6 weeks to a man I haven't yet looked in the face long enough to know. Somewhere north of here, a day gained is a day Creech doesn't have to spend running, and I've just spent an hour of a 6-week window standing in a doorway deciding whether to sit down. I take a 4th breath, the wrap on my left pulls. I don't sit yet. Luna Draven writes orc romance for readers who want the fantasy and the feelings, big worlds, bigger warriors, and the soft, stubborn women who refuse to flinch from either. Her heroes are gentle where it counts and dangerous where it matters, and they always say the brave thing out loud in the end. Her heroines keep their hope like a blade, sharpened, carried, and never once apologized for. Join the newsletter and be first in line for every new release. http://www.dreamcrestpublishing.com